Hello and welcome to another episode of the Underhive Lorekeepers podcast, the number one Necromunda lore podcast as forged by the sweat of our brows in the forges of Hive Primus. As always, I am Spamuel, and to my right, the mightily muscled Manvant himself, Nathan.
Yes!
How are you, buddy?
Yes, finally. Finally, a good one.
I also should say he smells distinctly of red crayons, his favourite meal.
Not only are they good for you and tasty, but they make you run faster.
The best flavour is blue, actually, let's not go on down on how I know that. The best flavour is blue. There are reasons.
You were forced
How are
to
you,
eat
buddy?
them. I'm very well, my friend. I'm imagining the Goblin Jew got you to... Here, try this one. And
He is a cunning negotiator.
Negotiator. No, I'm doing really well, mate. Really, actually looking forward to this episode, to be honest. We haven't done a gang episode for a bit, so I am super stoked to not only do it, but also get involved in this gang. But,
Yes.
more importantly, how are you, my friend?
I am good. I am still coming down off some of the reactions we have had to our last episode. The comments, the messages, all that sort of stuff we've gotten about the Ratskins episode from the Gangs of Yesteryear series has been great. There's been a lot of people reaching out via social media, Discord, that sort of thing. And I've answered this question to a lot of people already. Yes, me and Nathan had a lot of fun doing the Ratskins and talking about that sort of more N95 content. We will look at doing the sort of other gangs and characters that came from N95 in sort of that Gangs of Yesteryear aspect. It was something we sort of we were so deep into doing other episodes, and it's just sort of we need like a palate cleanser.
Yeah, absolutely. It wasn't really on the fly. It was more sort of like we've got this idea germinating about, and sort of the little bits and bobs of the episode coming together, and then to finally actually get it going. But you are right. It was a very fun episode to do, just because I guess a lot of the N95 lore is a little bit loosey-goosey. So, well, you've got a little bit more to explore with. Do you know what I mean? And yeah. And as we mentioned, back in the day, they'd just write stuff and be like, "Yeah, that sounds good. Get it out there." If you get offended, you get offended. That's your call. So
Well, that's the thing. We don't want to come at it from an offensive point. We made that very clear.
Yeah.
And I think it's more just we get it. Some people want that older stuff in. Some people don't.
Yeah.
Some people would like it in with some changes. And the people coming at us just being like, "Oh man," especially on like Instagram and that, where I've talked about it with people, where they're sort of saying, "I really liked that idea of going the techno barbarian." Everyone loved immediately you going untamed beasts, and they're like, "Oh, I was thinking I could do that as Ratskins," and I'm like, "Well, okay, yep." Everyone loves it when Nathan says it.
I will admit, I did say it just before you. That was the only thing. I'm happy to take that as a collective podcast idea. How's that sound? No,
I don't need your pity.
It's
I need your blue crayons.
Yeah. No, I want to sample them now. I feel tempted. But great episode. I'm a little disappointed though. I was hoping for a little bit more talk, especially on Instagram, about the squirrel skins, but it just didn't really eventuate as much as I thought it would.
We need some squirrel minis. We need to get them. And then I'm just picturing like a pile of hives that have been slain by this mighty battle squirrel, and then he's standing on top of the pile of corpses, Like, do you remember that? It was all over Facebook and Instagram and that the Nurgling with the Death Guard helmet
Yes.
standing on the pile of skulls. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's how I picture your victorious squirrel skin chief.
Yes, perfect. And it is just literally a squirrel.
Just a squirrel. Yeah.
Yeah, just
No weapon.
No.
Just an acorn. Just on a pile of corpses. Been like,
he's had
You know
enough
what they
ghast. He's hit the ghast hard, and he is just he's operating at a completely different level. But yeah, the episode got a lot of good feedback, and I guess for us as well, it was something a little bit off kilter as well. So something outside of the realm, and it was very, very, very fun. But this episode has certainly had a lot of people talking about it in terms of demand.
yes.
Yes, so we've definitely had quite a fair few of you guys out there wanting us to do another gang episode, and I guess we've had to pick the one that's, I don't know, it seemed to have got the most amount of attention, I'd say.
Obviously, right after Van Sar. Van Sar's been the one that most people want to listen to.
Yeah.
But on like a distant second, it would definitely be this episode here. Probably, I think, when you and me were going through the messages on Instagram, I'd say we get asked for a gang episode maybe twice a week.
Yeah,
And
I think they're right.
I would say that at least once a week, someone's sort of saying, hey, when are you guys going to do Goliath? And
Yeah. I guess it's because we do give them quite a little bit of quite a bit of shit.
we really do.
We do.
And in fact, after our last episode, for those three of you Goliath players who have figured out how to press the play button, well done. I'm glad you've been able to tune in on this because, yeah, this should be a big one, and that pun was entirely unintentional.
Big one. I get it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's roided up this episode.
Yes, but before we get into the episode, I've obviously got a couple of things to go over. In fact, a lot of people may not know, when me and Nath chat before we record the episodes and that, a lot of the time is very cursory. We love talk, I think we talk basically every day, and we love talking about Necromunda and Warhammer and that sort of stuff, but we talk about other things. In fact, both Nathan and myself have recently looked at a career change, and it was recently advertised via Games Workshop that they were actually looking to hire someone to work in the Nottingham office in regards to creating ongoing Necromunda lore. And I guess it's a bit of an announcement. Nathan and I applied. And in lieu of a resume, we actually sent them sort of a breakdown of the podcast, what we do here. And we sent them a link to a couple of our sort of favourite episodes. And we got a response from Games Workshop. It was a cease and desist and a request that we stop sending them emails. So...
I thought that was very unprofessional.
Yes,
I think
was.
16 emails a day is manageable by whoever's looking at that.
Yes, and just block me. You don't have to be so negative. Just block me.
You don't have to hurt me.
You don't have to hurt my feelings. If I'm emailing an empty mailbox, that's cool. But it's weird when they respond to you by name. It's like, Samuel, please stop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't even get a name. I just got Manvant. Manvant. Desist.
I actually did legally change your name to Manvant.
Oh. All right. That explains.
Birthday.
Yeah. Thanks, mate. It explains a lot when the coppers pulled me over the other week and I showed them my license. And they're like, this is so wrong. You're coming with us.
But no, we didn't get a cease and desist. We did get several very angry emails because they just got sick of me emailing them. But That's cool. I get the same thing from my wife.
Yeah, it's the only way you can communicate, isn't it? Through emails. Yeah.
She just sends me emails saying, stop. Or, have you done the dishes yet?
Yeah. While she's standing next to you. Yeah.
Yeah,
I get the
just
similar
staring
treatment.
at me. She doesn't want to talk about caryatids.
Ugh. Doesn't get it.
No,
not on
those marriages. But no.
But moving away from your issues and problems that you have, let's talk about, I guess, my favourite segment. Your favourite segment? Certainly motivates our audience to come out and try and attack me at many, many different levels. And I just have to face it. That's fine.
Well, I'm assuming we are talking about the Spamuel corrections. Now, interestingly enough, we haven't had a lot recently. And that worries me because usually that means our audience is listening in and trying to really hone in on things I've screwed up. Because apparently that's everyone's favourite game. Find the things that Spamuel has said wrong. For example, 11 people asked whether I really thought it was Russell Crowe in Tombstone or Kurt Russell in Gladiator, whatever it was I said. No, it was Russell Crowe in Escape from New York.
Yes.
Escape from LA.
Escape from LA. That's it.
And people were just like, how did you screw that up, Samuel? What are you doing? And then I got a follow-up email of really, Russell Brand? That's the next Russell you could think of? I'm like, I'm so sorry. So I'm not counting those as Spamuel corrections for this episode. You already got me during the episode.
I did.
They're
just abusive now, aren't they?
They are just abusive. Cease and desist, people. Now, I actually got an email... Sorry, I got a message from our mate Roy from Necromundas in regards to that amazing 6 I rolled with the caryatid fleeing the gang.
Yes.
And his message goes as follows. Lord Helmore is not in your gang. He is in James Workshop's gang. And James Workshop did not roll a 6 to see if the flying blue baby left him. That is an excellent point.
It's a technicality.
It is a technicality.
Yeah.
So I'm just assuming the caryatid belongs to me now.
Wait, are you the one? Are you the fortunate one? Are you the one destined for greatness and success? Are you blessed by Gork?
I've played 3 games of Necromunda since we recorded that episode. I have not rolled a single 6.
What's the caryatid doing then? Maybe it's
I don't know.
It's enjoying your demise.
I actually just think it's like a tiny fat child that's covered itself in blue paint and is following me around throwing blocks at me.
How is your son? Is he all right?
He's really good. He's really good.
Wow. No, I still take it your 6 was the 6.
Oh man, it was like I can't believe I'd rolled that. But yeah, 3 games, have not rolled a 6 since.
Good.
I've rolled several 5s.
Even rolled a 7 once.
Rolled a 7 once. Yeah, my ammo rolls have all been trash. This is why I stick to las guns. They are crap, but you know what? I will flesh wound you to death.
The las guns aren't crap. You take a minimum of 3 in your gang, and you just pin one member of their gang. It's like pew 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 pew.
And you just keep hitting them. Yeah. Death by 1,000 flashlights.
Yeah, perfect way to go. That's a Imperial Guard mantra.
Yes. So that's the closest thing to a real sort of correction we've gotten so far. But I actually have I guess I can't say a letter with one of our listeners by the name of Genghis. And so we've been chatting a little bit, and he's been giving me some absolutely glorious M words for use for later episodes. But that's not the subject. of what I want to talk about here. And I'm going to
Hold
read this
up.
one.
Hold up. You're outsourcing your M words?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I told you, I need to know the original word to make the thesaurus work.
Okay, I thought people were just randomly like throwing M words at you.
Oh no, people are just messaging me being like, hey, try this. Hey, try this. Like, there's some great ones.
I feel betrayed.
You should.
Yeah,
You should.
Righto. Alright, continue
But
with Genghis's letter, please.
my man Genghis sent us a message, and so he has been listening to our podcast, and he sent us, we were chatting, and he goes, I thought you should know. I also thought my wife's reaction to the snippet of the Vaults of Temenos episode she caught when she walked in on me hobbying over Christmas, painting Lady Credo as it happens, might amuse you. It was the bit where Ozzy Aranthis was waking up, and she walked in just as you were describing his glistening, perfect metal body, followed up by someone emptying into him. My wife missed the context that they were shooting him. She thought I was listening to some sort of Necromunda erotica. Episode idea.
Well, I was going to say podcast idea.
Podcast idea. So, firstly, Mrs. Genghis, you have given me quite possibly the greatest idea I've ever had for Necromunda. I am actually going to start writing a series of short stories starring a character I've invented with the aid of my good friend Genghis, Horatio Valentino. And he's going to be the greatest lover of all Necromunda. Book 1, Escher. I hardly knew her. Or he penetrated my armor. A Horatio Valentino adventure.
Oh my god. These are great. Go on.
Yep.
Please tell me you
But
have more.
We do. We had to stop because we're a G Plus podcast.
Oh, right. They're getting pretty blue, were they?
So, in my mind, Horatio Valentino, and I've never read the series, but apparently in Terry Pratchett's Discworld, there's like a dwarf by the name of Giamo Casanuda, all right? He's Discworld's second greatest lover. So obviously, this Terry Pratchett knew about Horatio Valentino. And
Yep.
Horatio, in my mind, is a halfling in one of those beautiful, like, powdered wigs that they wore in, like, the 1300s in England. And you know where they got, like, the fake beauty spot. But he's wearing these noble clothes, and he's got, like, this dueling saber. And his whole thing is he wants to bed a member of every house and group on Necromunda. Like an Escher, a Goliath, the Cawdor,
Just
an
taking
Ashways
names.
Nomad. Taking names, punching darts and breaking hearts. Like, yeah.
I see him trying to seduce an amble. Like, it's not great.
My love, your mandibles are so beautiful in the glistening morning sun. I can barely see the blood and viscera of my former companions. Are you sure it's not just a lady's rouge?
Do you know what? I would listen to this.
Honestly, I kind of want to do it.
I don't want to be part of it, but like, I would listen to it.
I'm weirdly down.
Yeah, right.
Like,
okay.
yeah, but Horatio Valentino, I'm gonna make him. I'm gonna make him for my Avhuman gang.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And he's going to be a
halfling.
Not a halfling. No, they're not halflings in 40k.
Rattling.
That's it.
Yeah, rattling. Like hairy feet, powdered wig.
But he'd have beautifully braided feet.
Yes.
You know,
Yeah.
that's one of...
Like bows and the hair on his feet.
Yes. That would be one of his, like, vanity pieces for him.
I also think because he deals with the nobility, he'd want to wear shoes to really schmooze.
Oh. Yeah, okay.
But they'd be clogs.
Clogs, yes, perfect. Or Crocs.
Oh my god.
What? Crocs in Necromunda.
literal, genuine Some Crocs. Some Crocs.
Yes, some Crocs. Yes,
They'd just be Some Crocs, but with the K.
Yes, I'd love to see Crocs in Necromunda. They'd be brilliant. They'd probably give you like some little bonus, like air at your feet. So on a roll of 6, you jump up.
Yeah. So I'm gonna make Horatio Valentino, and his entire gang. Sorry, just quickly, gang idea. His entire gang is gonna be the I don't know, the like harem of admirers of his.
Oh, so all of them just like following him around, trying to gain his attention again.
Yeah.
But he's just like, no, you're old news.
Exactly.
I've got myself a new beauty I'm hunting after, and you have to go after the gang leaders
Every time.
Yeah. Yep.
Every time.
Horatio goes after the most powerful. He's just like following the scent of a caryatid, basically. Oh, would he be supported?
Scent of a caryatid. A Horatio Valentino adventure.
Yes, but then he has a caryatid that looks like a little cupid.
Oh my god!
That'd be so cool. I would love to see that. Yes? No?
We have an episode to do.
Yeah, yes, yes.
We can rant about this in our episode based entirely around Horatio Valentino. So, just quickly to both Mr. and Mrs. Genghis, thank you so much for this idea. I love it. Genghis, you are my copy editor on this, so I'll be sending all of this information to you. I need it edited, proofread, and then sent back.
Yeah.
All right? We have entered a contractual agreement here via the medium of podcast, and that's unbreakable.
Yep. Good luck, Genghis. This one's between you and Spamuel.
And if you do enjoy the ridiculous concepts we come up with, like Horatio Valentino, the many iterations of the various Timmies, and a never-ending series of rants about caryatids, and you are interested in supporting the podcast, please shoot over to patreon.com/the Underhive Lorekeepers podcast.
And I do believe we're going to have an exclusive, maybe, possibly, who knows, the old Vat-born beauties, one of the Horatio Valentino classics.
Oh my god! I love it. It's very on the nose for today's episode.
It is.
Great.
It is. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. The support we receive on Patreon just makes us feel like we're heading down the right pathway with the content we're providing you guys. So if you do want to help us out via Patreon, but also getting onto our social media via Instagram, Facebook. Help me out here, Sam. What's our other... YouTube. That's it.
Yeah.
Because I'm definitely the social media wing of this podcast. I really am. Hello?
See, everything I said just then is everything Nathan does for our social media. But, yes, the likes and subscribes we got on those various platforms really do help us, especially getting our particular brand of Necromunda lore out into the world. All of the links are in our link tree, which is in the show notes. And if it's not too much more to ask, please don't hesitate to give us a 5-star review on your preferred podcast platform.
And for our Goliath fans out there, that is, when you hold your hand up, it's all that many stars.
That many stars. They are Goliaths. How many of them have lost fingers, thumbs?
I'm sure we're going to get a 3-star review from a Goliath with like a power claw. Just give us a bonus star. Just one other thing I want to mention about our Patreon is our newest Patreon members, actually. We have a fair few who have joined us and left some pretty positive feedback for us as well. We've got Morbid Progeny and 3 gentlemen just doing the power move with just single names. Tim, Paul, Joe. Almost sounds like the beginnings of a rock band based around insect creatures.
They're a bunch of Orlok Jews and haven't learned their nicknames yet.
they're what are they called? The what's that name called that they have?
The Wreckers?
No. When you have a road name, a house name,
Big name? No, that's not one. That's an ogre thing.
No, it's not. That's the ogre thing. You're right. I can't remember what it is anymore. But yes, power move for those three gentlemen.
Have we somehow forgotten something to do with actual Necromunda and not our own nonsense lore?
I know. It's a shock horror. It has happened.
Well, we actually also have a couple of other guys that have jumped on board there. Hairy Bob Submariner, and this may shock everyone, despite the fact he actually works in submarines. He has neither a bronze nor a silver swimming certificate, so he needs to work on that. Hive Scum Wonka, who, by the way, is an actual scientist and told me science stuff. We have an official Lorekeepers scientist now. So when we have science questions, he's answering them.
Right, perfect. So almost like a department.
Yeah,
We have a science department. We have an underwater department. That doesn't sound very capable, but still good. And we have...
Well, yeah, last one up is the one-punch Orlok himself, Tom. So he's actually an Orlok with an actual name. One Punch. And then...
Legendary names.
Legendary names. Nice.
Legendary names. How could I have forgotten that? It's so obvious and easy. Legendary names.
You,
Yes.
the avid Orlok player. But, yeah, so, kind of a correction. Do you remember in the Ratskins episode when we were talking about carbon monoxide and dioxide and trioxide?
Yes. My favourite hides.
Yes, many of my favourite hides. So there is carbon dioxide and monoxide. Monoxide doesn't have a smell. It kills you typically within about a minute and 1% concentration. And scientist Hive Scum Wonka tells me that it stops your blood's hemoglobin, not hemoglobin, from transporting oxygen and you simply suffocate. Carbon dioxide doesn't have a smell. It's basically a narcotic. It causes cramps and heart rate irregularities once it reaches an air concentration of about 5%. And it will make you unconscious around 10% and kill you pretty fast at about 20 to 30%. So he's like basically our personal clan chemist. So, he's a
cool.
filthy Escher.
That's good.
No.
Yes, I like Filthy Escher. That's my jam.
Yeah, Wonka, you've just been fired. I am...
No. Join the revolution, Wonka.
No. Okay. But he says if we get real sciencey, you can create carbon trioxide. And this is a direct quote from him. So this is a scientific fact. The molecule is as stable as a death maiden's mental state. It just reacts immediately and is harder to detect than a Goliath's brain activity. That is science. We have a scientist. Suck it, nerds.
What I like is he's using references that we would totally understand as well.
It's literally
perfect.
the only way I understand science. I work with
Necromunda
electricity every day. All I know is don't touch the red part.
Right.
Yeah.
That works with lava too. Yeah, that's good.
And he's a geologist as well.
Is he really?
No. I'm just assuming. I was making fun of you being a geologist for making a joke.
No. I just love it a lot. I love it a lot. Now that's a joke.
We're gonna move along from this. I'm gonna edit this whole section out. Just people are gonna be like, I swear there was another host. It's just me laughing at my own jokes for 3.5 hours.
Well, just wait. Yeah. Sorry, you probably need a correction. Your jokes, are they? Do you have them?
I don't have a joke. I have a co-host.
Oh, just getting personal now.
I love you.
Yeah, I love you too, buddy.
Let's move on before we have to shut down the podcast.
Yeah.
So, Speaking of speaking of the podcast,
Our Goliaths.
the biggest boys and girls in the hive, and just like all of our gang episodes, Nathan has written an opening, and this is the first time I'm hearing this one as well, so I'm really excited.
In the depths of Necromunda's sprawling hive cities, where the air is thick with industry and the clang of machinery echoes through labyrinth corridors, there exists a force both feared and revered, House Goliath. Born from the crucible of the industrial sector, where molten metal flows like rivers and the roar of forges never ceases, House Goliath stands as a testament to strength, resilience, and unyielding determination. Forged in the fires of industry, House Goliath members are giants among men. Their bodies augmented with genetic enhancements and cybernetic implants, each modification a testament to their unwavering dedication to physical perfection. Towering above their rivals, they stride through the smoke-choked streets with an air of authority, their presence commanding respect and instilling fear in equal measure. But House Goliath is more than mere brute force. It is a brotherhood bound by blood, sweat, and the shared struggle of existence in the hive's unforgiving depths. Loyalty and honour are valued above all else, and those who prove themselves in battle may rise to lead, immortalising their name and their legend. House Goliath is a force to be reckoned with, their ironclad fists crunching all those who dare to oppose them. Whether forging new alliances or grinding their enemies beneath armoured boots, the House's grip on power is as unyielding as the steel that surrounds them. Strength is their currency of power, and only the strong survive.
That was sick. Did you seriously write that one?
100% Escher-infused Goliath propaganda.
Okay, it's actually not that cool anymore.
No, I did write it. I enjoyed writing it, actually. I had to do a little bit of reading to get my Goliath knowledge up. But yeah, it makes it sound intimidating, doesn't it?
It does.
Yes.
It does.
Yeah, they sound very scary to me. So I might not have mentioned it earlier, actually, but the Goliath are what I feel like is the quintessential look for Necromunda. And I don't know why. I think it's just maybe because they came in the original starting box. But there's also a piece of artwork from, I think it's like White Dwarf 120, 190, something. Oh, it's a broad range, I know, but it's somewhere within that field. And it's a Goliath on the front cover of the White Dwarf. And he just looks sick.
I know the exact one you're talking about as well.
Yeah. And he just looks like this absolute monster. And you just think, yeah, cool. That's what gang warfare looks like in the 41st millennium. So, yeah, I was hoping that that little read we had helped to reflect that.
Well, they definitely have changed since, you were reading about them when their first iteration in White Dwarf those many millennia ago, and now then the release of N17, and then obviously with the release of the House of Chains book. So we're going to jump into our information and get this episode off to a good running start. Now, this first section here in the House of Chains book is simply titled Birth of a Clan. It talks about how House Goliath, as it will be known in the later millennia of Necromunda, is born into slavery. In the last years of the 39th millennium, the Goliath would acclimatise to the world into which they had been made, while at the same time rebelling against the chains placed around their necks. I love this because it's basically setting this whole premise of they started out as slaves, and it's that I'm going to touch on this later on, I think 100 times, but in my mind, the Goliaths are the human version of the greenskins of the Necromunda universe, where at the end of the day, if they have their way, the entirety of 40k will be greenskins from north to south, east to west. And eventually, everyone else is going to die, and Necromunda will just be House Goliath. Like, they're the Goliath supremacy or greenskin supremacy, much like Thanos, is inevitable.
It's inevitable, is it?
Yeah, I genuinely believe at the end of the day they will be the only ones alive.
Right. Okay. So you think the Goliath mindset is that when the dust settles, we're the last ones remaining here.
514%.
Oh, right. Okay. Went for the obscure percentage. That's good. But yeah,
Shows
look,
confidence.
yeah, it does. It absolutely does. Confuses me as well. But yeah, look, I understand that mindset and where they come from, in the sense that they will be the last ones. And I guess you're extrapolating a lot from that little part of the read. But I guess we obviously need to touch very early on about the idea that they are manufactured, they are grown, and from, I think it was a brief 10,000 Year Part 2, was it? Or was it maybe perhaps the House Escher book? I can't remember. We'll say House Escher episode. So from the House Escher episode, we touch on the fact that they were created by a combination of House Escher and Van Saar.
And those sneaky Delark that showed up at one
Yes.
point, that it's like, hey, you guys are having trouble with some gene sequencing, huh? Here's a sneaky bit of gene sequencing tech. And the
Yeah.
Goliath, no, sorry, the Goliath, the Van Saar and the Escher were both like, these stupid Delark trying to curry favour with us.
Yeah.
And the
yeah.
Delark are just like, you dumb idiots.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember exactly what you're talking about.
Yes, exactly. Right. Okay, cool. So I guess we need to look at that as, does that help build who they are and where they come from, in the sense that they know that their origins and their history aren't anything as glorious as any of the other clans. So they...
Man, we are getting into some like theory stuff so early here.
Yeah.
My opinion, I don't want to talk about this right now because there's so much about that exactly this question that's going to be a full blown like caryatid hole, sort of by itself. Like I'm gonna answer your question with a question that I want us to come back to at the end of sort of this read, like this read section of the episode. Do you think they even care?
Yeah, no, because very much like orcs, they don't care that they're, mushrooms. They care about what they can achieve whilst being the biggest mushroom.
Who's the biggest mushroom?
Who's the biggest mushroom? Exactly, like the Goliath.
Damn it, gang idea. Oh no.
Just a whole bunch of guys, just a whole bunch of fun guys. I get it. That'd be
Exactly.
Cool. Yeah.
Exactly, and they'd be called the fun guys.
The fun guys. Yeah. No, but look, after having read House of Chains, it's the one thing that sort of plagued me, because I love to delve into the history of where the gangs come from, and I sat there and I thought, their origins are slavery, just from the episodes we've touched on. Prisoners with Jobs, my apologies. Just from the gangs that we have done already, the Escher come from the Blades, the Delacroix come from the
Great Sleepening?
The silent ones, effectively, there's sort of some links there with the Pisceans as well. So there's a lot of depth already just in their history. And then the Goliaths, they are manufactured almost like an illegal form of technology being used.
Man, I would love to discuss the Imperium's positioning on cloning, because we've touched on it a couple of times, and okay, so let's just derail this real quick. Cloning, depending on the source you read, cloning is not allowed in the Imperium, because true cloning creates a life form, but it does not have a soul. There was the Avriel strain? We've talked about these guys a lot.
Afriel strain.
Yeah, the Afriel strain. They were clones, so it was like Lord Solomon Macarius, and all these heroes of the Imperium where they took all their genetics and they threw it in there, and they're like, if we put all the best parts of all the best people into a regiment, they're going to be the best. And instead, they were basically the Lamenters on crack, because they just had the worst luck just possible in any way, shape, or form. And, people hated them because they were effectively soulless. They were blanks without the cool ability to stop psychic powers.
Yeah, exactly. But see, that's where the mysticism of 40k comes in, where they start to go, well, let's look at them as soulless, and that is why they struggle to function. That's why they struggle to have the good grace of the Emperor basically touching them. So we begin. Oh, look, I mean, we're on a derail, so just go with me. But we begin to have a look.
Don't worry, guys. We'll get back to the episode in 35 to 45 minutes.
Have a tea break if you don't want to talk about the mysticism of the 41st millennium. But
you wanted just Necromunda lore? You came to the wrong podcast.
So that's where I look at that, where they don't know whether or not they are just, they suffer from bad luck, because the concept of bad luck in something that's, effectively, without religion, the Imperium, the grounding for the Imperium. I'm going to try and correct myself as much as possible here, because there's a lot of room for me to be punished and shot down. So
I have so many people gunning for you, it's not even
funny. Yeah, I know. I'm very aware of that. Thank you very much. I'm famous and infamous all at the same time, which is a wonderful feeling, but why do I feel threatened? But anyway, my point
we're
is...
threatening you.
Yeah. So my point is that you, with the Lamenters and with the... I think they were actually called the Amphibian Project, I believe, not Afro.
No, wasn't Amphibian Base the terrain set from Forge World? That amazing big laboratory? Or are they the same thing?
I thought they were the Amphibians. Maybe I am wrong. Anyway, that's beside the point. The point of what I'm talking about is the idea of luck. So the Imperium see this bad luck, and they say, well, how can we attribute that? What does it mean? And you go for something intangible, like the soul. So that's why, for me, they go, we can't have cloning. It's not because there's any real good reason for it. And you can see that with the Goliaths. There is good reason to have cloning. You are effectively creating, sentient, capable orcs that aren't lusting for war. However, the Goliath do venture down that pathway, but, not as like an orc empire would.
Well, yeah, like the we are gonna get into the specifics for this in the episode we're going to re-rail back onto, in regards to how the Goliaths are actually created. But it's basically they are genuinely test tube babies. They're grown in vats, and scientist Wonka, this is our probably first question for you there, buddy. I believe the zygotes is the science word I'm going to use here. The zygotes from like a male and a female are put together, and it forms... I have 2 children. I should know how reproduction works. So when a mummy scientist and a daddy scientist get paid large amounts of credits to create a life form, they take the like male and female bits of a baby and put it into like a test tube and shake it, and then they put it into a vat, and then a couple of days later you have a baby Goliath.
On behalf of our listeners, I'm upset for the way that you described all of that.
I got my kids.
Yeah, oh, okay. I stand corrected. If you've got life experience from it, I do apologise. But
I just wanted correction on the word zygote. That's the only part of that process I didn't understand.
Yeah. Right, okay. Fair enough. But yeah, so I'm still in the mindset that their past should influence where they are going in terms of their future.
We'll definitely talk about this at the end of this sort of reading section. I personally am of the mindset that they don't care because their lives are so short that they're just like, my past is the last couple of years, and I'm 8 now, so I'm literally an old man.
Yeah. Did you say I'm 8 now?
Yeah.
But yeah, look, I'm pretty big on, you know, the past should be what is influencing the gang going forward, like, you know, the Blades influencing Escher and so forth. But as you say, we will go into it a little bit later down the read, and actually going into our next read, a failing system. Necromunda's hostile environment prompts many of its leaders to consider the future of their workers. These efforts to improve the lot of the underclasses are not driven by anything so altruistic as goodwill, but rather a fear of the planet one day failing to meet its massive imperial tithes.
Totally selfless. Totally selfless. They're doing it for the people.
You're saying that they're...
No, the people like them, not the scum beneath them.
Right.
Yeah.
But you actually touch on here the industry. You know,
Your favourite part.
I haven't mentioned industry for, I reckon, a couple of episodes now. I don't believe I have anyway. Please correct me. But this, to me, shows that obviously, and we've talked about this many times before in many episodes, the fear of the Imperium, that we need to be reacting to the fact that we don't meet our tithe. But then the construction and the birthing of Goliath becomes almost like a cog within maintaining that tithe. You know, so it's really mechanical, even though it's something organic. You know, where you're talking about before, the tube and the way that you make Goliaths, they almost become like a necessity of the tithe. So you begin to say, well, we need to produce X amount of workers, and we need them in this period of time. So you have this mini tithing type of process where you have manufactorums and you have forges and you have all these different other production facilities, all tithing, drawing a tithe from, I guess it's whoever's creating the Goliaths at this stage, saying you need to provide us with X amount of workers over X period of time. Otherwise, it rolls downhill towards you.
Yeah, we've not even reached that point yet. They're just sitting there going, oh, man, hey, guys, you know how our planet sucks? Yeah. And all of our workers keep dying? Yeah. You know how you have to keep getting new workers? Yeah. We should make better workers. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not like we should make our workplaces safer, like bringing in some workplace health and safety rules. Like, we're not going to have a safety and HR rep down the slag mines. No, we just want someone that if 200 kilos of iron ore smashes them in the head, they're like, oh, well, I'm smarter now, I guess.
Yeah. At least it wasn't 7 kilos. That would have really hurt. Yep. No, well done,
Yes.
Grug.
Well done, Greg.
Yeah. But no. What I'm talking about is, yeah, I get it. They're looking at it from that point of view. The other flip side of that is like, why wouldn't you just move planets? But you know, that's a pretty open and big discussion, and probably quite heretical. So we won't go going down that pathway too much. But yeah,
I'm just talking about moving the planet or moving to a different planet.
Moving to a different planet. Macronumda. Something like
Macro number.
No, macro number, yes.
Macro number. Squigamunda.
Squigamunda! The Goliaths would rule there. They absolutely would.
The Goliaths would love it.
Yeah.
But this next part where Lord Alberoth Helmore becomes obsessed with the notion of creating the perfect Necromundan worker. One tough enough to survive the worst the planet has to offer, but remain docile and compliant. To this end, he sponsors Chirurgeon covens and Alchemician biologists across the planet to create such a creature. I love this little part here because it's reaching into what we know is going to happen in the future. You know, the chirurgeon covens and alchemician biologists. Like, it's alchemician. I'm going to say alchemician.
Oh, alchemician sounds so much better, even if it's just made up. It sounds good.
Alchemician biologists, like alchemical biology. That just sounds like it's just an Escher, like, raunchy romance novel. It's just like,
The alchemician biologist and the coven. Yeah. Right, but so this is something that we were derailed with. Come back to it a little bit, and we're not going to derail this time. But again, this is Imperial sanctioned cloning.
Is it sanctioned though?
It's sanctioned because it's the Imperial House.
Or yeah, but they could be doing. I think they could be doing this sort of like as a, hey, hush hush, only the important people are going to know, and the important people aren't going to say anything because they know if it doesn't work that they might miss their tithe.
But it's still, like, from a technical standpoint, if I'm going to lawyer it, it's Imperial sanctioned because they're asking these covens and these biologists across the planet to create such a creature for them. So
okay, I'll allow it.
They're dabbling, you know. They're most certainly going in the grey area of what the Imperium would and wouldn't allow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, it leads beautifully into the next part that we need to talk about anyway, the origins. After centuries of mishaps and abominations, including the thing that ate Hive Sinus, and the birth of the grey ooze of Big Hole, and the subsequent demise of the Edgelord of Big Hole, Vansar bio-architects and Escher chem matrons combine their skills to embark upon the creation of Alberoth's Uber worker. Now, are these the workers that are just driving the cars around, just picking people up or dropping off food?
Exactly what I thought. It'd be like, yep, I'm just gonna get some Uber ammunition. Yeah, cool. It's just this guy that's like grown into a car. He's like, just got your dum rounds.
Yeah. And just like driving through battlefields or combat zones just to deliver ammo and just
does not care.
Give me a 5-star rating, please. Like almost the way we beg for 5-star ratings. Like, please, God, Jesus.
I was gonna say, can you imagine begging for these 5-star ratings?
Yeah.
Once again, don't be afraid to give us a 5-star rating on your preferred podcast platform.
Please. No. Anyway, but yeah, okay. So again, it is, as I say, it's sanctioned, and the idea that they become the Uber worker, I think, is cool. The concept of big workers that are capable of surviving the Necromundan environment. It's like it's an obvious move, you know. Like when you think of the planet, you go, it's an obvious move. Again, heretical as well. There was a show way back in the 90s, I'm going to say. Yeah, where they did that, and those manufactured workers, slave workers, actually turned upon the human population as well. It was a cartoon. I loved it. It was called Exo Squad. So
Exo Squad sounds great.
Oh, Exo Squad was friggin' awesome. If there's any old bloods out there who remember Exo Squad, absolutely throw me some details, or throw me a link to where I can watch it all again. And anybody who has never seen Exo Squad, get out there. Mate, battle mechs and suits. Anyway, I'll take this back.
I'm shocked that you're talking about Exo Squad instead of the thing that ate Hive Sinus. Like, I'm picturing this, like, genetic monstrosity. Like, it's just gone through all the gene labs and it's eating all the genetic material and it's turning into this just multi-limbed, multi-mouthed monster. Like,
yes.
Horror that's just crawling from level to level. You got gangers just unloading into it. It doesn't care. It just it punctures through. There's so many redundant organs that you can't kill it because the true creature's all the way in the middle and it's just growing. And so it consumes everything within the hive, but it becomes so large that it's trapped in there.
And then it would just die. It would have no
It
more
would just
substance.
die, yeah.
And it would just rot away. And it is something that the Dalark would go and get samples of and think about how to
Yoink.
rebuild. Yeah, we'll take this, we'll take this. But I love the fact that you've got the same imagery in your mind of what it is as well. It's not destroying the buildings, it's just eating all the biomass.
Yeah.
You know? They created a Goliath tyrannid, basically, and unleashed it.
And then accidentally let it loose in a hive. But then you've got the Edge Lord hole. I'm just picturing a guy that just keeps like sharing really edgy memes.
Yeah,
And everyone's just like, "Oh god, you're so edgy, Billy." And he's like, "Oh yeah, you know what? Praise the dark gods, lol, Lamau." And then it's just it wasn't even a big thing. It's just this grey ooze was there. He slipped over and fell into Big Hole, and they're just like, "All right, well, screw that guy. You guys want to go get lunch?"
Yeah, but it's almost like it was manufactured to get him. Like the people are just sick of his edginess. They're just like, nah. Look, we've made the grey ooze before, and it is an abomination. It's horrible, but we need to get rid of Edgelord because he is worse than a grey ooze.
He's just a dick.
Yeah.
Like, oh. Yeah,
Impossible to deal with. But yes, anyway, we're getting very much stuck into the peripherals of the origins of House Goliath. So, what's our next one, Sam?
Fearful of the imbalance a gene-smithed worker could bring to Necromunda, clan and noble houses alike seek to stop the Van Saar-Escher alliance. Biolabs and chemclaves become fortresses for their workers, as assassins and saboteurs stalk the hive, intent on stopping their experiments. Once again, this goes back to manufacturing and industry. These other clans, these other nobles, are so scared that what the Van Saar-Escher alliance is going to create is going to be better than what they have, that it will actually cost them their positions on the planet. So they are literally trying to kill the project in the simplest way, by killing everyone involved with the project.
Yeah, like they followed the brief. The brief was kill the project. Okay, well, we've got guns and they've got flesh. Let's get them.
Yeah. And so the Van Saar and the Escher just lock it down. I can imagine these like... it's like every 90s action movie where the action hero raids a drug lab, where you've got the scientists and they've got like vats and beakers and just random Bunsen burners, and then there's dudes with fully automatic weapons.
Yeah.
Like, you know, everything's all sterile and white and clean. And then there's a dude just like punching back a rollie, and he's like oiling up his AK-47. And everyone's just like, this makes total sense. Smoking next to a giant vat of ether. Well done, Pablo. Well done.
Yeah, Pablo. Once again, let the team down. I do like the fact that there is a Van Saar named Pablo.
Yeah, 100%. Because he's got the ponytail.
Of course. Yes,
every henchman with a ponytail in my mind, is somehow named Pablo.
Right. Do you know what? So Van Saar are basically like 1980s henchmen. That's all they are.
Yep,
They've got the cheap ponytail.
And we will talk about this when we finally do the Van Saar.
I was going to say, did you want to explore a little bit about the Van Saar? But I guess you don't. You want to do it in another episode. That's fine. We'll move on. No problem, mate.
They're all 1980s, 1990s action movie henchmen, but they've all got South African accents.
Yeah. Randall.
Exactly.
That was a terrible South African.
Shout out to our South African listeners.
Yeah.
Your accents make all of you sound terrifying.
Absolutely. But what I generate instantly from this is like a game idea or a mission idea where you would have a combined gang of Van Saar and Escher, but you're not taking champions and you're not taking leaders and stuff like that. You're taking chemists and gangers and so forth. But they get to pop open one of the vats that is almost ready to go. And that gets added to their gang. Like, you know, you roll a d6 and on a 6, they've popped open the right one. And it turns out to be a hulking Goliath who's just running around nudie bum, but like just go smash whoever's coming at us. Or you roll a 1 and they pop open a grey ooze. And
a grey ooze, and just keep those dank memes at home, because if you've got them, he's coming straight for you.
Exactly. So this would be a really cool type of scenario to play, where you meshed a Vansar and an Escher gang together, and then you attempt to, defend your vault or defend your lab against these attackers.
That's cool.
It would be pretty cool, wouldn't it? And as it says in there, noble houses so clan and noble houses. Do it from a noble house point of view, and have a team of soldiers coming after them, almost like for use of a better term,
a Venator gang.
A Venator gang. There you go.
Run a bunch of bounty hunters.
Yes. Yeah. Working for the noble house and assaulting this position. The idea would be that the Vansar and the Escher have to get their successful, what would you call it, experiment off the table, And
that's cool.
Yeah, the Venator gang would obviously be trying to kill them, but also destroy the lab as well. So, yeah, I think it would be a really cool way of playing a scenario. Again, way back in history, so you modify your weapons and so forth. But it is really cool to see that it's such a massive endeavour that it takes two clan houses merging together to create this. So you have the Imperial House sanctioning all of this, providing resources and materials and everything you can imagine, but it's the Vansar and Escher on board to be able to actually activate and create the project. So I guess the long-term goal for those two clan houses must have been, well, we will become the two most powerful clan houses under the rule of the Imperial House. All other noble houses will sit basically a backseat. All other clan houses will sit a backseat, and we will have a workforce that we could potentially weaponize of big, strong, hulking, subhumans or abhumans. Sorry, not subhumans. So there's a play there that would definitely work.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, and that's that's where I could see, it's a different future for Necromunda. What if they hadn't been stopped? What if the Goliath were able to be controlled? Then Necromunda becomes Vansar, Escher, the working force of Goliath, which then probably leads to the pathway of the Empyrean sticking their nose in and going, why do you have millions and millions of these bio-enhanced individuals on your planet? What have
Shut
you
up,
been
that's
doing?
why.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
What's that? You want to increase our tithe 10%? Ah, yes, I thought so. And the tax collector's just like, yes, that's what I want to do. And they're just like, just gives a nod. Then the planetary governor gives a nod. And then there's just 3 Goliaths standing there just nodding. Like, no, they have no idea what's going on. It's like, yes, nod.
Yes, this is what we do now. This is our role. Yeah.
As they munch down on a delicious batch of Crayola.
But I can imagine it wouldn't be just the Imperium that would be quite annoyed with Vansar, Escher, and I guess the Imperial House as well. I'm still fully standing by that this is Imperial sanctioned. You'd also have the other clan houses that would be quite riled up. And that's part of our next read. A combined army of rival clan houses launches a massive attack on the Alchemist Spire, the Vansar and Escher's primary bio-lab in High Primus. In the first hour of the assault, thousands are slain on both sides, and the defenders are pushed back to the very doors of the Uber Worker Vault.
I still love that.
Uber Worker?
The Uber Worker.
Like, I guess before the invention of Uber, it's like, oh yeah, Uberlisk, Uber this, oh yeah, it's the biggest and the best. And now it just sounds like a knockoff of a delivery service.
Oh yeah,
anyway.
Stratoplane for a Timmy Helmore.
Dialing back that people don't lose their point. Pushed back to the very doors of the Uber Worker Vault. Only a sudden betrayal changes the outcome of the battle. Agents of House Delark within the attacking army turning on their allies. In the aftermath of the battle, the Delacroix ask nothing of Vansar and Escher, though the clans know a debt will be owed for their timely intervention.
See, that's a different sort of story to what we already know. We knew that the Delark came in. I saw you just there. You're just like, yes, you bastard. That's what I was going to say.
Yeah, I was about to say the same
we
thing.
knew
We know what they did.
Yeah, we knew the Delark came in. What did we say before? Like the gene sequencer?
Yeah.
We knew they came in with that tech and were like, oh, yes, we're definitely currying favour with you two mighty established houses. Whereas here, the Delark were part of that force attacking Vansar and Escher. And then, in that just as planned, surprise Carnifex, they've attacked.
Yes.
I can just imagine they've slowly but surely fallen back. So all of their enemies are between them and the Vansar / Escher. And you just have the Delark just, without even mentioning it, they all just pull their auto guns and just mow their allies down from behind. The Vansar and Escher are standing there just like, wait, what? What just happened?
Do not look a gift horse in the mouth in this particular circumstance. You're just like, absolutely, go at them, destroy them.
Yep.
And I can imagine the Delacroix would have picked the particular allies to be in that assault. You know what I mean?
Yes. They knew what they were doing.
Yeah. He would definitely have allies, in quotes, that would have been told, this is the final assault. We're going to break through. You want to get up there nice and early to crack into the loop before anybody else does.
Yeah.
So some particularly powerful or some particularly enigmatic characters would be trying to get forward in that frontal assault. And they would be the ones that would be copping an absolute hiding and probably getting killed in the process, which would be a very Delark thing to do. But
funny.
This is not there. And funny, always. That's one of the main tenets of Necromunda lore is how funny can it be?
Yeah. How funny can you make the murder of some poor bastard?
Apparently quite a lot.
I mean, it is if you're a Delark.
Yeah, true. But the takeaway I get from this small little read is that they talk about the primary biolab. So obviously, and we know this because the word was sent out to biolabs all across the planet to make the Goliath. So, there's all different variations of biolabs popping up left, right and centre across the planet that create many different variations of not yet Goliath, but of things that will eventually become Goliath. But I can imagine some of these falling into disuse or just even becoming almost like backyard operations. And so you have a wannabe Fabius Bile just tinkering around, trying to create something on Necromunda, trying to mess around, and creating the grey ooze or creating the beasts.
Well, ironically, we do have a character very similar to that show up. We have actually spoken about her before. Remember, what was her name? Doc Shiv?
Doc Shiv.
Remember, she was the rogue doc that definitely wasn't like the gene mother to Shiv's crushes. Was she with Gorshiv Hammerfist? Was it Gorshiv who led the attack on Cinderak City?
Was it Gorshiv Hammerfist? I think it was, because I remember looking at the miniature.
Yeah. But so we have people like her where she was genuinely... She'd created Gorshiv as the, that uber stimmer where,
Uber stimmer,
all stimmers were pale comparison in his shadow. So, it's great because what you're talking about there where these different people creating Goliaths and that comes up a little bit later on. But this first point we need to talk about here is that after almost 2 centuries of trial and error, the Vansar and Escher marvel at their creation. The first vat-born Goliath emerging from its amniotic tank to breathe Necromunda's stale air. Now, this is a very important thing that I think we should touch on now before it gets sort of into it and to what goes on within the Goliath. That the Goliath primarily are made in vats, the amniotic vats, and they are, as we've said, are they clones? Are they, zygotes? Photosynthesis. I'm thinking of as many science words as I can.
Photosynthesis.
I don't know. Wonka's not here, so he can't help me right now. Wonka, answer your phone, buddy. But, yeah, like, the vast majority of the Goliath... I'm going to go ahead and say race, because it does mention that the Goliath themselves are recognised as a separate abhuman species. Sort of within the wider period.
Yeah, they do. They're abhuman, but like on the fringe of being abhuman because they're not quite abhuman enough. They're not as obvious as a ratling or an ogren, or perhaps even if you start to talk about mutations of abhumans, then the beastmen as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they're right on the very, very cusp of it, which I guess as you're about to explain more.
Well, yeah, so the vast majority of them are the Vatborn. Now, the Vatborn are typically majority male, and they are almost universally sterile. So, your Vatborn are really just the numbers of the house. They are, how would I say it, the masses. They make up the masses. They're the workers who fill the factories of the house. They maintain its position as a refining and manufacturing powerhouse on Necromunda, and also provide fodder for the Goliath gangs. Now, second in population size to the Vatborn are the Natborn, or natural-born Goliaths. So...
Explain that for me, Dr. Spamuel, considering that we've already established the Vatborn are sterile.
I believe it's that classic quote from Jurassic Park. Was it Ian Malcolm?
Yeah, I think I know the quote you're going to say. Go on.
Life finds a way. And much like...
Dr. Ian, is that you?
Yeah, exactly. I'm actually a human fly. But no, so we know that... inevitably, especially within the weird science fiction universe of 40k, that the Goliath themselves somehow have effectively evolved the ability to reproduce. Now, whether that means that the Goliaths whether they started producing Vatborn women, and you just happen to have a non-sterile, or like a virile, the Goliath male and female, and then they produced viable offspring. Or...
Well, I think also, in the early days of what we're talking about now, it would be heavily controlled and monitored to ensure that they're sterile.
Exactly.
But once they start to break the chains, then you would imagine that their scientists and their biolab experts and their chemists are all doing everything in their power to create better Goliaths, but they're not necessarily worried so much about are they going to be sterile.
No, but in the House of Chains, it specifically mentions that outside agencies are also interested in the Natborn. For if the Goliath genus can reliably reproduce itself, then the clan could become true abhumans and perhaps be ceded to other worlds where their strength and hardiness might aid the Imperium. So the Natborn, typically many of the alphas are Natborn. All right, so because of their position within the house, because of what they are, typically they're living longer, they're smarter, they're faster, they are let's be honest, better. And when we talk about their rules in game, they are better in basically every way. Their gene smithing enhancements are better. The Tyrant's Own, I think, is a natural take for anyone. But the Over Tyrants, almost without exception, are Natborns. So it shows that, you know, the Natborns themselves are a superior breed of Goliath.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, I see what you're saying. It's almost like you're filtering down to create the better version of this abhuman.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
So this is before the Goliath. You're basically creating an abhuman, and then by allowing nature to take over, and you have a natural birth, you're actually creating something that is more pronounced and more enhanced because you're taking the best of the Vatborn and you're smushing it together. But where are the natural born? Who are the Goliath breeding with? Really, is what I'm asking.
this brings up, I'm going to go ahead and call it my first gang idea.
Right.
And it's going to be hard to do because of the miniatures range available. But I'm calling them the muscle mummies. And
Okay. Yeah.
sorry, gang idea. They're called the muscle mummies, where basically they are a gang of female Goliath. And
Yeah.
so we know when you push the extremes of bodybuilding and muscle growth within regular people, maybe not you and me, as we are the pinnacle of human fitness and you know, aesthetics, but it takes years.
Oh, thank you.
It takes years to build a body like this. But when you get to a certain point, the physical differences between men and women physique-wise are, let's be honest, quite negligible. The hips and shoulders are typically the sort of main parts where you're looking at major difference. You could effectively, with do you remember the Stormcast Eternal female head pack?
Oh yes.
Oh
Yep.
man, I've got them here because I was going to do a female Goliath gang, and I really want to now, and I want to call them the Muscle Mummies, because
I would call them Forge Maidens, but
Muscle Mummies, and I would name them after all of my favorite female wrestlers. But
Oh,
yeah,
okay. That's different. That's interesting. They wouldn't look like modern day female wrestlers, I can imagine.
no,
'Cause
man,
they'd be a bit more.
female wrestlers and female bodybuilders, you'd basically just name them after that. Because some of them are just Jordan Grace. She's a independent / TNA wrestler. She's also a body sculptor, bodybuilder. Like
Yeah.
this woman is like 5'4", and she could quite easily beat the absolute snot out of most guys we know, because this woman is a tank.
Yeah,
Like,
right.
and that's-
It's not my area of expertise.
Yeah.
It doesn't tickle my fancy.
But this is what I'm thinking about when it comes to the female Goliath. Like, the female heads on the existing Goliath range, the Forgeborn range has a group of females. The Dark Oath models.
I was about to say Warcry would provide you with some really good structures to build upon there.
Yeah, especially for Juves and Prospects, dude. Like,
But why do they exist?
why do female Goliath exist?
Why does this gang exist? What are they doing? What are they doing that's so different from a regular Goliath gang?
They will be exclusionary towards Goliath because they will be sick of the fact that the Over-Tyrants are always men and drive themselves to almost emulate Escher, but better.
That's sort of what I was hinting at.
They don't.
they become an Escher Goliath gang.
Literally.
Yeah, I get you.
Modelling themselves as, like, you know, quote-unquote modern day Amazons, where they were exclusionary towards the males of their house, and they wanted to overcome. But you'd play them specifically fighting against other Goliath. Like, you'd want to absolutely hammer other Goliath gangs.
I just had this idea pop in my head. They're kind of like the Goliath version of the suffragettes.
Yes.
You know,
Yes.
they're basically going out there just they go like they're accepted as part of the clan of Goliath, but they're also in a way shunned as in
Yes.
no, you're still weaker than us. You're still not as powerful as we are, you know, and we being the male genus of the Goliaths. So
That's what you think, dickhead. Pat, pat, pat.
I got a gun called Snoo Snoo. Just so I can kill people with Snoo Snoo.
But, yeah, so that's the Natborns.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. You then have the Forgeborns. So Forgeborns are members from outside of House Goliath who see what the Goliath are, who see everything the Goliath do, and choose to have their bodies undergo vigorous adjustment, you know, on the fly, on the table, genetic manipulation. They are having grown muscle grafted to their body. They are effectively, do you remember in the Horus Heresy series, that bodyguard, he was a mute and he was the guard to the Remembrancer. And
yeah, of course, yeah.
He fought alongside the Sons of Horus, and they were like, "Nah, man, he's a regular dude, but he held his own." And like they basically, he was on my mind a 30k version of this. He had been lifted to a point where, and your core Pharaons, your Erebus, your Luthers, all of these humans were given the ability to be lifted as close to Space Marine as possible, but without truly becoming that. This is also, I think, another possible source for Goliath females. The Forgeborn coming in, being lifted into House Goliath. They would viably be able to reproduce. So what's to say?
Of course, because they're not modified, they're not affected by what has gone to all the Vatborns and even, I guess, the Natborns as well. You then have these Forgeborn who come in, who are providing assistance to the clan and it's almost like symbiotic, like we want to become you, so we will give you whatever we can from us, whatever we can bring, but you need to then provide us with the capacity to become more Goliathy, for use of a better term.
Exactly. And it even says in the House of Chains, the unborn are welcome into the house. The unborn, the Forgeborn, like they are willing to risk their lives to become Goliath. So they're welcomed in not only for lifting numbers, because you always want more, but they are willing to prove themselves that if this doesn't work, I'm going to die. And they bring in that diversity. They bring in the ability. They bring in the thought process that the irregular Goliath is not going to have.
They bring in diversity, basically.
Yeah.
Is exactly what you said. They bring in a diversity which could change not necessarily change a thinking pattern, but could change the process of thought about how the Goliaths would, engage against certain other houses, certain other gangs.
Yes.
Right.
And one thing I love here is that it says here in the book, House of Chains, we get the information from, to other clans, the difference between Vatborn, Natborn, and Unborn is negligible, each seemingly similar in size and appearance. By contrast, the Goliath themselves can tell the lineage of a brother or sister at a glance. So you're a Vatborn, you can look at someone and immediately know they're an Atborn. I can tell because they're a little bit bigger, they're a little bit stronger, they got a little bit more intelligence in their eyes, or they're an Unborn. They have a different type of swagger. They've got they've got the scars that I can see on both sides, where they've obviously had muscle grafted to themselves, and the fact they're able to do this, because to the rest of us, we're looking at these things and just going, look at that meat neck. What's this
muscle bound?
Yeah, what's this slab of crap want? And whereas the rest of them are just like, Oh yeah, I know what you are. I can tell how you've become a member of the house. Now, yeah, I sort of went into that there because we're going to start talking a lot about the Goliath themselves. So now that they've been born, now that that first Goliath has stepped out of the amnio vaults and has been built, this is really where the Goliath and the modern Goliath, because they're not the first house Goliath, but this is where the modern Goliath enters Necromunda.
Yeah. Enter Necromunda's proper, and it's like, even as I mentioned earlier in the episode, you know, about their slave origins, you begin to go, okay, this is perhaps where we can start to establish like why they would feel and why they would think the way that they think.
Yeah.
But and this read is actually titled Slaves of Necromunda. Years of servitude mark the beginning of the 40th millennium. During this time, the initial rumblings of rebellion within the clan begin, and the first real inroads to freedom begin to unfold. Oblivious to the chain of events they have started, the other clans continue to use the Goliaths for their own agendas and plots. So it's almost underhanded, it's almost sneaky, their slave rebellion.
Yeah.
And, I mean, even in our history, there are slave rebellions.
Prisoner with
that
job
have
rebellions.
Prisoners with jobs rebellion that have happened. But from the initial get-go, what surprised me about this is there is this underhanded and sneaky nature to it. And it's not because of who they are or what they are. It's because of the circumstance that they're in. They're adapting to that circumstance. And that's what I drew from this part, is that the Goliath are actually quite adaptable. You know, when needs must, they become adaptable.
Yes.
You know, if they need to get on the road, they get on the road. They do. Once they're there, they probably, you know, revert back to their normal behaviour of, you know, hit it with a hammer first and see what happens. But, but it's surprising that it's, you know, not something we mention about the Goliath all the time, but there is this adaptability. There is this, I don't want to use the word, but I'm going to because I can't think of a better one. Cunning. You know, there's this, it's real sort of edgy cunning to them that you go, oh, they're seeing this unfold and they know it's more about they're trying to work out the best way to bring the heaviest hit to that situation. They're not trying to work out the best way to circumvent it or go underhanded. They're trying to work out the best way to bring the biggest sledgehammer to that situation, and they're the ones who are swinging it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's very interesting. As soon as you start in this slave period of history, you begin to see that straight away, because obviously they couldn't be open with any form of rebellion.
Well, at this point here, they're not smart enough for it. I mean, you're looking at it that a few scant years after the first Goliath is birthed, the slave clan is put to work. Tens of thousands of gene-smith workers with an intelligence little more than animals are herded into the factorums and taught the simple tasks they will perform for the rest of their short lives. We didn't really mention it before. Goliaths only live like 3 to 5 years. Like, I think if they reach 10, it's just like, whoa, old man coming through. But they're dumb here. They are bred to be big and dumb. They're basically like, all right, every rugby front rower you've ever met.
Why? Why have you done this to the pod?
You know what? I'm taking an official stance. Come at me, rugby players. I don't care.
Oh my god.
My name is Nathan. I'll put my address in the show notes here. No, but like they're genuinely bred to be the biggest, strongest, most resilient, but dumbest people that they can be, because they literally are there to, hammer metal until metal is round, you know?
Yeah,
or,
right.
You know, chain is big. Pull chain. Yep.
Yeah.
You know, they're Ogrins, but fun size, I guess. Like...
Yeah, and this is what I'm saying, like, when I'm talking about that cunning and that adaptability, it's not now that it's happening.
Oh, it's coming, though.
But It's coming, but we're starting, like, this is where I can imagine the base elements. Like, even an animal knows when it's chained. It is caged. It is in trouble. It is not free, you know. So no matter what their betters have done, they're not going to be able to extinguish that, basically, instinct
Yes.
of a desire to not just be shackled to a machine. And I guess that's the advantage of having them with short lives, is that you can make it easier to shackle them for a shortened period of time. So you just go, well, they're not going to become rebellious because they're only going to live 2 to 3 years anyway, or 3 to 5 years, whatever the case might be.
Yeah, so they're not going to be around long enough to really come up with a plan to get out from under the thumb because, yeah, they're literally not going to be around long enough. So
Yeah, exactly.
We don't have to worry about it until they inexplicably develop the ability to breed, and you have baby Goliath that are born, 6'2", 148 kilos, and routinely punch their way through, the hive scum who accidentally look at them. But that is what it is.
Yeah, exactly. That's the inevitable chaos that becomes House Goliath. Anyway, the early expectations for Goliath go beyond everybody's expectations, and in the early decades of their existence, the Goliaths exceed even Alberoth's most optimistic expectations. Tens of thousands of them are shipped out to hives across Necromunda, and the Lord of the Imperial House places orders for hundreds of thousands more. This is exactly what I was saying at the start. Sanctioned. This is all sanctioned.
Sanctioned by the Imperial House, yes. I think this is going to be a point of contention for you and I for the entirety of this recording. I do not believe the Imperium right now sanctions it. I believe that will change later on. I believe...
Yeah, okay, but right now...
We mentioned it just earlier. There were outside parties who were like, ooh, I'm hoping this... that's obviously in the future because I read ahead there. But I think it will eventually be can we harness the Goliath to possibly colonize those worlds that regular humans can't? Where terraforming isn't viable economically, mayhaps?
Yeah, look, I agree with you a little bit, but I in my mindset, when the Imperial House is sanctioning it, that's the Imperium sanctioning it. Whether it be their own little project or not.
They are, it is, yeah, you know what, I actually agree with you here. I believe they are sanctioning it vicariously through the Imperial House. I reckon there's going to be an Inquisitor or a naval officer or an Astra Militarum officer who's sort of like, yeah, you know what, go ahead, do it. If it works out, I can take a bunch of them from you. We both look great. If it doesn't, if you screw this up and shit hits the fan, I'm not taking any of the blame. Mate.
Yeah. Oh, I totally view it as that. It would be representatives from Terra would just be saying, look, we're going to give you a green light, but understand that green light never came from us.
Yes,
unless it all plays out beautifully, and then we were the ones with all the green lights.
Yep, I totally agree with that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So, but it, as you say, they exceed expectations. They're doing above and beyond. They are turning the factory floors into something amazing. And I guess if they're going to be successful, what do? You keep creating more of them. But if you create more of something, you create more of a problem.
I just think
most of the time.
I think it's great that they were called the Uber worker before, but now apparently you can order them on Amazon. I'm just gonna need
Amazon on Necromunda.
I'm just gonna need 300 Uber worker. Like, well, honestly, mate, I'm gonna have to go out back and check if we've got any. You're calling from the 1300 number. He walks back and it's just row upon row upon row of Goliath, and he's like, "Yeah, I got a couple. How many you need, bud?"
I can do you a solid here.
I'll do you a solid.
I love the idea of there being hundreds of thousands more being ordered and being built and so forth. I instinctively think of, it's short bird Imperial Guard army. It's just like you try to get them to a neighbouring system as soon as you can, and just give them clubs and sticks, and just rush them out into the enemy. Just go, oh, Tower Empire's moving in. Cool, sweet. Get hundreds of thousands of these, deploy them, and use them as orcs. Like Imperial Guard orcs.
You
I reckon it's cool.
regiment idea.
Yeah.
Literally that. Picture a feral world.
Yeah.
Sort of like a feral group of Goliaths where you've just got like commissars standing at the back with like power whips and just what do they call it? Oh, they're power goads and like pain whips or whatever. Yeah. And you're just rushing these things forward. You're that traitor regiment or that traitor militia on the other side of the battlefield. They're just laying in the last fire, and these Goliaths are just eating it. Like, what? Yeah. Angry light hurt must smash.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly my mindset. And then you would have Ogrins within there, and the Ogrins are like the smart ones, but they protect the commissars.
Yes.
From the Goliath, So there's just like when the Goliath are just like, I'm sick of being whipped or sick of being electroed, like, the cattle prod in the go now.
Cattle prod, that's the word.
Cattle prod, yeah. So that's when the Ogren steps in and goes, no. You don't lay a hand on our little friend in black there. You just keep running forward, head down, and smash into something as hard as you can. Just harping back to Amazon and Necromunda, though, there is an implication there that just Jeff Bezos would be then the Emperor to have survived that long. Does that make sense?
I have a theory that...
How can you get a theory from this? This is mad.
I have a theory that one of the... Sort of go back to the golden age of technology, where... You know how companies buy up smaller companies and they become bigger?
Yes.
I think that as humanity progressed, sort of our current timeline continues until all the companies have basically been purchased. And there's like 3 Uber companies. I'm going to use the word Uber a lot during this episode.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the theme of the episode.
There's like 3 Uber companies. And let's call them like... Because I don't want to get sued. Company 1, Company 2, and Company 3.
Ooh, good names. Yeah, go on.
So, but like Company 1, when the Great Expansion and the moving into the stars and that basically said, so there's 4 companies. Like, we're going to take everything north from northwest to northeast, and the next one's like, all right, so we're going to take everything from northeast to southeast. The next one goes, all right, so we'll get southeast to southwest. And the last one goes, sweet, we get everything southwest to northwest. And that's how they expanded. So Amazon would have been one of these companies, or the company that eventually Amazon became. Let's just call it Compute Global Hyper Meganet. And they've moved out into their eastern direction and basically conquered everything over there. So yeah, Amazon could have landed on Necromunda.
Oh, mate, you've sold me.
Yeah.
I totally agree with you. Like, I was just trying to be funny, but you've converted me to the cause.
Think of it like private enterprise. We know is is really the bad guy of Necromunda. So why not have a bad guy that we have here, like in reality being capitalism, and just be like, capitalism is the bad guy in 40... Wait, we've already said that. We've said that many times. This, yeah. Capitalism is the bad guy on Necromunda.
It is. Yeah. It is 100%. And it is... Capitalism's the birth of the Goliaths.
Exactly.
That's where they stem from. It's the tithe, obviously, but, and we've discussed this in previous episodes, that yes, there is a lot spent to create the tithe or to generate the resources to meet the tithe, but there is a lot spent to ensure that the pockets are heavily lined, credits become, filled into the pockets of many, many different parties that are involved in whatever manufacturer and whatever industry is being, exploited at the time on Necromunda.
Exactly. Now, this sort of leads us into some of the commodities being exploited on Necromunda, where, despite the success of the Goliaths, some strange events dog their dissemination across the planet. Some shipments of Goliaths go missing, while others escape into the wastes, becoming feral things who hunt Ash, Waster, and Hiver alike. Perhaps the most disturbing of all are rumours of secret labs producing their own strain of the Goliath genus.
I said it.
You did.
I said
Your
it.
Ash Waste, Fabius Bile.
Yes, exactly. People who have gone, this is sanctioned here now. We're not going to get a rap on the knuckles because at the end of the day, we're creating Goliaths for Necromunda. So who's going out there searching for these labs? Nobody. It's like finding a needle in a needle stack. It's going to be impossible because there's probably thousands, hundreds of thousands of these labs. So who's finding the rogue labs? Nobody at all. And so you are able then create your own strain of Goliath.
But it doesn't even need to be that complex. Like what you're saying, I 100% agree. They're sitting there going, okay, well, everyone else is doing it. Why shouldn't I? This is your knockoff market. You're buying your knockoff Gucci purse at your Sunday market. You're literally buying knockoff Goliath.
But they wouldn't be called Goliaths then. They'd be called like
Moliaths.
Goliaths. No liars. Yes. No liars.
But this is genuine. This is a great example. This could be how they developed the ability to reproduce. People were simply going,
True.
I'm just going to take male Goliath genetic material, inject it into a viable embryo, put it into a woman, and can I just create Goliath without the need for these enormous amniotic tanks, or will it give me a Goliath that possibly lives longer? Next thing you know, you have Nat born. You could probably Gucci purse your way into a viable abhuman strain.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is the danger of what I was talking about, like the idea of it's sanctioned, right? Is that it allows the rogues, it allows the people who aren't exactly following the rules or who are outside of the umbrella of, the project, you'd call it, to go off and do things that they shouldn't be doing, to mess with science that they shouldn't be messing with, all because of the rules of the Imperium. But, again, you're not having anybody policing it because there's too much going on. There are too many labs, there are too many scientists. It would probably take nothing for one of these, what would you call them, secret labs, for one of these secret labs to, I don't know, spray a little bit of Vansar graffiti on the front of their door, and people just go, well, it's a Vansar lab, we'll leave them alone. I can't imagine there's going to be a completely rigid system in place for the Palanites or the Arbites on the ground to find this one little ramshackle lab and go, okay, well, we're going to investigate them, because there could be 10 or 15 others like that. And this is, as I was saying to you earlier, this breeds the foundations of how to create a chaos on your own planet, because you begin to mess with ideas, ideologies, and technologies that the Imperium says are bad. It's very much the same with like AI. You don't mess with the AI, and then you have gangs who are messing with it, and it starts to get rampant. It starts to go everywhere, and that's when you have major problems.
Well, what you've said there about the Vansar is great, because we haven't really mentioned it yet, but obviously the Vansar and the Escher, and with some sideline assistance from House Delark, they're the reason we have the Goliath in the first place. And when it was given to the Vansar and Escher, not only do I think it was given to two separate houses because you want them competing with each other, you want them fighting to be the one that actually does the most work and gets the most praise from the Imperial House, but both houses had reasons to be doing this. Both the Vansar and the Escher are dying at the genetic level. The Van Sar,
very
because
true.
of the STC,
Yes.
ravaged with radiation and ridiculous good looks, and the Escher, obviously,
Yeah, righto.
and and beautiful South African accents. Sorry, thank you for reminding me.
I'm happy to do that. Yeah.
But the Escher, obviously, because of years and years of just chem abuse and what were they called? The gene salons.
Yes, the gene salons, yeah.
So
where they basically just messed with
yeah,
themselves.
they've ruined their ability to reproduce
Yeah.
males, or viable males anyway. So both of these houses, the whole time, are sitting there going, this could be the answer to what we need. The Escher are going, these stupid Van Sar, they're going to be using their tech mixed with our chemical abilities, and they're going to help us overcome this bloodline curse. And the Van Sar are, like, I can't do a South African accent, so I'm not going to try. But they're basically going, these stupid Escher, like, we have the technological ability, but we lack their chemical ability. So they're going to give us the chems that we'll be able to create either new organs or new blood or possibly new bodies for ourselves.
Oh,
We're
right.
going to be able to
absolutely.
remove that taint that our STC is giving us.
Yeah, right.
And the Delark the whole time are like, sitting there to be like, Delark, ooh ha ha. Or speaking in calamari, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But, they see what's happening. But that's the thing. So when you're talking about these labs where the local enforcers or, arbos or whatever, they're coming in and going like, something needs to be done. The local Van Sar gangs are paying off the enforcers. The local Escher know that, they've got enough informants and spies that when the Arbos are coming down, because, when Arbos get involved, that's Imperial law. That's not Necromundan law.
Yep.
That's Imperial law.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why I mentioned it, because they would be the ones really swinging the fist, but they would be relying, as you say, on information from the ground up. And we understand where all this ends up, in that it ends up in the clan house. But a technology like this, given free reign to access, to use, to develop, to engineer, it's what can destroy an entire planet. Because
absolutely,
you have roving gangs and roaming groups that have no concept of what they're fighting for, but just desire to fight, desire to murder, and then you just sprinkle a little bit of, chaos salt on top of that, and that's it. You've got a proper infection on a planet.
You have entire deliveries of these Goliath going missing. Yeah, some of them wind up in the waste and just kill their way across, the sands or the dunes or whatever for 3 to 5 years and eventually just die out because their bodies just give up. But if you get a band of them that is taken by a cult who say, hey, if you fight for us, we'll make sure you don't die, we'll make sure you live longer, you have an effective or almost unkillable army of human-shaped juggernauts.
Exactly. And that's when the Imperium would have to flick the switch and send serious forces in there.
Exactly.
That they would need to absolutely crush any sort of rebellion or insurrection like that. And that's why, having read the book, that was the key thing. I looked at it, I was like, they dabbled in something that they were so lucky they got House Goliath. At the end of the result. Yeah, they got a clan house. They didn't get a full-blown rebellion on the planet, which they were right on the tipping point of.
But it says in the House of Chains, it's talking about the Van Sar and Escher efforts before House Goliath. And it says, these efforts had met with failure as the technologies used by the Van Sar often proved unstable. Horrific mutants or psychotic abominations were produced as often as brain-dead organ bags or vats of fleshy, self-aware soup.
Oof.
Firstly, I kind of want to have Bigby Crumb cook me up a batch of, self-aware soup. But then
that's terrible. That's actually terrible. Oh my god, the poor soup. Made me feel bad for soup. Thanks, mate.
But then the Escher, they'd obviously had success with the revival of the dead and chemical mind control, but neither of these actually solved the problem of their withered male population. So, and it then goes on, the Vansar imagine a slave race from which to harvest uncorrupted organs, and the Escher hoping for breeding stock to father strong, capable daughters and sons for the clan.
Yeah.
So they both have their, not exactly altruistic reasons for why they want to do this. But
yeah, and also they've been requested by the
they've been
Imperial
told.
House.
They've been told. But yeah, like
Not
you're
requested,
absolutely
you're
right.
told.
Like these things that they're creating beforehand, the psychotic mutants, the grey ooze, the delicious self-aware soups, like this trial and error method of science that eventually, thankfully, wound up as House Goliath. Like, it's that 1 in a million.
Yeah.
Holy hell, we've created a
absolutely.
viable project here.
Yeah, exactly. And that's, I guess, what my point is from the very beginning is that the chance of it going wrong was massive, and it does go wrong, this project, I guess, in the sense that the Goliath turn on they turn on their purpose. They're no longer the dumb muscle-bound monstrosity just hammering plates of steel. And we learn that in the fact that they start to create their own secret language.
Yes.
So overseers discover Goliath workers are leaving crude markings on their machines, warnings to Alberath's manufactorium emissaries that the slave workers are communicating with each other are met with derision and dismissed out of hand. First, like classic head in the sky imperial noble, just going, no, don't worry about it. They're just markings. They'll be fine. And the people on the ground who are closer to the workers, to the Goliath masses, are starting to probably see some sort of synergy, some sort of cohesion and unity working with them. And then they're seeing it come out in, well, I guess their markings. I'm not going to say, well, they do call it a secret language, but they start to develop language, which is, the beginnings of their next step, I guess.
But it's that classic colonialist mindset, isn't it? Of it's
true.
It's not a language. It's cave paintings. In this case, the caves just happen to be city-sized manufactoriums. It's the Goliath. What they're drawing on the machines. Is it stopping production? No. Shut up, then, idiot. Go back to work. We need these las guns. We need this armor plating. Like, why are you bothering me with this nonsense? And because in their mindset, they don't care about a couple of doodles on the side of their machines. They care about meeting their tithe. And
they care about that machine.
Exactly.
That's all they care about.
Exactly.
That machine producing. I love that you said that, yes, is it stopping production? No, it's not. Okay, cool. And it's not seeing I don't know if I ever use this analogy right, but it's not seeing the forest for the trees. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
So they're simply sitting there going, well, we know they're dumb. We know they're not going to be able to rebel. We know they have limited time frames of their life. So we're fine with whatever's going to be happening with them because they're too dumb to do anything. But as you said earlier, life finds a way. Nature finds a way as well. And what I was saying about, you repress the animal, you chain the animal, it's going to find a way to get its own back.
Yeah, see, this is where we start seeing the spread of the Goliath. We know they've been going everywhere else, but from this point here, the nobles, the higher-ups, the Imperial House is seeing that the Goliath have much more viable use than just being in the hives themselves. Goliath slave crews are driven into long-abandoned wasteland settlements, forcing out waster tribes and reclaiming ancient factorums for the Lord of Necromunda. Some of these settlements, such as Pit City, grow into thriving centres for outland trade and travellers. This is it. This is where they start doing that orc thing. They can survive what no one else can. You've got your militia, your hive militia there with their fancy uniforms and guns, and there's 20 of them, and there's 100 of these Goliath, and then there's a couple of guys with whips or goads, or they're tapping the biggest one on the shoulder and say, "Go kill everyone there." And they.
So that's what I was about to ask. Sorry to cut you off here. Do you think they weaponized their Goliath at this stage?
100%.
And said, "You reckon that's again so dangerous, like
incredibly dangerous."
That's why when having read this one, I was just thinking, okay, you would need a company along with them, and some sort of support to drive out the waster tribes and whatever else is already sitting in these settlements. But to use the Goliath, it just sort of... I just moved around a lot. I'll go from company. So if you have a company of soldiers to drive out the waster tribes and so forth, but using the Goliath to do that, it begins to sow the seeds of, violence within them.
Think about it this way. You're the guard guy. How long does it take to train a guardsman? Not a Cadian, your bog standard guardsman.
Bog standard guardsman. Not very long at all, in my opinion. Can you shoot this rifle? Yes, I can.
But to listen to orders, let's say...
Oh, okay. So you want to actually train them up. So
train them so they're a soldier.
Train a soldier.
Yeah.
So they're a soldier, yes. Mate, I would say 2 months. A month.
And you've got to feed them that whole time. And they've got to be a certain age before they can to start learning all these things. That's years, right?
Yeah.
Years before they're really able to be a soldier.
Yes.
You can pay your $3 and 10-cent coins into your amnio vat, and it'll poop out a Goliath for you. And then you give that thing a wrench or a big stick, and you point in a direction and say, "Go kill." A Goliath life is worth a hell of a lot less than a militia member, than a trained soldier, because your trained soldier gets shot in the face with a las rifle, probably not getting up. You shoot a Goliath in the face with a las rifle, it's going to find you, it's going to rip your face off, and then it's going to eat said face.
Yeah.
And then it's going to go to work.
He's had his breakfast. He'll get into it.
Yeah, so I genuinely believe at this point they are weaponizing the Goliath, because it says that they are forcing out the wasted tribes and reclaiming ancient factorums. I
know.
I don't think they're giving them guns. I think because they're not smart enough for guns. They're smart enough to swing a hammer. You give them a big two-handed hammer or a big, a pointy stick on the end of another stick. They're going to go and they're going to clean house and then go to work.
Oh, look, I totally and go to work. That's the key thing. Make sure you get to your shift on time. Otherwise, you miss your lunch break. But
no more face.
No, you're not allowed to have a little snacky. When having read that, I just thought to myself, if you're already militarizing or weaponizing a Goliath at this stage, you're already creating an atmosphere for them to just become more and more dangerous. But look, it's Necromunda, it's 40k. That's where the journey starts and ends, isn't it? It's like, how much violence can we manifest out of everything?
Yes.
But you've totally convinced me why, if you take, if you're taking 100 Goliaths or these, these vat-born things with you, and you've got a handful of militia, why would you be sending a militia into fight? Send you hundreds of Goliaths, just unleash them. Because if it takes you 6 months to clear these settlements or whatever, you've still got a ton of working life left in them.
Correct.
And you could probably get your second order in or your third order in before the first order of Goliaths have died.
Because your average, your militia members, they're getting tired. They can't handle the lack of air. or the toxins or the whatever. Your Goliaths shrug it off. They don't need all the protective equipment. Yeah, you're having to pay for them, but you're only paying for them once, and then you just give them gruel. Like,
this is actually, I've said this on a few other episodes. This is actually making me a bit sad for the poor Goliaths.
Yeah.
I want to see them rebel. I want to see them stomp some face. And actually, our next reader talks exactly about that. Generation by generation, the Goliaths become more aware of their situation and more intelligent. A little bit like the reality is we say intelligent, but it's very loose term used for them.
They can say the word synonym, but they don't know what it means.
It's what you put on donuts, isn't it?
Yeah, it's that sprinkle. Yeah, synonym donuts.
Sprinkle is
delicious.
Yeah, my favourite. Yeah. Their masters hail this development as a new strength of the slave race, making them better at their job, despite voices raised in concern over what this could mean for the future of the planet. And this is everything we've been discussing beforehand. This is, in writing, here it is. We are starting to see that base intelligence come along. And that means once that base intelligence begins to get established, it means that they become aware. And when they become aware, they become dangerous.
Well, this is exactly it. We're at a point now where the rebellion itself is starting to occur. And this is M40, that by the midpoint of the millennium, the clan stands on the cusp of rebellion, and the true work of becoming a clan house can begin. Seeing the potential of this newly risen faction, Lady Helmore manipulates events to spread the influence and power of the Goliaths to every corner of her blighted industrial world. In fact, it's great here. This is Lady Jean's Helmore. Jean's? Let's just call her Jane. Lady Jane Helmore. She was the successor to Alberoth, and she didn't really like her father's mindset of a prisoner with job race. She found it quite antiquated. And when she was looking at it, it's because all inhabitants of Necromunda, when it came to the Imperial House, were prisoners with jobs. Simply, anyone below House Helmore was a prisoner with job. Now,
yes, well-established fact.
Yeah.
Yes.
In fact, something quoted to her is, if the Goliaths want to govern themselves, then let them prove their worth. So it's claimed she said that. So they've taken a step back and said, whatever happens with any of you, I don't care. At the end of the day, I want my tithe, I want my cut, I want order. If it's going to be from House Van Saar and Escher and Delark and, House Fee, Fi, Fo and Fum, we don't care. If the Goliath established themselves properly, it is what it is. And in fact, the Goliaths take several centuries, but they will eventually become free.
Yes, so, and I respect that you mentioned the smaller houses that don't rarely get mentioned as well, Fee, Fi, Fo and Fum. We probably should do an episode on them one day. But they're giant houses. Get it?
That was great.
Yeah, that was good, wasn't it? Anyway, but what I want to talk about in relation to that is that if you introduce this new clan house into the hierarchy that is a Necromunda, it'll destabilise. You won't create the peace that you're talking about. But if it's introduced over several hundred years, if it bleeds in very slowly, takes its time, and establishes itself as a powerhouse by the time it's ready to be fully immersed on the planet, then that's where you can help create that peace and that understanding. But the idea that a new house coming on board would not affect the tithe, not affect the population, not affect the peace, I think is a little bit crazy, because I definitely think it most certainly would it would throw everything out and would definitely create a chaos. But this is where that sanction from the Imperial House makes all the difference. So when she's backing it, it's where House Goliath are able and capable of rising to greatness. If Lady Helmore wasn't backing it, it would be done. They'd be crushed in some way, manner or shape, and the project would probably go, okay, well, we need to reassess how we're making this Goliath.
Well, that's the thing. It shows that the smaller houses, basically anything under the Imperial House, I'm classing here as a smaller house. The smaller houses in the eyes of the Imperial House are simply there to serve. Like I'm saying, she's neither supporting nor not supporting. She's taking a step back. She does not care. And this whole thing occurs because she's going, this will clear my enemies and strengthen my allies.
See, when I read that, I see that she's supporting them. You know, it says manipulates the events to spread the influence. And so that's what I see that as. It's like, you know, it's not a direct support like here's weapons and here's, you know, finances and so forth. But it's a support in the manner that says this clan house, and probably not quite established as House Goliath yet, but this clan house is something to be recognised, something to be, you know, given an opportunity to. So it's that kind of support I'm talking about. It's not giving them a leg up. It's more of a support in the sense that you're not going to destroy them, these prisoners with jobs. You're not going to, you know, change the way that you're manufacturing them. Continue as is. I want to see how this unfolds, with the notion that they will unfold in support of House Helmore.
No, I see it that it will unfold in the support of House Helmore. Either the other houses will become strong, put the Goliath back in their place, and House Helmore will become richer for it. Or the Goliath will destroy smaller houses, become a true clan house, establish themselves as an economic and manufacturing powerhouse, of which will pay House Helmore, and House Helmore will profit.
Oh,
so
right.
they're saying either way. So you're literally saying either way we win. We don't care
So
whether
she's
it's
hedging the
Escher
bets.
and Van Saar and Fee, Fi, Fo and Fum, or if it's Escher, Van Saar and Goliath. At the end of the day, we win.
Helmore wins.
Helmore wins.
Until it doesn't, and Aranthus does.
That's millennia from now.
That's a fair bit in the future. Anyway, a sanctioned uprising in the far-flung hive of Udstan's Grace. Goliath workers rise up against their overseers, murdering every member of their manufactorium, not of the clan. While the clan house of Urstadan scream for retribution against the rogue factorum, the hive's lords choose to grant the Goliaths autonomy, in no small part because of an immediate increase to their production rates. This act will set a precedent repeated across the world over the following. So exactly what you just said. Yeah.
We don't care. We don't care who wins. As long as we're making money.
Yeah. So before the authorities decide to react, they check the production rates and go, don't really need to react here, do we? We can just hold off.
They wiped out thousands of individuals from noble and from clan houses, but you notice that 0.175% increase in iron ore manufacturing? Man, imagine if that got up to 0.2%. Let's just let him go with it. We'll see what happens. No, shut up. I don't care about your cousin.
Exactly. The clan houses are screaming out, going, "Hey, they've gone and murdered X, Y, and Z. They've done all this wrong." And the people collecting the tithe, whether it be the noble houses or the imperial house, are just simply going, "Well, we're just going to pump the brakes for a minute and just see exactly what happens here." It's almost allowing this to be the beginnings to see exactly how bad it can be. But as I said, at the end of it, it sets a precedent that gets repeated, which is it's the gamble. That the House Goliath is all about the gamble. Like, how far can we get away? How much can we get away with before it blows up in our faces?
Buddy, if I knew killing your cousin would get me 0.175% increase in production, I would have killed him years ago. I would have killed all of your cousins. It's like, yeah, but they're your cousins too. Yeah, but I didn't like them.
Yeah.
Like,
But it wouldn't matter. Having them alive didn't increase production. So why do I need to care about them? I need to care about production.
And less Christmas cards now. It's a win-win, buddy.
We've mentioned this before, but I really, really want to touch on what Christmas looks like on Necromunda.
It would be great.
But maybe a December episode, eh?
Santa Claus has actual claws.
Yes.
He has power claws, and he puts what's left of those people who are naughty into his sack. Well, moving away from Santa's sack and claws, with the death of Alberoth and the failure of the long alliance between the clan houses of Vansar and Escher, central control of the Goliath's fragments. In places they remain slaves under their clan masters, while in others they win their freedom, either through violence or the plotting of their overseers. During this time, the first shadow forges appear, comprising independent Goliath enclaves. Like, this is really what we've just been talking about.
Yeah.
They're either it's a violent uprising, they kill whoever's left, and turn around and say, we're going to go back to work now, you're going to leave us alone. And the other people in charge are going, 0.175%, baby. Or their overseers are going, hey, if you kill them, you can take over everything. Just keep that production coming. And the
don't kill me.
Yeah, they're rubbing their hands
I'll be
together.
here.
Yeah,
I'll be here on your side. I'll do it all. I'll do everything you need, but you just go get yourself established. But I love that they mentioned during this time you start to see the first shadow forges appear.
Yes,
and then it's where they can begin to establish themselves. You know, where they can actually have I guess for use of a better term, a home. You know, and once you have that, that's when they become incredibly deadly, because there is something to protect, something to retreat back to, something that they call their own, not just a building that they produce in. But there's a little part at the top of that read where the long alliance between House Vansar and Escher.
yeah.
This is harpers back to what I was talking about earlier about, I think the plan was Helmor, Vansar, Escher. That was the dream, I believe.
I wouldn't say it was the dream. I think it was the situation that gave the most benefit to everyone. The Vansar needed the Escher's Chemtech. The Escher needed the Vansar's Tech. And it's obviously during this point here where the alliance breaks down and causes the issues for everyone.
But does that not say to you, and I realise it's a Goliath episode, but I'll Escher it up a bit. Does that not say to you that House Vansar and House Escher are probably the two most important houses in the eyes of the Imperial House?
No, not at all.
Oh.
I believe this was House Helmor, like I said before, saying, you two are the ones with the technological and alchemical knowledge that I need to create my worker race. But at the same time, you are going to be doing this for your own selfish reasons, not just to help me. If it was House Aranthus, who was the leaders of chemicals and drugs and that sort of stuff, it would be Vansar and Aranthus. If it was House Fee, Fi, Fo, or Fum, who were the technologically ascendant ones, they would be there alongside Escher. And it's crazy about the breakdown of the alliance, because House Escher was when the Imperial House basically said, hey, the Goliath are going to do what they want to do, we're going to take a step back you'll just have at it. The Escher reacted the most violently and actually fought quite brutally to try and keep them in their place. And this is something I probably should have said earlier, because the Escher's creation of female Goliaths. So the Escher created female Goliaths.
Right. Which makes sense. Of course they would.
Of course.
Yeah.
But it was the part that set the Goliaths free of their dependence on the technologies, those amniotic vats. So that's where we start seeing the coming of the Goliath alphas, the Natborns, intelligent, that cunning you were talking about before. Not just let's rush head first. It's let's get the biggest, toughest ones up front, give them the most armor, make them rush head first. But we're going to get some coming in from a pincer as well.
Yeah.
It was this step. So the Escher have sown the seeds of their own destruction here. And
shock horror. Classic Escher.
It isn't the consequences of my own actions coming at me again. But it was then also House Van Saar made an alliance with the Goliaths, and Duke Hedrick X met with the first overtyrant, Hephrem, and I love this, also known as the Vat Mother, for the genetic heritage she shared with countless members of her clan. I'm guessing she's either she's a Natborn who's had a lot of children who have then had a lot of children, or possibly even they've been cloned from her.
It's a cool character.
Yeah. See, she's that's the queen of my muscle mummies right there.
Yeah.
But Hedrick offers her from the technologies to create more of her kind. If the Goliaths enter, and get this, into a trade partnership with the Van Saar, they allowed the Goliath to cement themselves as a clan house, to get their freedom, to get the power to truly be one of the primary houses on Necromunda for money, and also to screw over House Escher. These were the two sort of real primary ideas: money and screwing House Escher. Now, this Hephrem didn't want to do this. She knew what was happening, but she also knew that if she didn't do this, they weren't viably going to exist beyond this rebellion, beyond this next few years. And like we said...
Exactly what I was mentioning earlier. Without support, they are nothing.
Yeah.
They need this support. They were never going to build themselves solely because of the nature of their lifespan, plus also the nature of their intelligence as well. But anyway, I cut you off. Continue.
No, but this is exactly it. Like, for centuries, the Goliaths were in this perpetual state of, let's be honest, freedom and prisoner with job. And it's insane because it says here, in some places, like the Sumpsprawl of Hive Quintus, the Goliaths were exterminated by the ruling clans for fear of rebellion. So they decided to cut the head off the snake straight away.
Yeah, and that's what I said to you about, when we're talking about our 0.175% increase. So maybe there was one of those rebellions that took place in a manufactorum, and all the clan houses got together and went, no.
Get rid of them.
This is not happening. Yeah, we're going to have a sense of unity here, and we're going to wipe them out. And we're going to potentially wipe out the labs that are making them as well, because they have the foresight to see that left unchecked or left purely based on the fact that they are great producers, they could end up having a scorpion in their pocket.
Yep. The old Necromundan adage that we've coined here: lock the doors, gas them.
Yeah, exactly. That's probably what they would have done.
Lock the manufactorium doors, gas them.
Yeah, exactly.
Poison their food. Do whatever you can,
poison those crayons.
Poison those crayons, It's bubonic brown. You know how it is. But yeah, and this is it. You've hit all these talking points already. Like, we're just rehashing here, but yeah, this was the chaos that the Goliath needed to truly step out and become what they are. In fact, the next two talking points here really are about what we've just talked about. So we'll might as well just smash those two out to tie up this talking point here.
Yeah, so fear, folly, and betrayal. The clan houses seek an alliance to stem the rise of House Goliath. Though their efforts are plagued with betrayal, each clan believes their rivals are in fact working to enslave the Goliaths for themselves, while in The Spy, the new Lady Helmore, Lady Jane, manipulates events to ensure the survival of Necromunda's newest house, her eyes fixed firmly on the future of her domain.
Like you said before, everything... I'm actually now turning to your way of thinking. She's looking at this going, I'm going to do this because I know the Goliath's going to win.
Yeah, well, but it destabilises. I don't know if I mentioned that earlier. I had the thought rummaging around inside my head. It destabilises these clans that are very happy with their lot. You know, production's up because we've got Goliath slaves and we're doing this and we're having our own little battles. And the Helmors are probably seeing it going, well, other noble houses are dipping their fingers into the pies that the clans are creating. How much strength does that give another noble house? Okay, let's really throw a cat amongst the pigeons here. Have a whole brand new clan house rise up.
Yep.
Yes.
I'm sick of having to let these minor houses take their cut of my money.
Yeah, exactly.
So, what if I just centralise all of the manufacturing under a house under my control? And
yeah,
coming into this last one here, despite decades of minor uprising and endemic gang violence, the Goliaths continue to thrive. When over-tyrant Hepharim marches into the Council of Clans in 743 M40, her peers realise their efforts to stop the Goliath have failed, and with the blessing of Lady Helmore, the clan takes its place officially among the clan houses of Necromunda. Hepharim did it. She was the leader to bring House Goliath in as the powerhouse it will become today. And all it took was Escher being Escher, the Vansar with their ingenious ingenuity, drive, determination, ability to...
And being filthy traitors.
To be filthy traitors and betray the alliance. But at the end of the day, it came down to the manipulations of the Imperial House.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and they're their own end goal and their end designs. And it's something we talk about all the time. It's the Imperial House that causes the issues, but also creates the outcomes that they get from it as well. But what I love about this, and this harps back to your gang idea, it is a female over-tyrant who brings House Goliath to the forefront.
Yep.
You know, and then that seems to dissipate over their history, and it becomes this thing that they just forget about, and they yeah. Anyway, we do go into it later on, but it's something that almost gets whitewashed away.
I can talk about my Daughters of the Forge, which is what I'm calling them, not muscle mummies. My Daughters of the Forge gang. When we talk about, let's come up with some gang ideas. Spoiler alert. It's going to be the Daughters of the Forge. And I have so many gangs already. Why am I doing this to myself?
Because you're an addict. It's cool. You feel alive. But out of the three gangs the three clans that we've talked about, Escher, Delacroix, and Goliath,
Dancer?
No, probably never. The emergence and the birth of House Goliath so far has been the most Necromundan.
Oh my god, yes.
It is for me, and it's just that one line that says it for me. But I mean, there's heaps that we read, obviously, in preparation for this, which has garnered a lot from, like, garnered my way of it's just. There's heaps that we read in advance of this for the episode, but it's this one line that does it. Despite decades of mine uprising and endemic gang violence, the Goliaths continue to thrive. Now, what you draw from that is that they birthed themselves into the world in exactly the way that Necromunda functions. There was that little bit of intrigue, just a ridiculous amount of ungodly amounts of violence, production, economy, capitalism, and playing the game of the clan houses. It is the most hive-worldy, Necromundan way that a gang can be born. You know, we know the Delacroix was the silent ones calling, you know, some crazy mystique, drawing all these members down, and then suddenly there's a gang there. But this is visceral. This is, you can see it happening, and it's wonderful that even other clan houses try to stop it. You know what I mean? That's what makes it so Necromunda, that from the very beginning they are fighting. They are going toe to toe with those that would see them crushed and destroyed, because it is just the way to be. That is what this planet demands of you. And this is a gang that is truly iconic of Necromunda.
You said that with such passion. I mean...
I do. I love them. I love them because of this. Like, as much as we give them hell. And I said it earlier in the episode, when I look at the Goliath, I look at them as quintessential Necromundan. You know what I mean? And then to delve into their origins shows that they are exactly that. They are, you know, they are bred from the planet, and everything that is the planet, the tithe, the violence, you know, the lack of hope, that's all encompassed within House Goliath.
Damn, I see a Goliath gang in your future.
I would not be surprised.
I mean, for all that I'm talking about them, I guess we probably should jump into our next point. Like, I could probably ramble on about their creation forever, I guess. But the next point is the monsters of Rothgul. Lies spread by the corridor paint the Goliaths of Hive Rothgul as Xenos monsters, sent to steal Necromunda's children. Rather than refute these rumours and try to diffuse the violence directed against them, the Goliaths paint their skin in vivid colours and wear spiked suits of furnace plates, using the stories to spread terror among their foes and further expand their reputation and territories. Right, so just giving into the monstrosity, I guess, becoming monsters of Rothgul.
In my mind here, do you... Okay, obviously you remember Gorkamorka. Like
it was yesterday.
Oh, mate, yeah. Gorkamorka. Okay. Do you want to do an episode on Gorkamorka instead of Goliaths? Because... Oh, I want to talk about orcs and rockets. Oh, buddy. But... Okay, do you remember the digger knobs? The human
of course.
descendants, yeah.
Yep.
I picture these Goliaths almost like bigger digger knobs.
Right.
Because they'd be Goliath size, and like they're painting their skin in these vivid colours. I'm picturing like pinks and greens and like hawk turquoise. Finally, I have a use for the like 7 jars of hawk turquoise I have. Just hawk turquoise as far as the eye can see.
Yeah.
Like, but it'd be just. Okay, and I know you're not a wrestling fan, but for any of our listeners who are, the Road Warriors from WWF back in the day, they had the mohawks, like the.
Oh no, I
football
remember
pads.
them.
Yeah,
they're from the
spikes,
80s.
like-
Yeah, they were my favourite. Yeah.
Oh man, they were so good.
They were my favourite because they had all the extra gubbins. Like they weren't just like rocking up in a suit. They actually had like the spikes and everything. I was like, oh, sick. And then you see them get into the ring and they don't have any of it. I was like, oh.
Okay. But you can kill him with your shoulder pad.
Exactly. That's what I used to think.
Don't get him in a headlock. Stab his face.
Exactly. Stab him through the eye. That's a weak point. Actually, this is probably the same mentality that goes through a Goliath's gang member's brain as well. It's like,
why am I not using my shoulder spikes to stab? Oh my
Yeah.
God, I'm a fool. Do you know what would be kind of cool, though? Is a Goliath wrestling arena.
They straight up have wrestling arenas, except they don't wrestle, and it's not like, oh, we got him with a tombstone. It's, oh man, he just killed him with that table leg.
Yeah, no, but that's I know. Yeah, they have like their fighting arenas and so forth. I'm talking like just wrestling, where there's like like there's a story arc to it, the whole thing. But it's just Goliaths just having wrestling matches. I think it's a great idea.
You gave me the weirdest look when I started talking about wrestlers earlier, about how I want to do the muscle mummies just as a gang of female wrestlers. And now you're just like, man, we should really do like a Goliath wrestling federation. And there could be like a scrunt manager. And he'd be like, I've got the biggest boy in the whole spire.
Yeah.
And, oh no, here comes Durgan Killfist with a steel Killfist.
Yeah, exactly. And then you would have like fights in the crowd. It'd be cool, and because it's only the real wrestling, the only wrestling I really remember is from the 80s. It would all be like that. You would have these over the top characters. Yeah. Nobody would be cool. Everybody would just be a little bit corny, a little bit too cheesy.
Weirdly enough, though, in wrestling in the 80s is the only place that has more human growth hormone than the Goliath.
That's probably where they got the idea from.
Yeah. Re-railing to where I was going with
this. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I see these monsters of Rothgul as like, they want to pretend like we're monsters. Let's make ourselves look like monsters. Let's act like monsters. So they're getting into it. Like, instead of trying to refute the rumors and diffuse the violence against them, they're like, all right, and I hope I used this word right, yeet, and they just throw themselves into the situation. Like, yeah, all right, cool, I'm a monster. Ooh, better give me those creds, else... Oh, sorry, I have to do my Goliath voice. Give creds, else eat baby.
Yeet. Yep.
Yeet. And, so, yeah.
I love their battle cry. That's awesome.
Yeah. Yeet!
Yeet!
Okay, damn it, gang idea.
The Yeeters.
It's literally just a gang of Kanye West.
Yeah.
No, basically your idea before of these professional wrestlers, like, who know that they're tougher than everyone else, but go from hive or settlement to settlement, and basically get in there and put on these almost like stylized shows of wrestling, like getting rid of other gangs, but then they just rob the whole settlement blind and leave. So they're actually crazy rich, like they're led by some like crazy smart Natborn, and they're just like, well, hold on. He splits the gang in half and he goes, all right, you guys are going to pretend to be the Iron Bottom Boys. All right, good. And you're going to go to this settlement and take it over. Get rid of the Orlocks that are there. Stomp them into, whatever hole you want to. And then you take over. And then we'll come to the town and be like, hey, if you pay us, we'll get rid of the Iron Bottom Boys. And they just do it from settlement to settlement to settlement. And people are just like, but you said you were going to protect us. I was like, yeah, we were.
Yeah, we lied.
We lied. You let us inside the gates, you idiots.
So they like double their gang presence there, but then also charge people to attend the show.
Yeah.
So you could imagine it was some sort of stylized sort of challenge to the Iron Bottom Boys. They turn up and they're just like, we challenge you to the ownership of this settlement, blah blah blah. But there's no guns allowed, so it's just like this giant in the street brawl that they charge people to attend to watch in the side of their own settlement. And then when the whole settlement's gathered, that's when they turn on them. They're just like, all right,
that's when
give us
their
your wallet,
forge board on that are
keys.
all running through the marketplace, stealing everything. They're like, you dumb idiots. And then, because everyone's watching, the rest of the gang is now snuck in, surrounded them, and just being like, all right, now everyone hand over everything.
Yeah.
And the two Goliath in the middle that are punching the absolute snot out of each other, love it, because they get to punch the absolute snot out of each other.
Yes. Yeah. I love this game. I'm honestly saying, so far in the episode, I'm loving the Goliath. They just seem like a lot of fun. You mentioned it before, Gorka Morka. They've definitely got the pangs of being quite orcish. Of let's rumble for the sake of a rumble.
We've also attributed a large amount of rock cunning to these Goliaths.
We have, yeah. They do have cunning, though. I mentioned it earlier. They do have it.
The cunning of the mighty pebble.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, sneaks up on you.
Not only do they have cunning, they also have the ability for immense violence.
No.
And as it comes here with our next read, with the sanctioning of Lady Helmore and having mustered their strength over the intervening decades, House Goliath launches a massive expansion of its territory in the final years of the 40th millennium. This begins in Hive Primus with the Day of Iron, a mass assault by the Goliaths on rival forge worlds throughout Hive City. Running battles unfold throughout the searing workings of manufactoriums, the Goliath filling the hives with the sounds of screams and gunfire. That would be the worst Christmas album ever. It's just, it's like, ah! Pop, pop, pop. Just 11 hours.
11 hours of that goodness.
Just 11 hours.
And then it goes into the Mariah Carey song, which still exists in the 41st millennium.
Oh, except it'd be just a Goliath. All I want for Sanguinalia is Crayola.
Exactly. So you'd be perfect.
And then it's, pop, 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 pop.
It's actually quite a witty title. Pop, pop, pop. Yeah, no, I do like that as a song. But this is what I was talking about a little bit earlier about the how their birth of just violence and the Necromundan way.
Yes.
And this is exactly that. They are basically sanctioned by the higher ups to go, you know what? If you want to create your territory, go cut it out of this city. Make it for yourself. Bludgeon whatever holes you need to create your own little world. And that's what they go off and do.
Yes, but that's it. Lady Helmore has just said, I don't care. Go. You want to do it? Yeah, go for it. Do whatever the hell you want. As long as I get what I have to pass on, and maybe a small to medium to large percentage on top of that for my own personal usage, I don't care what you do. Go and kill them. Take over their territories. If you are taking over their territories, you are taking over their production.
Yeah, I was just about to... So, okay, we always go on about it, but what I love about this is we talk about rival forge works. We know the Escher are making, like, las guns just by the thousands, right?
Yep.
Which gangs, which houses are controlling these rival forge works? And
it would be a mixture of minor and major clan houses. So you got to remember, there is a lot of them. There's not just the ones we know, especially at the closing of the 40th millennium, where was Orlok around yet? Were they still Orland? Were they still like I genuinely don't remember.
I can't remember that, but I know the name obviously, but I don't know if they're at that stage. Yeah,
they may have attacked House Von Griff, and they've attacked the Von Griff manufactoriums where they produce Arbos, patterns, shotguns. And now the Goliaths make Arbo pattern shotguns because they've taken over the forge, stuck a bully up on top, and he just goes, I'm the boss now. Go do your work. Go do your work.
I reckon it's a sick visual. These other members of these forges who would be quite like, the stronger types living on Necromunda. They wouldn't be the weedy ones fighting against Goliaths. It would just be a muscle-maddened mess. There's 3 M words for you. Stick that.
Muscle-maddened mess of a manvant.
Oh, why did we use that at the start of the show?
I think I complimented you. Yeah, I called you the massively muscled?
Yeah.
Mightily muscled. I called you.
Yeah. Doesn't sound as good.
I
good as
should
what I-
have
But-
called you on this.
Yeah, but the imagery of Forge workers fighting against Goliaths who are on the warpath, it's
yeah,
so cool, and just
these-
the visuals. Sorry to
Yes.
cut you off, but the visuals of the orange glow of the forge in the
Yes,
background,
yes.
and just like the flashes of gunfire disappearing into that color because it's the same thing, but then these silhouettes. You would just see silhouettes of these bulked out units on both sides, just going hammer and tongs, because that's what they would be using, going hammer and tongs at each other. It would just be such a cool bit of artwork, let alone even just the concept of being able to fight that. So imagine playing that in an actual battle or a campaign or so forth. So what you could have is, for that battlefield, you could have the ability to scrounge and grab a bit of tooling or machinery or some sort of bit of equipment that they would use in the forge that you could use like as an improvised melee weapon. So it'd just be a bit more complex, but you could have the ability to roll on a table that says pick up improvised melee weapon, and then you roll again to see what it is. It could be like an impact drill, or it could be a sledgehammer, or it could be a tiny little file for cutting it. They've obviously grabbed the wrong thing, but that would be a great way to add the idea of fighting in a forge, and it's not just another battlefield. It's a place where there's lots of opportunities to get lots of hurty, killy things that you could use against your opposition. But anyway, the visual about that. I guess this is the birth of the Goliath proper, in a sense, when they really begin to cut out a lot of the territory for themselves and start to show Necromunda what they're about.
Well, how many? Okay, so you've gone on about the forge workers there. So your forge worker, I'm imagining these big blacksmith types.
Yeah.
Bigger, stronger, like just muscle bound.
Yeah.
Like men and women just pulled together because they are strong. They're able to do this type of work.
Yeah.
How many of them do you think would be Goliath purchased by other houses?
Do you know what? I was thinking this, and I was going to mention it earlier, that they actually were like Goliath that are the subservient kind that can be, just simply led into the manufactorum or the forge, sent to work, then led back to their resting quarters, and then brought back in. And when they've been told you need to fight and defend, some form of, I guess, base instinct kicks in. But for me, in my mind, I totally see them as a large amount being Goliaths, like purchased Goliaths.
Yeah, but
Which is
it's
sad
the
a bit.
perfect infiltration, isn't it? I genuinely, the way I look at this,
Oh, right, I see what you're saying.
the Goliath have gone down there and basically done no, you're Goliath, we're Goliath. They want to keep you in chains. We want to lift you up, and those the invading Goliath would basically just be going, join with us, and then
righto.
I can imagine them like. Remember in Braveheart when
I was just thinking the exact
Irish,
same thing.
the Irish and the Scots charge towards each other and they stop and they're shaking hands and g'day, how are you? Good to see you again, brother. And then they just turn to the English. But I'm imagining this because a lot of our listeners are English. I don't want to bring this up. But the Goliath rush at each other and they get there and they're like, how good was that? And then they all turn on the rest of the forge workers and it then clicks and they're like, oh no.
I feel so bad for those other forge workers. Like, you think, okay, it's on. At least we got a chance here. We've got our muscle-bound brutes with us.
Yeah.
And then suddenly you're up against nothing but muscle-bound brutes.
Yeah, but you can just imagine them looking at it, or, those brutes are getting up real close and they're like, quickly, get the pincer, and all of a sudden behind the regular people, these Goliaths show up and they're like, yeah, we've got Goliaths too. And the Goliath in charge of that invasion is just laughing. And they're like, what do you have to laugh? You not realize how much trouble you're in? And he's just like, you're there with me. and he turns and he realizes his whole force, like this guild, his whole like crew is surrounded by Goliath. Like that is terrifying. But
Oh, totally. Yeah,
we've gone
totally.
we've gone into this particular thing a lot, and we have so much more to read and so much more of
Yes.
this type of stuff.
Righto. Yes. Moving on to Wars and Betrayal. Classic Necromunda.
M41.
M41, yes. Good year. Good vintage. Internal politics within the clan threaten the newly formed house as the Goliaths adjust to ruling themselves. Meanwhile, the start of the millennium sees numerous rivals seek to destroy the clan before it can fully muster its strength, leading to dozens of shadow wars across Necromunda. Classic Delacroix, but also...
Oh yeah, they've done that. They've done that 100%.
Yeah, I also feel sorry for the Goliath in this sense, because them fighting a shadow war, they'd be trying to work out how to capture the shadow first. Let's get him. Let's interrogate my shadow. Find out what he knows. Okay, buddy. You've been gone for 12 hours.
Someone turned the lights off and now my shadow is gone.
Yeah, he's far too sneaky for me.
But this is... I think this is key to the Goliaths becoming a people, because obviously they're already people, but the ability to rule themselves and keep their house together, this is the beginning of where those changes start occurring. And we know that by this next read here, when it comes to the Goliaths, the concept of might makes right. Now, they don't want to have politicians. They don't want to have a noble family and, or a feudal system. It is very, very simple. The house eschews the societal structures of the other clans, choosing to grant leadership not through lineage, position, or skill, but rather through strength. This crude method of governance is tempered by the Goliaths' fundamental belief in maintaining the production of their factories. It is the perfect society for a people like the Goliath.
Yeah,
You
100%.
get up, you go to work, you do your job, you come home, you try to kill your boss.
Yeah, exactly.
And that killing of the boss can happen at any point during the day.
Yeah, exactly. When he doesn't give you that box of crayons for your morning snack, get him. But what this shows as well is that their maturity on Necromunda is changing as well. They're starting to be involved within that, as I say, the shadow war that happens on Necromunda, and happens to all houses, whether they be noble houses or clan houses. You have to be involved in it in some way, shape, or form.
Yep.
You cannot completely disregard it. You need to be even if you're not going to partake, you need to be aware of it and your vulnerability to it. And so by them being attacked from the shadows, basically, it's showing that the respect of the other houses is coming. They're seeing this newly formed clan house and they're saying, hang on a second, we can't allow them to just create more power or more control for themselves. So let's get them when they're vulnerable, and they're vulnerable when they're starting to form. So they've tried to stop them before in the past, and one of the earlier reads we mentioned that they basically wiped out in one of the hives to once they can see the weakness, once they can see the strength of the clan coming, they wipe them out completely. So
Yeah.
the clan now establishes itself, and this is almost like a point of respect, I believe, from the other major players on Necromunda, in saying that you're now going to be involved in the Shadow War. Even you don't want to be a part of it, bad luck. It's coming to you because
it's coming
you put a
for
beacon.
You don't have to come for it.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So I guess in conjunction to what you're saying about how they lead through strength, they've still managed to find their own ethos and their own ideal way of running their clan. But they're having to do that with the pressures of a shadow war being played out against them, against other houses trying to undermine them. But their strength that they're able to maintain is their production and their factories. So they maintain that, and exactly what you were saying earlier about Lady Helmore, is that provide me with what I ask and a little bit extra and you're fine. So then their version of a shadow war would be having allies on board who would either keep that at bay from them or go on the front foot for them, you know, so they don't have to fight these wars that they're going to be quite inept at fighting.
Oh, 100%. 100%, but they're making sure that, yes, they're going to be part of that shadow war, and they can see, you know what, the things that are causing us issues, politics, different groups, you know, people trying to vie for leadership positions because of their production, or they're smarter, or they're faster, or they're better. Let's get rid of that entirely. Let's just say, all right, who wants to be in charge? Put your hand up in the pit.
Yeah, exactly.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, that many. However many want to get in, however many want to put their hats in the ring, you go for it. But only one of you is coming out. And
yeah, just to point to that as well, like Sam counted up to 10, so for all of our Goliath listeners there, hold up both your hands. That's all of them.
You were going to get us, like, honestly, you don't deal with the communications from the listeners. The Orlock players,
yes.
like, all of them yelled at me. The Delark players, all of them yelled at me. People who speak English, all of them yell at me.
Yeah.
All right? And now I'm going to have to learn to interpret the mud that is put into my mailbox coming from these Goliath players. I don't know where these exotic dirts come from. I don't even know how to respond to a mud pie in my letterbox.
But the good thing is your neighbours will be sharing the same problem because they won't be able to pick out your house. They'll just go...
But
all right, no, back to it.
Yeah, it's Goliath players, we love you. Orlok players, we love you. Delark players, none of us trust you. Sorry.
Yeah, and that's what you want.
And Tau players, you're all scum. I said it. But no, I love this about the Goliath. I love that how they very quickly, everyone thought they were done, but they very quickly looked at it and went, this is what is causing our problem. This is what is causing the divisions and possible demise of our brand new house. We kill it now. We kill it. We make sure it cannot be brought back. Because everyone in House Goliath will think at some point, because we've all thought about killing our boss and taking over. We've all thought about it. I love my boss. I thought about it twice today. He didn't even do anything wrong. I was just like,
I could do that.
The future is now, old man.
Yeah.
But they've turned it into a society. And
yeah, exactly.
And it works. It works.
It does work, and it's because it's straightforward and because it's linear. It allows them to focus on the things that they're good at. So
yes,
be strong and produce. That's it.
Yes, and the Imperial House loves that.
Yeah,
What's
exactly.
that? They're strong and they produce. I don't care if they decide leadership by strange women handing out swords in some seas. Do what you want, as long as you are meeting your production targets.
Yeah, nice reference. I like that.
Anyway,
yeah. Onto a bitter harvest. A strange
I
melody.
didn't vote for him.
As the Goliath jumps into the water and punches the living daylights out of the lady in the lake just to steal the sword.
Give me that cleaver.
Yeah,
Anyway, back
to it. Yeah.
back to it.
A bitter harvest, a strange melody.
You're not a fish. Sorry.
Well, that's it, guys. That's the episode done. We're just going to be quoting Monty Python for the next... Do you want to make this a 7-hour episode? Yeah, we'll do that.
Let's do it. Oh, he's a very naughty boy. No, he's not a messiah.
He's not the Messiah. He's just a very naughty boy. It's the only thing
Goliath.
I can remember. Yeah. Anyway, a bitter harvest. A bitter... Goliath, focus. Focus. Yes, good man. A strange melody. This is the third time I've read this. Fourth now. A strange melody affects a generation of Goliaths across Necromunda. Entire batches of Vatborn are lost to mutation and wasting disease. the house masters first believed sabotage from their enemies, though no one claims responsibility for the atrocity. And its size and scope seems beyond even the efforts of the noble houses. It's very interesting. It's got all the hallmarks of Naughty Naughty Escher, who are the coolest.
I also think this could just be like a speed bump in the road of development towards evolution of House Goliath. We know that these groups are all trying to make those advancements to make their Goliath the best. And, like, to me, this screams Escher, this screams Delark.
Yeah.
This screams maybe the Chaos Gods are getting bored and are like, let's just throw a bunch of Goliath around the galaxy and see what happens. Last time we did it, we split the thing in half.
Yeah.
But it could be anything, and I don't want to go into it because I've already derailed us with like 11 gang ideas, but this right here is just gang. Like, this is the pool of creation. Like, that's, and don't get me wrong, not the ones lost to wasting diseases.
I was going to say it's not a very great gang, the ones that are lost to wasting diseases.
Yeah. Well, I'd call them the wasted, and I'd turn them into like Goliath zombies, and basically have them as that they're running around to consume human flesh to try, especially Goliath flesh, to try and give themselves back that vitality. And I'd have them led by like a Goliath version of Karloth Valoy, but that's a different.
That's actually a
conversation.
That's actually a really good game. I was like, how are you going to sell me on this? But, like, I could see that. Almost like the Dead Boys sort of thing. Like, same dark look to them. Yeah.
He'd be like a witch doctor, like, or he'd be the geneticist that maybe harvested them, and he'd be sort of leading them, like, no, go, well, attack this settlement, and consume their flesh, my children, grow strong again.
Yeah.
But we're not going into that gang idea, no. But it's the loss to mutation that I love there, where you can also imagine that House Goliath and even the Imperial House, when they see this happen, they go, oh no, this can't get out.
Yeah.
We cannot risk it. And they're flushing them, they're melting them, they're burning them, they're grinding them up, they're getting rid of as much evidence as possible. But naturally, because it's Necromunda, because it's Warhammer 40,000, and because it's just too damn cool to say it didn't happen, some of these things got away. And there's going to be some filthy little enclave of Goliath mutants, like 2 heads and just these... Basically, all the alien gladiators from that Thor movie. Every single one of them, like the guy with the 3 heads, the Korg, the big rock guy, like just Goliath that all look like them, and then for some reason one that looks like Chris Hemsworth.
He's mutated by being too pretty.
Yeah, like... he walks in and everyone's just like, "You are too handsome, sir. Get out." And he's like, "Oh, I'm sorry about that. And you're a gentleman. Oh, I hate you so much."
Yeah. What a terrible mutation you copped. Yeah.
You suck.
Yeah, I love the idea of this gang. So they're all sort of, slightly mutated, slightly deformed, slightly off. Do you know what I mean? But they find a way, as you mentioned earlier, a way that life goes on with them, and they continue to grow and maybe not prosper, but they begin to show off their strengths whichever way they can. And you could potentially, like, Quasimodo, like, looking quite Goliath and so forth, and then things like a Cyclops looking Goliath. That would be cool.
That would be sick. Someone needs to, because I'm bad at sculpting, but someone needs to sculpt like a badass Cyclops Goliath.
That would be mad. And then even like cloven feet and stuff like that. So you don't know if it's a chaos mutation that's happening, or if it's actually just a doctor trying to help them and fix them and saying, what are they, Doctors Without Borders, going down somewhere in the hive to help out a Goliath settlement.
He's a really good doctor. He helps everyone. He only asks, like, every now and then we have to bring him slaves, and I don't know. He has like tickle fights with them in there because they start screaming, and he comes out looking younger. And yeah, I never really noticed how pointy his ears were. Oh, okay. Oh no, that's a Dark Elder.
Yeah.
Oh, he's turned us into homunculi horrors.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Some
but
sort of mutation.
I have 3 arms now, and I can drive and drink a beer. So who's the real winner? And all these Goliaths are just like nodding their various heads.
Yeah.
And it's just he can drive and drink beer. We've all seen it. Yeah.
Except for the one guy who's like nodding, like shaking his head left to right, but he's mutated, so he means up and down. But
Yeah, but his head's on like his ribcage.
just going up and down. Right.
We can never accuse the Goliath of being the smartest, which actually leads quite well into our next point.
I would say though this would be a very fun modelling project to invest in if you're.
Do you want to do Goliath mutants?
Oh, Goliath mutants! But they don't need to be big then. Do you know what I mean? But anyway,
No, they'd still be Goliath. Okay, yeah.
Power into the next point. Yes.
The theft of knowledge, a lack of great mind within House Goliath. I don't believe that for a second. Leads its rulers to seek technical expertise and skills through other means. Millions of skilled slaves are bought or captured by the clan in what becomes known as the theft of knowledge. This practice will define the clan for centuries to come as they grow to rely upon these intellectually advanced slaves for the tasks they cannot complete themselves. Now, all jokes aside, this is actually a fantastic move by House Goliath because with the acquiring or purchase or otherwise of these skilled prisoners with jobs, now they're also going to stop falling down the stairs all the time because someone will be able to tie their shoes for them.
Do you know what? I thought, he actually wants to make a serious point about this. The only part of that little read I really want to explore is the task they cannot complete themselves. And I think it's quite a lot. It could be anything from like, we haven't had cereal with milk for a decade. We do not understand how to get the milk out of the bottle without destroying the bottle and henceforth destroying all the milk. Also, where's the milk come from? But,
also, what's milk? No, but I imagine this as, because they've taken over forges and that, they know how to fix machines and beat metal and that sort of thing, but they can do only basic repairs. When it comes to circuitry, wiring, all that sort of stuff, they're just looking at it like, well, we can't use this part of the manufactorium anymore. Because we don't know how to repair this. So what do? They go to the nearest Orlok or Cawdor or
Vansar.
Aranthus or Vansar or whatever is near, and they just invade, steal as many workers as they can and go, you work here now. Either you work or we beat you to death. And they go, oh, okay, what work do you want me to do? And it's, you need to make this machine run again. And, this Vansar worker walks up and sees, okay, it's an E1 fault. I can and he just hits the keyboard.
Power button.
And it starts working again. Everyone's just like, nice. That's your job. You go do that. And he's just like, okay.
Yeah.
I guess this is my job now. And he's just turning everything off and on again.
Just to keep himself valuable, just goes and turns off a machine for half a day. It's like, I'll come back to that, lad. Sorry, quite busy, bit flat out. And then just comes on. Not just sitting on the inside of the machine, just hitting a hammer against the inside of it. It's like, busy boy, doing big work in there. Yeah. And then whoop, kicks in the life. But, and on a serious note here, this episode could be derailed with us just taking the piss out of the Goliath. But anyway, on a serious note, it's almost you have these valued prisoners, ones that would, just aren't just being thrown into any job or, just being disregarded or thrown around, whatever. This is a valuable, important prisoner. And I could almost see them having like an element of status where if another Goliath decides they want to clobber them and knock them around the head and so forth, it's like, no, you don't do that to him or her or whatever the case might be. We need that particular Vansar or that particular Orlock to turn on X, Y, and Z machinery. If we don't have them, we're in a world of hurt. So,
and this is where that Goliath hierarchy comes into place, where your factory bosses and your shift bosses and all that sort of stuff, they get their positioned by being the strongest, by killing whoever's above them and taking over. But they know that their job becomes a lot easier by ensuring that these smart slaves are kept alive, that they're kept in play. And whether it's something as simple, and we're joking about it a lot this episode, but the vast majority of Goliath are not smart. At this point, they are still not. You're going to get your very intelligent Goliath, absolutely, but the vast majority of them are rapidly grown in vats. They have a mnemonic upload chip jammed into the side of their head to give them knowledge and a personality. And then at like a year old, these things are ripped out of the glass tube filled with amniotic fluid that is effectively their like mother, handed a furnace plate, some pants, and a giant wrench and told, all right, go be a person. So if one of the things they're taught by that spike is, hey, the people in this coloured jumpsuit, the fluoro pink jumpsuits, you don't hurt them. You make sure they're kept safe. And so they're just like, well, hold on, that slave's picking on the pink jumpsuit. Hey, slave, pick you up by the face, smash you repeatedly into wall, so you leave the pink jumpsuit alone. Like that is what the mnemonic inload spike is telling them. So
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like they would have that embedded and taught to them throughout their life, that these are valuable and more valuable than you. You know, you are a member of the house, but the valuable slaves would become members of the house, in my opinion, as well. Not necessarily in the context of, you know, that's one of our fighters or that's one of our, you know, support crew, but that is a member of the house that is just as vital to maintaining our power and our stability as one of our fighters.
Yes, and that's where I think the what's the word I'm looking for? The concept of that simple instructions allow the Goliath to maintain their position, because they're not as numerous as the Cawdor. They're not as advanced as the Vansar. They're not as, you know, united as the Orlock, etc., etc. But goddamn, they are tough.
Yeah, 100%.
They are dumb, but they can take a hell of a lot more than you or I can before you put them down. And even their simplest, even their lowest, are going to be able to put a hell of a lot more damage on you than you are on them, at the cost of them being dum-dums.
Yeah, exactly. But the other thing of that simplicity that we mentioned earlier is their capacity and ability to maintain the forges, maintain production. So you keep the task linear. You know, we need to produce X, so we're going to do that. We need to fight X, so we're going to do that. So by having just very simple, I guess, simple instructions, that allows them to function better. But from what we're saying is that the more complex parts of being a gang, they're sort of taken on board by these slaves, these valuable slaves. Yeah. Which is
the nerds. They've gone out and harvested themselves some nerds.
Yeah.
And they just replant that crop when they need it.
Yes, exactly.
Honestly, that's how I'm looking at it. It's simply another means of production for them.
Yeah. And I could imagine them keeping them well fed, well maintained. You know, they're never going to cross the line and upset a gang leader or something and then just get pulverized. But if they're in, you know,
they don't get to get uppity though.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, if they piss off a Juve and the Juve gets a bit rowdy with them, the Juve cups 5 across the eyes, you know. But they don't go run their mouths off at the champion, who's just going to be, well, that's it. yeah, happy birthday to the floor, mate. You're done. So,
I can turn to the boss and say he deserved it, and the boss is going to go, fair enough, he probably deserved it. A Juve does that. No, listen, you don't have an arm anymore.
yeah, exactly. But that's one element of what makes the gang so powerful. I guess the next is the beast in chains and House Goliath taking consignment of a massive shipment of slave ogrins. This I love. I love the slave ogrins in the gang. They're just so freaking cool. In a single cycle, the ogrin population of Necromunda almost triples, with millions of the brutes now working in the forges of the clan house. These abhumans will steadily become more integrated into Goliath's These abhumans will steadily become more integrated into Goliath society until many on Necromunda see the Ogren and Goliath as one and the same. Which is probably where they sit anyway. I can imagine
It's pretty close.
Yeah, I can imagine when they were first being created, the idea would be like, let's make an Ogren, but at a more manageable scale, so they're not taking up 2 spots in the transport.
And they're not scared to get in the Chimera.
Exactly. They're not afraid of the dark, and we can actually manage them a little bit better. So I that's where I sort of see where they would be looking at them and going, okay, these abhumans are allowed within our imperial society, so let's make something that's not quite an Ogren, because we know it works but it doesn't work. Let's make something that we can sort of give a few more complex tasks to.
Well, another reason, we sort of go into it a little bit later on, and this from the novels and that sort of things. One of the reasons that the Necromundan government was actually so willing to bring the Ogrins in and actually effectively hand them over to the Goliath of all people, it was a self-esteem issue. They wanted to give the Goliath someone that they could look down on intellectually. So
we said this only minutes ago. It's easy to pick on the simple kids, and I appreciate it, and I'm all on board. But leave the Goliaths alone.
Yeah, but I love the fact that it's that almost like peasant in the village mentality that so many Necromundans have when it comes to the Goliath and the Ogrins. They're like, what do you mean Ogrins are... They're people. They're just bigger Goliaths. Like, what are you talking about? They're not...
Yeah, right.
They're not a different thing. When a Goliath gets old enough, like when you go from a baby to a teenager and then an adult, the Goliath babies go from Goliath babies to like Goliaths, and then if they get really old, they turn into Ogrins. Like, don't you know? Everyone knows this. And you can just this one elder in the settlement's just like, everyone knows this. You're so dumb. And this one kid, he's just like, well, actually, I went to another settlement, and they literally said that Ogrins they're called an abhuman. It's like, that's not a word. That's not a stop being dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's just a big Goliath. Look, they even dress the same.
Yeah.
And everyone's just nodding their heads like,
Oh,
and those
totally.
3 Goliaths from earlier are just nodding their heads going, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Well, where are we? Yeah.
Where are we? If you get old enough, Mr. Goliath, do you turn into an Ogren? Yes. Just smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave.
Goliaths in penguin suits, Sam.
Damn
Goliath
it.
in penguin
Regiment
suits.
idea. No, we're not making a regiment of penguin suit Goliaths.
But look, I just want to
The Antarctic 223rd. Sorry, continue.
Oh, that's brilliant. Yes. Like, happy feet is their motto. Yeah.
Oh my god.
They'd be brilliant, wouldn't
this
they?
would be one of those Goliath wrestlers from before.
Yes.
It's the Emperor Penguin! And his finishing move is he does like that penguin foot flat waddle on top of you. Except unfortunately he stomps you to death.
Yeah, like it starts off as a little waddle and then just turns into a proper curb stomping. Yeah. But I just want to explore the idea with the Ogrins a little bit more. So, the production of the Goliaths begins to expand more, their capacity to take on more, their capacity to do tasks that doesn't require machinery because they've got ogrins now, where other forge world, not forge world, other forges are requiring, particular bits of machinery because they need to lift X, Y, and Z. They've gone, well, let's just get 3 ogrins.
Well, do you think maybe the reason they're going for ogrins instead of machinery is because they can no longer maintain the machinery?
True. Yes, of course.
Who needs a forklift when you can get 2 ogrins, one either side of that pallet, and you just pick the damn thing up?
Yes, exactly. That would be, and it would make sense to them. It's like we're using strength. That's what we're using. We need to move. Crates and crates of las guns or auto guns or reinforced steel that we're making. Just get the Ogrins working on it all day.
Yeah.
What might have taken a bit of machinery 3/4 of a day to do. Well, who cares? The Ogrins take a day to do it. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah. But
we
what we don't have to worry about? Power usage. Maintain the machine. Promethium.
Yes.
Oil it like grease. All of that. Instead, we were going to have Ogrins anyway. You just feed them the same crap you feed the Goliath.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's that mindset of might makes right. That the biggest is in charge. And what's going to make a Goliath feel better about himself or herself than being in charge of something bigger than they are?
I was just about to talk to you about this. The idea of handlers for the Ogrins. So way back in the day, the Imperial Guard, it was, you needed a commissar to accompany the Ogrins. Or
to convince them to go inside the chimera.
Go inside chimeras. And, it was that they almost have a handler to keep them in check, to push them into the right parts of the battlefield. That would almost be the same within this, but as you say, it would be a Goliath. And that would be really cool. So they would almost carry the motifs of an Ogren slave. So different icons and badges and so forth. So they're saying, well, I'm still Goliath, but I'm actually part of this Ogren crew. And that's why they look up to me as the smart one who shows them, where to go, what to do, what job we're doing today.
He's a bonehead without the augmentation.
There you go.
He's given this crew, or he or she's given this crew of Ogren, and it's just, all right, and they're, because these Ogren would have been raised from, let's be honest, it's actually kind of horrible. Firstly, free Ogren is best Ogren.
Yeah.
And, shout out to all of our Ogren crew. We understand that, we make fun of the Goliath, we will never make fun of you.
No.
And
never. They're simple. They're simple, and you protect the simple. Goliaths, they're just not a full bag of chips, that's all.
Yeah. Goliath aren't real. Ogrins are. Now, so the Ogrins would be, taken as children. Enormous, muscle-bound, incredibly dangerous children, but children nonetheless. And they grow up as prisoners with jobs.
Yeah.
So when they're taken to a place like Necromunda, where we see here, almost overnight, in a single cycle, it's not overnight, but you know what I mean. The population triples. That's millions, possibly. We know it's millions of Ogrins, but millions and millions and millions of these beings that have been raised since children to be prisoners with jobs who have been given to the Goliath. So when this one Goliath stands up in front of them with authority and says, you and you, grab that. Let's go. And they're going to go, okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes, boss. Thanks, boss.
And all of a sudden, the Goliath, what's that? We've lost power to this part of the dome. The only light we have is from our forges and our welding torches. You're telling me every other forge in the area isn't in operation right now, and we still are? Because we don't use stupid dummy machines.
Yeah.
We use super smart Ogren. And the Ogrins are just like, pick up the armor plating, move the armor plating. All right.
Yeah.
It's genius. It genuinely is genius. You are giving the simple, and I'm going to use the term here, the simplest answer to a complex problem. The Goliath don't have the ability to maintain these machines to compete on a technological level, so they take it back to the base levels itself and go, we will just use muscle, the original machine.
Yeah, exactly. What they would understand from their original sort of birthing and their construct was, we are there to work in the forges, and henceforth that's what we understand the most. That we are there as workers, and our muscle is our strength, and henceforth the Ogren is just a multiplied version of that, and it just needs to be pointed in the right direction.
Well, in a great example of using, acquired workers, Harden Nailfist, a Goliath gang leader from Hive Mortis, leads his fighters across the wastes and up into the spoil, bringing with them a caravan of slave techs to set up a permanent settlement. After countless trials and adventures, Harden dies at the venerable age of 17 by the light of the forge vein he has built on Necromunda's northernmost point. So the dude, pun?
He's an old geezer.
He's venerable age of 17. Like, we joke a lot about people who may not actually realize this. Goliath, as we see them on the tabletop, are children.
Yeah,
They are 1, 2, 3, 4 years old. So that's how rapidly they grow. So the concept of a Goliath member living to 17, and we mentioned earlier that the Nat-born will sometimes live to 30, 40, 50, whatever. I'm assuming this is a Vat-born Goliath here. The fact that he's lasted almost 2 grand cycles is insane.
Yeah, totally bonkers, because it just shows that they can survive that long. But I just want to correct you a little bit there. It's not about how long they've lived for. It's about how long he's able to survive for, because you think about all the challenges to the leadership that he would have had over that period of time and come through on the other side to get to that age, And I guess it doesn't... I'm assuming he's dying of old age, by the way. Just in my mind. Yeah.
The way I read that, where he dies by the light of the forge vein he has built, I'm genuinely imagining, like, this Goliath sitting there surrounded by his gang, like, and the light, as the light leaves his eyes, the only light left within him is the reflection from his forge.
That's really cool.
I genuinely imagine them looking at him going, no, he's so old. I think he would have named a successor.
Yeah.
Being like, I'm going to die, and I don't want this to be a fight. Hardened nail fist, so wrench fist. I don't know, wrench ankle. Wrench fist. Wrench fist. I'm going with wrench fist.
Wrench fist.
Old wrench fist is
name.
I declare him the new tyrant. I just want to be left to die, watching my brothers and sisters here. And I can imagine the Goliath being like, yeah, you know what, sweet as, wrench fist is pretty big. I'm not going to screw with him. So yep, wrench fist is the boss now. And I can imagine him like on his rocking chair with his like his some croc blanket thrown over him, and he's just telling stories about. Do you remember the time that we found those nomads and we beat them up and stole their stuff? And one of his mates was like, "Yeah, I do, boss. I remember that. It was pretty good." But in reality, it wasn't him. It was his grandfather.
Yeah.
And old Nailfist is just confused, and they're just like, "This is."
Yeah,
I'm actually getting a little bit emotional here.
You created quite a scene here, but yeah.
Damn it, Nailfist.
You've taken me to a place of emotion with you. I didn't want to go there. What are you doing to me?
How dare you make me feel feelings?
Yeah, but I see him going at old age, and I love the idea that he'd be talking to, some young'un and going, oh yeah, that was my ally. But I can guarantee you, Wrenchfist, as soon as Nailfist died, Wrenchfist would have been challenged by like Socket Knuckle or something.
Oh, Socket Knuckle would have gone straight for him. We all know Socket Knuckle. He's a right prick.
He's a jerk, yeah.
Yeah, and that being said, I did enjoy old Knife Face headbutting Socket Knuckle in the. I couldn't think of one there, but I'm glad that eventually that they all just killed each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only one surviving was Pipe Saw. What is it? One-legged Pipe Saw. Yeah.
Old one-legged Pipe Saw and his
I'm
friend
gonna think of some.
Timmy.
I'm going to think of a lot more tools to name Goliath members after during this episode. But that's a really, like, for all the talk of, like, how hard they are and how strong they are and how brutal they are, it also still shows that within this is that they are still looking to establish themselves. There's that burning urge to establish themselves, to create something from their history, and that they can just be creators. They can be masters of the forge, not just brutalizers and murderers, which is, just fantastic. But bouncing into our next read, The First Feast. Over Tyrant Argon, the One-Handed announces the first feast of the Fallen. So great is this first celebration that it shakes the foundations of domes across Hive City, with even some spy nobles complaining about the unreasonable racket coming from down Hive. Now, we have talked about a lot of scary things that the Goliath do, and we now know they have slave ogrons at this stage. That would be absolutely one bonkers party. That would just go off like a frog in a sock.
I think it is insane because the Feast of the Fallen is like, sometimes it's hard to remember all the nonsense between like that we talk versus what's actually real. So
everything we say is real and canon.
That's true.
Do not undermine the podcast.
The Feast of the Fallen is when someone drops a box of Crayola, and so they scatter all over the floor, and everyone basically just tries to eat as much as they can. No. So the Feast of the Fallen actually has a write-up here. It's weirdly enough, it's after everything we're going to read, but I'll bring this one in here. So, the fleeting span of a Goliath's life, together with the unique means of their birth, combine to make the clan far more mindful and connected to previous generations than most people of Necromunda. To honour the clan's genetic ancestors, upon whose toil the house stands, the Goliath created the Feast of the Fallen. Each 100 cycles, Hive clans within the house gather to remember those who have come before. The names of great clan leaders and notable clan members are restored to life through brutal acts of violence and feats of strength performed in their honour. Nominated members of the gathering don the mantle of these ancestors and then act out their greatest achievements, usually by engaging in hand-to-hand combat with their peers. In this way, the ancestors are believed to remain part of the clan, their deeds kept alive and their strength undiminished. If a Goliath dies in the guise of an ancestor, it is considered a good sign, as the strength of the slain clan member has now become one with the ancestor, and their name is added to the ritual of the fallen. For this reason, Goliaths will hurl themselves into their role during the Feast of the Fallen, as if daring their ancestors to come and claim them. So basically, they're getting together and LARPing as, like, members of the house from yesteryear. And every now and then, one of them accidentally dies, and everyone's just like, good move. Good move.
No, well played, sir.
Yeah,
excellent.
Well, that was really good. And once again, there's those three Goliaths standing there going, yes, yes.
Where are we now?
He's not getting up. He's my ride home.
Do you know what I imagine this is like?
I think I live here now.
Yeah, they're just stuck there. That's how these three get around. They just go to Feast of the Fallen and just hope that their lift doesn't get killed. But, do you know what I see this as?
I'm the Uber now.
Yeah. Do you know the from Gladiator where they get the slaves in and they're like...
We who are about to die salute you.
Exactly. So it's almost like that. So I can imagine them just having hordes of slaves as well, not just fighting with other Goliath, but it would be like, let's reenact this battle.
Nah, I totally disagree.
You reckon?
Nah. This is to honor the former members of the house. It says here, to honor the clan's genetic ancestors upon whose toil the house stands. Like, you're not going to honor slaves.
No. You misunderstand what I'm saying. So to reenact a battle that would have happened where, you know, I don't know, what's his name? Philip Screwdriver freaking arm was...
when Philip Screwdriver killed Machete Face.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So, but then there was this ravening horde of Underhive scum that were pouring at them and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And so they just get all the slaves together and it's like, run at this guy. But we don't have any weapons, but run at this guy. Trust me, this is going to be fantastic. All those cheering Goliaths, they're on your side. And then you have this one Goliath member just ripping through them, you know, and he happens to die in the process. They're just like, well, you know what? That was just one version of that story. And that's not how blessed by the end.
Yeah, that's not how that happened. But man, was it Screwdriver Fist you said? Yeah. I'm really glad that Razor Wire Knuckles has died because his power now joins Screwdriver Fist.
Yes, exactly.
And everyone's just like, yep.
So I can imagine them rounding up all their, like, you know, their non-valuable slaves and saying, well, let's just herd them together. And I almost see this as like a a bloodbath, really. It's not just...
absolutely.
And you say it yourself, the Goliath throw themselves into it. So they would be having themselves fighting amongst each other on Grievance Day / Feast of the Fallen, but also getting in other slaves. And you could have like a whole bunch of, say, Escher slaves. And they're like, remember this fight that we had against them in blah, blah, blah. And they're all given wooden guns.
Where you're going with this. Yeah. Also, somehow you've turned House Goliath into Trazen the Infinite from the Necrons, where he's just collecting little groups of slaves and be like, I'm going to use them for a recreation. No, I agree with you now. I understand what you're saying there. I definitely agree with you. They'd be going, well, this year we want to honour, the Sharp Eye. And you're like, remember that time? That's actually a guy here from the House of Vine. So
I thought you were just trying... I thought you were just trying to say like Sharpie and put it into...
Oh my god, his name is now Sharpie. We're going to honour Sharpie this year. And remember how he killed 100 Escher with his bare hands? Yep. Instead, we're going to give him a pair of like chain cleavers and we're just going to push 100 Escher into the pit. You're like, that's awesome. That's a great way to honour him. And these 100 Escher are just like, excuse me?
Yep. How did this happen? Why did this happen? We were just...
That's not cool.
Yeah. So that's the way I see the Feast of the Fallen taking place. But I also see it as like just an absolute mad hatter of a party too.
Oh, yeah.
You know, was it that Simpsons episode where Bart goes to the refinery and it's like, we work hard, we play hard. That's why I see them playing. No?
In hard hats with like disco balls?
Yeah. That's it. Yeah.
100%. Just mustaches everywhere. So... larger numbers of natural-born Goliath. I'm now imagining those three Goliaths from before, just in hard hats, being like,
"Yep,
yes,
yep,
yes,
this is us. Yep,
I like the disco ball. Yes." Seriously though, how are we getting home? I don't know. Larger numbers of natural-born Goliaths start to change the dynamics of Goliath society. While bloodshed prevails at first, the Goliaths of the Fist in Hive Primus infamously expelling any Goliath born by natural means, or those found to be fertile, until the over-tyrant himself steps in, culling any who threaten the future of the clan. Is he culling the Natborn, or is he culling the ones trying to get rid of the Natborn? I think it's the second.
Yeah, I see it as culling the ones who are trying to get rid of. So even he could see that the naturally born Goliaths, the Natborns, are the way of the future. You know what I mean? Because it's inevitable. It's going to happen. So if they were to cull all the Natborns, eventually they're going to have Natborns again.
Correct.
They can't stop that process from happening. So rather than trying to sort of fight, I don't want to use this word, but I can't think of another one, the progress of Goliath here,
Yes.
or the evolution of them, he's sort of the Overtyrant's coming in and saying, stop killing off the Natborn or stop expelling the Natborn, because what we're doing is we're basically shooting ourselves in the foot here so that we can say we are purely Vatborn and this is our heritage and this is our lineage. Whereas the reality of the situation is that the Goliath have found a way to become Natborn.
But also, this particular Overtyrant is smart enough to look at it and go, no, you dumb dummies. If we stop killing Natborn, we are going to have more Natborn babies. If we start having more Natborn babies, we have less reliance on Vatborn. We immediately have less reliance on not only the chems of House Escher, but also the technology of House Van Saar. We have doubled our ability of we can still get Vatborn and we can have Natborn at the same time. We are doubling our numbers there. And then once we become big enough, we don't have to rely on Vatborn at all. We are a self-replicating house. He's smart enough to see that.
And this is what I said to you right as you finish that read. This is about production. You know what I mean? So even it may not necessarily be just purely on the basis of, hey, Natborn's the pathway and the way to go. It's about, if we have Natborn and we have Vatborn, we have more. If we have more, we produce more. We become stronger. We become more powerful. We become more dominant. We can capture more forges. We can capture more manufactorums. So by killing off X amount because we don't respect their lineage, all we're doing is shooting ourselves in the foot here. So, as you say, they become better and stronger and less reliant on their chems, which is a great thing. But in the process of getting to there, they're I'm not going to say double their numbers, but they're increasing their birth rates. They're increasing the amount of Goliath that they have living to be actually able to go forth and kill and murder and do whatever the case may be, but most importantly, produce for them.
Yes. And that's it. And it's the moment you stop allowing these Natborn to continue. If you start killing Natborn, you start kicking them out of the hive and out of the clan or whatever, you're immediately hobbling yourself. And this Overtyrant has seen that, and he said, enough is enough. You're gonna try it again? That's cool. I'll kill you.
Yeah, and this is the strength that we're talking about, that really linear pathway of hierarchy and command that says, I'm the big boy, I'm the biggest and the nastiest and baddest, and I've said, stop doing this, so you're going to stop doing it. If somebody wants to come and challenge me for it, go for your life, but I don't think it's going to happen.
Which actually leads great into our next read.
Exactly, yeah. So it's M41 still, it's the rise of the Alphas. With establishment of the Overtyrants, a lineage of House Masters is formed. From this structure are born the Alphas, and a system of strength and respect settles into the clan's social structures. This internal strength will define the clan for centuries to come, and give it the power to take on all comers. So for me, the key part of this hierarchy that's being established, or this structure that's being established, is the respect. So where before, there's a challenge that comes along and it just might come out of the blue, there's now starts to be a respect that's established of, I'm not going to challenge this person because I might be stronger than them, but I also respect them at the moment, at the time. I'm going to wait until something begins to fall apart, or I lose that respect, or I believe I am significantly stronger than them, that I will then step in and use our normal process to become the number one, the alpha, the gang leader.
Well, our next read is actually a great response to what you've just said. And I love the names in this one. Skullgar Hammerfist of Hive Primus fights his way up from the pits to challenge Overtyrant Viscara Bull for the right to rule the clan. Skullgar falls to Viscara's fists though she does not kill the usurper, rather granting him the title of Alpha and rulership over the enclaves of Primus under her ever-watchful eye. So, Skullgar Hammerfist, that is a Norwegian death metal band lead singer, without doubt.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go through my CD collection and just be like, boom, that's him right there. Skullgar Hammerfist. He's got the corpse paint. He's got the just like that straight black hair. You know, that chin that you could carve granite with, and he comes up. He obviously starts in the pits. He's a fighter. He's busted his ass. He's gotten to a point where he is the big bad, and he challenges Viscara, who just bodies him, puts him straight down. And instead of killing him, she goes, I like you. You know what you should do? Run everything important for me. And so he takes the job, but he knows she's watching him the whole time.
And that's that respect thing I'm talking about.
Exactly. That's the respect you just mentioned, where he goes, I tried. I should have died. I didn't. So you know what? I'm not going to let anyone challenge her.
Yes, exactly.
If they want to kill her, they have to get me first. Because he's now the alpha of Hive Primus. He's it. And he is literally second in command. There might be stronger alphas out there, but they're not in charge of Primus.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%. And that, it might be a smaller hive, might be whatever, but it's not Primus, which is the glory city. But the respect in this situation works both ways as well. From Viscara looking down on Hammerfist and saying, I respect where you've come from, what you've done, and what you are as a representation of Goliath. So it would be very easy and probably the best thing to do to kill you in front of everybody so that people understand not to challenge me. But I would much rather have something like you at my right hand, something that would show me the same respect, offer me the same sort of, it's almost like an ablative personnel, you know?
Yeah.
They take the hit before Viscara comes. So it's a bit sort of selfish in a way, but it's definitely, I think...
It's incredibly selfish.
But I think it's more generated from the respect.
But it serves a purpose.
Yeah.
She's able to sit there and go, someone might come for me, and if for some reason they do kill me, they're going to die straight away because he's going to body them.
Yes, exactly. He's going to be jumping on top of them, just going, "Yeah, you killed the thing that made me powerful, like significantly more powerful than where I was. Now you die." And I might, the advantage is I inherit that power. Fantastic.
I gotta get me an alpha because Goblin Juve is getting a little bit lippy.
You want an ablative at home, do you? Just somebody who can take the hit before you.
Yeah, I need someone I can basically bring into my house and have just between me and Goblin Juve at all times, because he's recently learned how to punch, and he's like 3 foot tall, so he's at perfect height to to cast Daddy down, if you know what I mean. Maybe to become the over tyrant of my household.
There's an image of him screaming out, "Mummy, I'm the over tyrant again," and you just
I'm
rolling
the over
around
tyrant now.
Yeah, yeah. Right, go have your dinner. Be quiet.
What'd you say, Mummy? It's like, no, boy, no, you're pushing too fast.
Yeah, do not do this. She will end you like she ended me. Right. So, well, look, I guess we're still powering on through this read and moving on from Goblin Juve is a new kind of medicine. As the alphas become the de facto housemasters of the Goliath hives, the number of unborn increases. Individuals drawn to the strength and power of Goliath make their way to the Goliath enclaves. This in turn draws docs looking for work and greatly increases the longevity of both alphas and over tyrants.
This is so good.
So we're starting to get like chem usage outside of, and what's the one that they used on Kamazar Yarok? Rejuvenant, I think it's called.
Rejuvenate.
Yeah.
Rejuvenate treatments. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're probably starting to see this applied to the alphas and the over tyrants and so forth, and getting them to. It's almost a bit sad. It's like, they're maintaining their longevity because they're probably not as involved at the ground level fighting. They're backing off from that a little bit more and becoming, I guess, House Goliath production runners.
Really, that I see this completely differently.
Oh, okay.
I see this as, firstly, the number of the unborn increases. It's all of those people who are looking at their station in life, living on Necromunda, and going, "Man, I hate life." You know what I should do? I should do a bunch of human growth hormone and join my local Goliath gang. And so they're getting bigger, and then the Goliath are basically saying, we need more docs or people who are at least smart enough to, stick a needle into this guy's butt to make sure he gets the steroids he needs. And so you're getting these rogue docs coming through. And a lot of them are obviously going to be actual doctors who have basically just been kicked down Hive and the like. And you get those mad doc types, or those disgraced geneticists, or whatever you want to call them, and they're just like, well, hold on, hey, I'm having a quick look at you, you're starting to get a little bit withered, can I give you something to help? And they bring some some Uphive, some Spire sort of medicine with them, and they're basically starting to treat the Goliath like actual patients. And so what's that? You've gotten sick. Oh yeah, this is a really simple virus that we dealt with Uphive years ago. I can fix this. And all of a sudden, the virus that would have made that tyrant unwell, which would have made him a little bit weaker, which would have made that daughter of his who was like, I reckon I can take Dad. All of a sudden, instead of her winning and becoming the new over-tyrant or the new alpha or whatever, the big dog is kept a little bit healthier, just a little bit longer.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Was
And
it Rothgall? Well, it was the Needle. Is it the Needle that has disgusting democracy? Yeah, Gothrel's Needle.
Gothrel's Needle. Yes, Gothrel's Needle. Does,
remember how they were like, oh, hey, do you guys want, like, medical care? And then the Titan Forge are just this enormous group of, like, perfect Goliath specimens because they got basic health care. Like, this is like even more basic health care coming into play. And that's what they're getting now. They're getting like, hey, you've got an infection in your arm there. I can clean it with this salt water if you want. And they're like, oh,
salt water.
Okay.
Seize the witch doctor.
Yeah, but instead of seizing the witch doctor, they're like, okay, and all of a sudden their arm doesn't fall off. Like it's crazy. This
is what I'm saying. Like I envisage that they would become more and more comfortable with being able to be maintained for longer lifespans, like even longer than 17 years. Being able to go on.
Yeah, they're definitely getting there.
Yeah, they're going. So the only reason you would threaten that to go fight is if you were in a really truly dire situation where you're like, well, my strength and my I guess gang is being undermined, so I need to go and fight to defend that and show off my strength. So yeah, that's why I say it. Like, I mean, if you're healthy and you're able to maintain that health and you're able to maintain your production and you have an incredible amount of power around you and those directly below you are still fearful of your strength, then why would you continue to fight? You don't need to prove it if those around you have enough respect for you and your strength. Then all you've got to do, and I guess this is how the over-tyrants maintained for so long as well, is they're not necessarily always going into battle.
I see where you're going with that. Yeah. They're also able to help create better Goliath. They're able to help refine that process. And because obviously as the creation of Goliath has been moved away from the Escher and the Vansar, it's become bastardized. It's become a little bit more ramshackle, etc., etc. These rogue docs and that are able to come back and be like, hold on, hey, why are you pouring the genetic sample through this old coffee filter? We have like machines that can do that for you. Wait, really? yeah, just do this, and it's like all of a sudden, oh, now they're gonna stop trying to headbutt their way through concrete instead of just going through a door. Like, thanks, Doc.
Yeah, but that's kind of what I'm saying here. Is I'm not saying that they're backing off and not fighting at all, but they're looking at a better way to
Yeah,
create longevity for the clan. And we mentioned it earlier about the Overtime stepping in and saying, we're not killing off the Natborns. They're the longevity of our clan, and now suddenly you have medical care come in for the Goliaths, and they, as you say, they're not having an arm fall off. They're not losing their strength. They're not becoming weaker because of viruses and diseases and so forth, because they have the medicines and the doctors around. So surely their Overtyrants and their alphas would look at that and go, well, that allows us to keep a fighter from, dying at the age of 3. No. We're going to have a veteran fighter because we'll be able to keep them around till the age of 6. And they will be able to impart that knowledge into our Juves. And, I guess I'm probably applying a little bit more to it than that simple linear format that the Goliath have of strength is strength, and that's what makes us victorious and makes us the best. But a lot of these factors would have to be accounted for, because if you're just constantly relying on brand new blood to come in, you would effectively make yourself weaker, as you know, even in game terms, if you're just relying purely on Jews. So if the doctors can keep some of your soldiers around for a lot longer, or keep some of your valuable slaves around a lot longer, suddenly you become able to establish and hold on to your power for a lot longer as well.
yes,
Yeah.
yes,
So
100%.
that's why I see this medicine working.
Yep. You know what? You're absolutely right.
Don't really have
I
a game
agree.
idea for it, but
No, I really like that, and the fact that they're just like, nah, you know what? Let's just let them do that. Just let them do their thing.
yeah.
Yeah, no, I really like that.
So you're not taking away from the ethos of the game, which is, strength is power and power is strength, but you are simply saying that let's not allow, a hangnail to cause the death of one of our members when a doctor can come over and fix it up, or
Yeah.
he's got a bit of a sniffly nose. Oh well, you might as well just put a bullet in the back of his head now. No,
It is not weakness
Yeah.
to what's the word I'm looking for? It is not weakness to get help.
Yeah.
To be made better. Yeah, I love that. I'm now no, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. Another gang idea.
I actually have a gang idea for this.
I'm a re-rail this because I've got a gang idea, and I'm actually now convincing myself that it's already a gang idea. It's not original, and I've stolen it possibly from Games Workshop. I'm not sure, but
Okay, give us a taster. Don't leave us hanging.
a gang led by a rogue Doc, and no, it's Shiv's Crushers. Remember Doc Shiv?
Oh,
she
yes,
created,
yes.
Gore Shiv
Yeah.
Hammerfist? Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn it! I don't have a gang idea. I have a crime.
A crime of theft.
Yeah. Speaking of crime and theft, a raid by the Goliath gang, the Dog Soldiers, breaks through the advanced defences of the Van Sar home reactor. There, on gantries above a glowing sea of reactive plasma, the Overfiend himself steals one of the Van Sar clan's data shards, containing countless technological secrets. Though the Dog Soldiers will eventually trade the priceless shard for a crate of wild snake, it is not before their doc extracts valuable information on improving the Goliath's amniovat technologies. So,
Pretty
firstly,
much what we were just saying.
I completely disagree with the concept of committing crimes on Necromunda, and the Dog Soldiers should feel nothing but shame for their actions. In fact, that's the end of my statement. I'm finishing the episode there.
I'm really happy you got to read that bit. I was almost tempted to go in and mess up our order just so I read it. But then I thought, no, it's better if you read about how crap the Van Sar are at defending... Where was it?
Their home reactor.
Their
like that
home
is
reactor.
That
Yeah.
is so close to all of the secrets getting out.
Yeah.
But I genuinely love this because it's like they steal this data card, and I can just imagine one of them handing it to the doc and being like, "I don't know what this is," and the doc's going through it, and just he's just scrolling, and it's awesome. The doc's eyes just go super wide, and they look at the Goliath and just be like, "We've got it, ladies and gentlemen." And it's just, he takes it back and they improve the Goliath amniovet technologies. And, it adds like 10 years to the average lifespan of a Goliath. And it revolutionizes the house. And there was other information on there that could have literally turned the Goliath into the house of Necromunda.
Yeah.
And then they've sold it for a crate of wild snake. And they've sold it to someone who was just like, "Man, that card is shiny." Oh, like,
That's exactly what I was thinking. Yeah.
It just happened to be like the dumbest person on Necromunda who happened to be a guilder. He's just like, "Oh, my daughter would love that for her wind chime.
Yeah.
I'll give you this crate of wild snake," and the Goliath's just shoving it at him.
Yeah.
Like, "Yep, thank you,
Absolutely,
dumb
boss.
merchant."
Yeah, I can't believe
Yeah.
he gave us wild snake for a shiny bit. What a
Yeah,
fool.
what a dummy.
Yeah.
And it's just those three Goliath nodding their heads like,
Shiny.
shiny.
But wild snake.
I'm embarrassed as a proud son of Vansar. I'm embarrassed that the dog soldiers managed to get so deep into our fortresses. But I admire their gumption.
There might even be something about this in the Van Sar book as well when we get to that.
Oh,
Yeah, okay, buddy.
I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm not allowing this to derail the episode. I would like you to continue on to your read.
I've got a derail.
I get upset. I'm down for it. Let's do it.
Okay. I actually, the more we read about the Goliath, do you know how I envisage them? And this is a gang idea. They're almost like knights in a way. Now bear with me here because I'm giving them a lot of credit.
I'm gonna need to bear with you. I don't see where you're going with this.
Not Imperial Knights, like old school medieval knights, right? And they have a cadre of support around them. So they have docs, they have cooks, they have all these other things that don't go into the fight with them, but they're there to maintain them, to keep them going. So, medical needs, sustenance, maintaining their weaponry and so forth. But these are the ones that these are the ones that lead the charge in. They're the ones doing all the fighting, and their glory. They don't view their glory as what they've captured or who they've captured, but exactly how well they fought. And they're almost like, as I say, knights with a whole support network around them to make sure that they can get into the fight. And obviously the biggest and baddest of them is like their house leader or their chapter master, and not Space Marine chapter master, but a knightly order, knightly chapter. And that's as we're going through them, this is kind of how I see them. If they didn't have the docs and all that around them, they would still be very limited in the way that they can fight. But the more and more they add to their support network, the more expansive they can become, the more deadly they can become.
I'm genuinely just trying to picture any Goliath member climbing onto a horse and just be like, "Yes, pass me my lance. Let us go."
Can you not see them with the? I'm picturing them and imagining them like with just a French style bassinet helmet that's just probably a little bit not well fitting enough. It's kind of like the pointy nosed helmet. Like, I reckon that'll look cool. Wearing one of them, forge plates, big old mace, even one with a morning star. Oh, it looks so cool.
I can imagine them. Oh, okay. You know what? You could make them out of the. Oh, they're not coming out for a while. I think they're on pre-order at the moment. The Bretonian foot knights. Remember they were.
yeah.
Yeah, you.
You would need to make them a lot bigger than them.
No, but like you use those helmets with like the animal things, but you'd replace the animals with like a wrench. Or
yes,
like
it would all be forged.
Are they the
orientated
crests
stuff.
on? Would you call them crests on the
Yeah,
helms?
I think so. Or...
Yeah, like take the real brutal looking ones. Actually, no, cancel that. You need is it the horns of Hashut from Warcry? You know the Chaos Dwarf worshippers.
Oh,
They got like the bull helms and stuff.
Yes, it'd be perfect.
Yeah. Okay, no. Now that I'm looking at them like that in my brain, yeah, I do see where you're going with this. I am in. You've sold me. Go, run it up the flagpole.
So that's exactly what I just said. They're knights. Like they're the ones who charge in the battle, and their support network is around them. Do you know that you could almost have them with heraldry for each one, showing where they came from whether it be in the fighting pit, whether it be on the production line, or whether they came straight out of the vat and were put straight into a game.
Yeah.
You know, so their symbol might just be a vat, with the number 1 imprinted on it. So it's like, that's where I originated from. That's where I come from. Even if you have 1 or 2 like that, they just have variations on that heraldry. So you're sort of adding an element to them that says they do have this level of individuality and this level of unity, but their strength is still the most important thing about how they charge and thunder in a battle and just like, go absolutely stir crazy with melee weapons and so forth. I would try to keep their missile weapons down to quite short range things, but their armor would still be very industrialized looking, so very, very still House Goliath aesthetic. But you would try to put a few more things on them that would make them look like, we're very much focused on the fact that we are we're the mailed fist of this whole crew that we support. As I said, the docks and the cooks and whatever else that might be. We are that element to it. And then the docks and the cooks would be each assigned to a member within that crew. So you could even have a squire who would be your Jews. Your Jews would be your squires. And they get attached to one of these knights. And so they bear their heraldry, but then they also work on their own heraldry at the same time. And once they become fully fledged, then they can actually have their own heraldry that they get to sport somewhere upon their armour or on their helm, wherever the case might be. Imagine Goliath running around with a great big 2-handed sword or a 2-handed chainsword. It'd be absolutely bonkers.
Yeah, I love this. I'm genuinely picturing like they've seen a movie or something like that, and it's been about like it's this weird 40K sort of over the top nonsense version of like Kingdom of Heaven with Orlando Bloom.
Yeah, exactly. But it could be like space, like a propaganda bit about Space Marines, but they don't want to show what Space Marines are, so they use these stylized type of knights.
Yeah, and it's we're protecting terror and we're pushing back heretics, and these Goliaths, all they see is you're like, look at the size of that guy's club.
Yeah,
and so they're hammering their forge plate into like plate armor, and they're throwing chain mail over themselves, and
yes, exactly.
Man.
Like mail
that's
skirts,
so good.
Like an interlocked mail, so it's not just the chainmail, it's like chunks of metal that are all just interlocked together that they wear almost like as a, like a male skirt or something along those lines. It would it would really change the aesthetic of how they look as well. Like, as I said, still that industrialized aesthetic, but also about trying to change up how they would be perceived and make them look a little bit different. But anyway, my point is that I the longer we talk about them, the more I see them as, and yes, I understand that there's the production elements, but the more I see them as the fighting arm of a broader network.
Yeah, I love that.
Okay, so we will re-rail back into the read that Sam was trying to get me into. So
yeah, we do need to talk about the topic apart from. I'm actually currently on, I've got this little list of different ideas that we have that I'm just like, oh man, that'd be cool to do eventually. That'd be cool to do eventually. And I've just added Kingdom of Heaven Goliaths.
Yeah,
I'm just picturing them all in tabards, like, and
Yes,
with like this
tabards,
just
yes.
crudely beaten, basically the orc, like black orc armor, but on
Yep.
Goliaths, where it's just crudely knocked into place. It's like riveted to their body, so they, so you can't get their pauldrons and that off, and
Yeah.
So I've just added that. I will forget about what Kingdom of Heaven Goliath means in like 2 weeks when I go to look at this. Be like, what mini should I make? And I'd be like, Kingdom of Heaven Goliath. I should probably watch Kingdom of Heaven.
Yeah, and then that's the night wasted. Yeah.
Yeah. Just a shout out to the listeners. If you haven't seen it, Kingdom of Heaven, Orlando Bloom, fantastic. The King of Jerusalem is Edward Norton.
Let me double down on that though. If you haven't seen it, go watch the director's cut. It is.
Oh yeah, you have to watch the
amazing.
director's cut. Fantastic.
And if you've got the time and you want to, watch the original, then watch the director's cut, and the appreciation you have for the director's cut is amazing. I only watched it. I watched the original ages ago, and then I only watched the director's cut like last year, and I was blown away by how much better a film it was.
All right, new podcast idea. It's just movie reviews.
Oh yeah, movie reviews. Not without much depth or detail. Just us going, watch this. It's freaking brilliant. Don't
it's
complain.
mad. What? We got a letter from one of our listeners. Why don't you tell us why movies are good? Shut up. Shut up. We don't need that.
We don't need that kind of nonsense dragging down our podcast.
Re-rail that bad boy.
All right, back into it. So, the first Forge Wars. Since earning their freedom, the Goliaths have been steadily taking over the industrial smelting and forging of metal on Necromunda. As their power waxes, they launch the first Forge Wars, aggressive assaults on rival factorums and manufactoria. So this is, I think, what we talked about quite a bit earlier, is about taking on other gangs and houses that are actually running these manufactoria and factorums. And I reckon those fights would look absolutely mad. But obviously
It'd be terrifying.
Yeah, it would be terrifying. But again, this re-exemplifies the point of what I'm trying to make, is that the Goliaths are very linear in the way that they do things. So they understand that industrialized smelting and forging of metal is their big tick box. We keep doing that, everybody keeps smiling towards us. We keep getting the trickle down from the noble house, from the imperial house.
It's not even that. It's we have this many forges. There are this many forges. We need to get this many forges. We need to have all of them. Like,
I respect that you didn't add numbers to that, because it would have been confusing for
it would have been very confusing.
Yeah, they would have just been like,
it's just
he said 7 twice.
Get forges.
Get forges.
Get forges.
They have forge. We don't have that forge. We need that forge. How many will that add? That'll be many forge. Good forge.
Get forge.
Yeah, get forge.
Get forge.
But again, it's very linear. They understand that production is their process, is their winner, it's their bread and butter. So if we don't have these forges, even if we have more than everybody else, if we don't have those forges, our production will suffer, or we will allow that other house to suffer by slowing down their production and henceforth becoming more dominant. There's no subterfuge here. There's no, subtle nuances. It's see forge, get forge, produce more. Done.
Yeah.
We are the best.
Yeah. Exactly. They are unwilling to allow anything to stand in between them having what they have and getting what they want. And this is actually also exemplified in our next read, called Beat Down Town. A place you should all immediately mark off your Necromunda to-visit list.
No, I thought that place was all about music and some incredible beats that they had there.
Oh man,
have I misunderstood it?
You should definitely go there. I will enjoy learning about that.
I feel like that's a threat against me. How dare you?
Oh, it is. In Hive Trazior, Goliaths established the outlaw settlement of Beatdown Town. The Bad Zone's outpost soon becomes a centre of Trazior's narco lords, who find ready customers in the Goliaths. Several assaults by the Paladin forces end in failure, when the Goliath gang and their allies driving the enforcers back from their walls. Eventually, the Lords of Trazia choose to ignore the existence of Beat Downtown and get on with their lives. The key point there being they got on with their lives because if they kept going to Beat Downtown, their lives were going to be taken from them.
Yeah.
I love this. It's just Goliath make town. Narco Lords find town. Sell drugs to Goliaths. Goliaths defend drugs. Lords ignore.
And by the way, it's pronounced Trazio.
It's Trazia.
Trazio. I'm sure it was
Trazia.
Trazia.
Oh man, I got some yells about
Yeah, I can
that.
imagine.
I got some messages. As we said in, I think it was like our Delark episode. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if you disagree with the way we are correctly pronouncing things. Don't blame me. Blame your local education system.
Perfect. Well delivered, Sam. I second that.
Yeah, dummies.
Wholeheartedly. Don't call people dummies. All right. But yeah, I do love this as well because even the Lords of Trazor are sitting there going, "Well, look, we're not gonna mess with this because we've tried it. It doesn't work." And not only are we fighting against Goliaths and Narco Lords, we're actually fighting against like G'd up, like doped up freaking Goliaths, all on crazy kinds of drugs, and just going, "Yep, welcome to Beat Downtown. Population is you and everybody that you brought with you. Punch, punch, punch."
Yeah, just, you know what? If we just let them do what they do, we just tell people don't go there.
Yeah,
Don't go there, stay away. And you know what? If they go there after we've said that, it's their own damn fault.
Yeah, much deserved. Well, I guess we can stop talking about the crazy party town of Beat Downtown and go into some actual Goliath politics, I guess. The great...
Boo, politics, boo.
Boo.
No politics, only murder.
Not the P word, only
Actually,
strength.
I've been thinking about our own real life political system,
Yeah.
and the concept of no politics, only murder.
You know, we have an ASIO operative that listens in on this podcast. So
Yes,
I
Steve.
wouldn't go to... Yeah, how you going, Steve? Not the Steve everybody knows. He's our ASIO operative, Steve. He's sometimes likes to join in.
Yeah, all right, guys. Yeah, no, just keep going.
Oh, thanks, Steve-o.
Spamuel, maybe stop threatening politicians, mate. They don't like that. All right, sorry, Steve. Sorry,
Yeah.
Steve. Yeah, no, keep going with the episode, guys. Loving it.
I love when he chimes in. He doesn't get enough airtime.
He's
Anyway.
great.
The Great Over-Tyrant. Thulan Rex becomes the 99th Over-Tyrant of the Goliath and heralds a new age of expansion for the clan. A Natborn, Thulan will live for almost 50 years, by far the most longest lived Over-Tyrant to date. During his life, his reforms will strengthen the clan from the bond of alphas to the grand alliance with the Mercator Sanguis. So this is what I'm talking about, the politics. We have a Natborn in place who is changing what the Goliath understand. And I could dare say this would have rankled a few feathers with a lot of Goliath who's saying, why fix something that's not broken? You know, strength is what we know, strength is how we go, and you're modifying everything. But as you say in the read, it's, it does strengthen the clan, especially the alliance with the Mercator Sanguis.
Oh, the concept of... First, let's just breaking this down. The fact that he lived for almost 50 years is insane. Now, we get it. He's Natborn. They live longer. But this goes back to what we were talking about just a few points ago. That technology, that medical care, that enhancement to Goliath life is now right in front of us. It's proven. He lived for 50 years. But because he was able, and given the way the Goliath lived, he was able to live well for 50 years. So he was able to defend himself for those 50 years.
Do you see him again dying of old age? Is that what you see in this read or not?
No, I see him getting killed at like 48.
Yeah, righto. Because 50 years is not exactly long, especially when there's like...
It's a hell of a long time for a Goliath.
It is, but not for a Natborn. A Natborn surely would live
No,
longer.
a Natborn Goliath, you know, a little while ago, they were lasting almost 30 years, and everyone was like, oh my God.
Yeah, right. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So, I guess 50 years is a very long time. Yeah, true. Yeah.
You know, it was it Nail Fist? Lasted a grand total of 17, and everyone was like,
yeah. But he was a Vatborn, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, true. Yeah. Okay, but, sorry to interject on you, but continue.
Yeah, I can't imagine. I think that's the first time we've ever been derailed on this show. In the history of the podcast.
Yeah,
but
we better do something about it.
Yeah, because Thulin Rex has lasted so long, he's been able to look towards the future. He's been able to put together long-term plans. You got to remember this. He's lasted for generations of Goliath society, like generations of Vatborns have been born and died and turned into soup between his becoming the Overtyrant and dying, and this ability of his to turn around and create a stronger bond with the alphas, with the different hives, but then tie House Goliath closer to the Mercator Sanguis. For those of you who don't know the particular name, it's the slave guild. So the Goliath obviously have a very tight affinity with the concept of slavery, or prisoners with jobs, as we like to say, and the grand alliance between the Goliath and the Mercator Sanguis, if that's been formed here, this is given the Goliath no small amount of power from this point until quote unquote modern day Necromunda, where they are key players in the slave trade on Necromunda, and because of that, their section of the Imperium. It's great to see. No, slavery is not great to see. Slavery is still very bad.
Wait a second, buddy.
Yeah, it's great to see the concept of Goliath looking not just towards the here and now, but the future for the clan. Slavery is still bad.
Yeah, slavery no good, strength good. But it makes sense when you have somebody who's living a significantly longer period of time than a regular Goliath. They can see what the future needs for the clan. And so they're not looking at that short term of how long will I be in charge for, and who will undermine me, and who do I need to watch my back from. And, hopefully in the next 2 years I become known as a powerful and great leader, and then my time is up. You have somebody in place who's saying, this clan needs to be bigger than what it is, otherwise it'll eventually die, because it'll be relying on strength, and Necromunda, you can't just rely on strength alone,
Yes,
so
exactly. Yeah, and all of this leads for the Goliath, coming into their own. They're no longer looking at what are we able to do in the here and now. They've been building towards this here. And that flows really well into our next read, where it's aptly titled Their Rightful Place. House Goliath corners the Necromundan production of forged metals and ferrite compounds, supplying all the other clan houses with the bulk of their smelted ores and industrial materials. This manufacturing power makes the Goliaths one of the swiftest rising houses on the planet, rapidly outpacing all its rivals. So this goes back to what you've been saying a lot so far this episode, where you questioned a couple of times, who were they challenging? Who were they fighting? Who were they seizing this control from?
Yeah.
Everyone. The answer is everyone. Where it's sort of redundant, but the Goliath are exactly that. They have been built to be bigger, stronger, more resilient than anyone else. You've got a dome that's full of radiation. Send the Goliath. They'll take it over. And then they'll smelt the whole damn thing into axes and clubs and really fancy armor. And so you've got knights. But,
Yeah. Yes, exactly.
you know, they've literally found their niche. They've formed their society around who they are as people. And now they're forming their entire existence around not only what the powers that be wanted them to be, but also what they know they can do better than everyone else. And in what? How long have we been sort of talking about the Goliath now? It's not even 1,000 years, is it?
M39 is when we start.
M39,
Yeah.
M4. Okay, so maybe 1,500 years since their existence was dreamt of.
Yeah.
And now they've put themselves into the position to be, let's be honest, the most powerful clan house. And right here, I think they would be putting themselves down as probably one of the most important as well.
I totally agree with you 100% on this one. But it's because they're staying linear, like I've mentioned multiple times here. They're looking at the production and they're saying, okay, well, we're not going to... There's no point trying to produce auto guns or power swords or power mauls or any of that kind of stuff. Let's keep our capacity control production at the base level, and that is at the metals and the different compounds that are needed by every other house, every other manufacturer. They need all that. So before you can even start anything, you need the base materials that we're providing. So they'll provide it to themselves, obviously, to produce weapons, but now they become the feeder for the planet. They become the feeder for the other clans, and they can't hold back on that because as a gang, as a house alone, they can't meet the tithe that the Imperium sets upon them.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, but they feed this out, and by feeding those materials out, the other houses become totally reliant on them, and not just from a, they're stronger and they're better and they can go into hives and do X, Y, and Z. But it's from a point that if we don't have what they're supplying, we're in a world of hurt here because we will not meet our tithe. And the crushing blow of the Imperial House coming down on us is 10 times worse than what any other gang can do.
But what you've hit on there is actually really quite funny because every house needs every other house. Everyone needs Goliath because if you need metals for your power swords and auto guns and las guns, or you need to make, armor plating for tanks, or, I don't know, cans for starch cola, whatever it is you need to make.
That's a disgusting drink, by the way.
I'd drink it. I would definitely give it a shot.
Yeah, right. Continue.
But that's it. You need their materials, and they need House Orlok because House Orlok are the ones mining all these materials or reclaiming it from the wastes. They need the Escher because the Escher have the drugs they need. They need the Van Saar because their technology allows them to build more amniovats. Or they need the Delark because every sandwich needs mayonnaise. Like, you need Cawdor because no one does barbecue better than a Cawdor. And also, worst case scenario, you eat the Cawdor.
Yes, perfect. Rat burger's still tasty even when it's got Cawdor in it. Who needs a Van Saar?
My brain's not working. Is there another clan house?
Yeah, Van Saar, but nobody needs them.
No, we've already said Van Saar. They have technology. You dummy.
It's not great technology, though. Remember, it did teleport somebody to the
Corn's throne room.
Yeah.
That hasn't happened yet, though. So
that hasn't happened, but
that hasn't happened. But
the time traveler came back. Anyway,
oh my god, they popped back into the beginning of the Goliath. They're like, what's going on? Where am I?
Yeah.
It's just three Goliaths nodding their heads.
yeah.
Going,
Do you know how to get home from here?
we live here now. I need my binky.
Yeah, my binky. You're totally right about the synergy that exists within the clans, but because of the ties, because of the desire for production, the placement of House Goliath is vital.
Essential.
Essential.
It is
It really
essential.
is. You know, the first step is mining the materials, but can we get Goliath to mine? Probably.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean? Yeah, 100%. But to control the forges and to work in the conditions they work in, there's no other clan that's going to be able to do it with their level of efficiency. You know?
Not even just their level of efficiency, their level of ease.
Yeah,
Could
resilience.
get Van Sar
Yeah.
in there, and they'd have to build robo-suits and deal with their existing health issues. So already
There would be a millennia.
it's more expensive.
Yeah, there'd be a millennia of infrastructure before they could even smelt one bit of
Exactly.
metal. Yeah.
Exactly. You could put the Orlok in there. Then don't get me wrong, the Orlok are tough, but they're not that tough. And the Orlok themselves don't want to do the work. They want their drudging class to do it. Their drudging class who are malnourished and who will die.
Yeah,
So they,
yeah.
you know, the Escher can't do it because
They don't have numbers.
they don't have the numbers.
They
Exactly.
don't have. You've got Manvants and you've got the primary Escher who they need to pour into their gangs, who they need to pour into their
to protect their territory.
protect their territory. So
Like-
where's the rest of the support? It's not there. The mayonnaise
Exactly.
boys aren't going to do it because they're just constantly hearing the whisper of the silent ones.
You can't have fish in a forge. That's it. My grandpappy used to say that to me. He'd say, Spamuel, just because you pelly can doesn't mean you pelly should. You cannot have a fish in a forge. And I'd look at him and say, how do you keep getting into my house? Like, I don't know how you got here. But
I
eventually,
personally, I've never heard that one. The just because you
Really?
pelly can doesn't mean you pelly should. I'm definitely using that. That's really good. But no fish in a forge, people. That's a cardinal rule of
There's
not
no
only
fish in a
Necromunda.
forge.
Yeah, no, it's, you walk into a modern day forge in our century, and they've got signs up saying no fish in the forge, folks.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh yeah, no, it totally makes sense, and you don't question
bad
it.
for the gills.
It's bad for the guilds and the guilds. Yeah, totally agree.
But then the Cawdor have the numbers, but let's be honest, they have neither the intelligence nor the vitality nor the constitution
Nor
Yeah,
the
like-
focus.
nor the focus.
They'd be battering the metal into some sort of imperial iconography, going, look what I did. Well, you did wrong. You did right, but you did wrong.
That's not a wrench. Just stop trying to make weird Aquila wrenches.
Yeah.
It's a wrench it's the wrencherer, and then his mates crucify him for heresy.
Yeah.
Like,
The
but no,
retro.
that's,
But see, that's the other thing as well. They would be so slow because everything would be prayed over. Everything would be like, oh, praise the emperor, we forged, our new record of materials this day. Excellent. Let's go pray about that for another, 25 hours or something along those lines. Yeah, okay, cool. Then finally get back into it. But yeah, they are the position they're in because of their unique ability. And their unique ability comes from the fact that they are Goliath and they're able to withstand such horrible conditions.
yes. And I mean, we've hung a lot of crap on them so far this episode, but I think that one of the key factors behind all of this so far is we can identify and respect what and who they are, not only as as a gang and as a clan house, but as an essential component to the ongoing existence of Necromunda. And as we're seeing the rapid evolution, this is like a weird closing statement. We're still we're still hours away from the end.
Yeah.
Like, as we see the rapid evolution of House Goliath, going from sterile vat-born creatures to now heading towards being a genuinely viable abhuman race, I suppose.
Exactly.
This goes back to my original statement of the Goliath are the orcs of Necromunda.
Yeah.
Except for the actual orcs of Necromunda.
Yeah, well.
But at the end of the day, I think all of Necromunda will be Goliath. And I think it will
I
be...
still don't believe that, but yeah,
No,
I can see your point. I can see.
As we're getting more and more intelligent Goliath, and there's a couple of characters later on we'll talk about where they're sort of shunned in Goliath society a little bit because they are quite smart.
They know how to read the back of the cereal packet, or at least read a cereal.
They can count all the way to potato.
Like
yeah.
Holy moly!
But we're going to see more and more of them coming in to the point of I genuinely think that, you know, whether it be a millennium, 2 millennium, 5 millennium, whatever, at the ongoing rate of development of Goliath, I think they will be it. It will be House Goliath as, if not the Imperial House, but possibly the true power behind the Imperial House.
Yeah, right. So, and we see that in the Aranthian succession, where that manifests itself as where, you know, Angry Goat allies himself with the Goliath. You know, he sees that as these are the people, these are the faction that is providing the most strength. Obviously, it doesn't work out for Angry Goat, but
It doesn't.
It does
but
not. Yeah.
Who kills him? A Goliath.
A Goliath, yeah.
There
a
we
smart
go.
Goliath, well, semi-smart Goliath. But everything we're talking about there, I do want to sort of circle back to it, but it just leads beautifully into the next read, which will sort of combine together with what we are already talking about. Industrial powerhouse. In the space of less than 1,000 years, House Goliath has grown in industrial power to rival houses who have been on Necromunda for millennia. Perhaps of more concern to the clan's enemies, House Goliath has made itself vital to the output of the world's huge industrial quotas. Exactly what we were saying. But
Exactly.
look, I'm not in agreement with you that the whole planet will become Goliath eventually. Well, that's the eventual goal, which is, look, in a way that does make sense because, you know, it's sort of emulating what a space marine is. Highly intelligent and incredibly strong. So if you can get both of those factors in place, you're winning. You know, I can totally see that happening, but I don't think any of the other clans would be happy to give up their power that quickly. Perhaps they may not be able to stop them, but just going back a little bit to what we're talking about, their strength, because it is linear, because it is targeted at one thing at a time, makes them very good, and maybe probably a little bit inflexible, but very good at hitting one target, purpose or objective, and fulfilling that goal 100%. You take a clan like Escher or Dalak, and what they do is they're so multifaceted. There's so many fingers in so many pies that overall they're probably more successful in the sense that they can do more. They're a bit more flexible. They can, you know, bend like the willow sort of thing when things go wrong. But it does allow them a certain level of weakness and a certain level of misdirection that they play upon themselves. Whereas Goliath provide this just, it's almost like a zero focus, sort of like a 100% zeroed in focus, where they can say, this is what we're doing and we're going to be the best at it.
I don't believe the Goliath, and I'm just going to say when they take over. We do disagree on this, but I'll say when they take over the planet. The Goliath will not be manufacturing chems. The Goliath will not be intelligence operatives. I would love to see a Goliath spy, though. I just picture him in those glasses with the fake mustache, and you know he's sitting there, amongst this big group of Cawdor, and he's just like, "Yep, no one knows that I'm definitely not a Cawdor." And this Cawdor turns to him and is like, "You said that out loud, and you yelled it." And he goes, "No, I didn't."
Yeah.
It's like,
and then just murders them to cover up his identity.
just
Slaughters
murders
the whole lot.
entire group of them, and they're just like, how does this Goliath keep getting away with it? The Thane of Cawdor and his little sort of inner circle are like, we have to catch this guy. Where is he? And he's just standing there in the corner with like a lampshade over his head. And his abilities are so bad and his tactics are so terrible that he's outwitting everyone somehow.
Yeah, they don't see the obvious. They're just like,
Yeah.
he wouldn't stand there with a lampshade on his head. Only an idiot would do that. And you can hear him laughing as they say that in the background. Yep, no.
And then all you hear is just screaming and pop, 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 pop. And who's playing that Christmas album? God.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah,
All I want for Christmas. Sorry, Sanguinalia
Yes.
is you.
dead. I want you dead. Yeah.
Pop, pop, pop.
Pop up. Yeah. So, look, I think what I'm trying to also emphasize here is that something that I spoke about earlier is that the Goliath, their birth, their emergence into Necromunda is so Necromundan. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
And so their ability to establish themselves at the height of their power, or the top echelon of where they're going to establish the most amount of power, is the most Necromundan way as well. It is about production.
Yes.
It's about the industrial quotas. That is what makes them the true essence of Necromunda. Where other gangs rely on secrecy and others rely on, chems and things. All of those things don't matter at the end of the day, because the industrial quotas are what matter, because Necromunda is an imperial planet. And the Goliath epitomise exactly what the Imperium needs. Strong, non-questioning, and devoted to the cause, because they don't quite understand what the cause is, which is fine.
Which is fine, but, they understand no fish in the forge.
No fish in the forge,
Yeah.
mate.
Well, in regards to the Goliath being what they necessarily need, what the Ash Wastes needs, in my opinion, is more Goliath. And the next read here is going to give you an example of why. Goliath road gangs multiply out in the wastes, rivaling the Orlocks for their size and aggressiveness. The Mungan Ash Raiders raid in the name of the clan along the Great Ash Road west of Hive Mortis, the site of their rumbling war trucks and razor bikes striking terror into Ashwaste nomads and guild caravans alike. Can you imagine being some poor bastard caravan guard, cruisy day, you fought back a little bit of a nomad raid, you're feeling pretty chuffed with yourself, and you look out on the horizon, you can see some dust, and you think, oh, no, it's cool. It's probably just a ridge hauler, must be Gilda Coin, no problem. And it starts getting closer, and you hear this chanting, just and it gets closer and closer and closer, and you see that it's 10, 15, 20 of these just Goliath meat men, like hanging off the side of this war truck, just chanting and smashing weapons against the side of it, thumping their fists on their chests, just getting close, just thinking like, I'm done.
I'm cooked.
You're all firing at them, and they're taking last rounds to the face, and hard rounds to the chest and that, and they're just like, is that all you've got? Like, that's...
You know what I love about your description there? Like, it's very evocative, I'll give you that. It's the imagery is flying. You're just describing orcs, and you're just describing orcs.
I'm definitely just describing orcs. And it's amazing that you all, and I'm just going to assume our listeners are just like, is he talking about orcs?
Yeah.
Because the Goliath are orcs. The
It's
Goliath
well
are
established.
orcs for all intents and purposes. They are just fleshy, like pink-fleshed orcs, with possibly more questionable personal hygiene. And I genuinely look at them because I've said it already, and it's in the House of Iron, the House of Chains, sorry, and it's all in there. So you can't just be like, oh, you're picking on the Goliath. They're dumb. So many of them are just dummy dum-dums, and the ones in charge are directing them, and they're pointing them as the blunt weapons they are, and saying, "Go over there and kill everything." And they are the best at that. They are the absolute best at getting in there and killing everything. But I view them as very orcish,
Yeah.
and that base aggression, that sort of that rock cunning that we've discussed for many episodes. I find that more terrifying than something like the Corpse Grinder cults. I find that more terrifying than something like the Orlocks or Focused Escher, because they, at the end of the day, in my mind, have a goal. They want, as individuals, they want notoriety and success and power and money and, women or men or furs or a fancy denim coat. The
Fancy denim
Goliath,
coat.
much like the orcs, just want to smash you to bits. And
there's no reasoning with that. There's no arguing with that. So
no, there's not.
You can't turn around and be like, well, you're looking for this bit of equipment, or you're looking for this artifact, or you're trying to get more power within your gang. If you keep me alive, I can help you do X, Y, and Z, right? There's bargaining almost. Whereas with the Goliath, there's no bargaining. They're here to smash your face in. And they're the only thing they're looking for is to smash your face in. So you can't create a better deal for them. You can't beg for your life by going,
how about you just smash in this side of my face?
yeah, and then we'll come to an agreement where later on you can smash my face in front of everybody. No. It's, I smash your face in, I do what the boss says, fantastic. Then we move on to the next village and we do the exact same thing.
Exactly.
Now, I have a question here, though, about the Goliath in the Ash Wastes. They would be very different, I think, to their industrial cousins, like the ones inside the hives.
They are orcs. In the Ash Wastes, I'm all jokes aside, they are feral orcs with mohawks. No hair squigs needed here. It is all them. Especially, do you remember how many times we've pointed out the Goliath have chainsaw mohawks?
Yeah.
Like, not even the orcs are that insane. Like,
Yeah.
the orcs might replace their jaws with giant metal teeth and be like, they run around just screaming, I'm a tank, I'm a tank, I'm a tank,
Yeah.
I'm a tank. Yeah. No, the Goliath are like, I'm going to change my brain for a chainsaw because I can.
Yes.
Industrial, like, hive Goliath, I believe would be civilized. They're that... Do you remember in the Ratskin episode we talked about Was it the Ratskin episode we talked about the progression of barbarians into civilization?
Yeah, like the techno-barbarians advancing themselves. So, yeah, I see that. I almost see them like as a 9 to 5. Sorry, I sort of interrupted what you were saying there. Yeah, go ahead.
No. I think you're about to say exactly what I'm thinking.
They're almost like they go to their 9 to 5 job, if you know what I mean. They kind of, clock in, work at the forge, go down to the bar, start a fight, smash in some skulls of some rival gang, get home, have a little snoozle, and then get up, go to work, do the same thing,
And throughout the entire day, it's just steroids.
Exactly. Yeah, whatever chems I can get my hands on. Whereas I see the Ash Waste Goliath as like, get up whenever they want, look for smoke on the horizon, head towards it, loot whatever you can from there, inject whatever you can into yourself. Maybe once every couple of cycles, head towards the closest hive and try to recruit some more Goliath into your gang, and just be like, hey, look at us. We wear less armor. We're covered in furs and feathers and all manner of animal skins, but boy, do we have fun. And, you know, there's no supervisor checking on you here. You just go in there, you beat the living daylights out of any caravans you see, take what you can grab, and give nothing back.
See, I think even you still see them as more civilized than I do.
Oh, right. Okay. You see them worse than that.
I think you're thinking of them as we saw them in the Arantian Succession, where they were organised into battalions and they had their fancy motorcycles and, you know, I'm seeing a lot of them. Do you remember earlier we were talking about the ones that they were plagued and what did I call them? The wasted?
Yeah.
The ones that were running around eating Goliath flesh and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
I see a lot of them out in the wastes because they're so separated from the steady supply of Escher Chems and Van Sartek, etc., etc. I see them turning to darker methods, you know, distilling.
So really feral.
Distilling adrenaline from, like, you know, the adrenal glands of people that they've captured, and they're making growth hormone from the blood taken from their victims, and they're almost cannibalistic, and they're chaotic maybe without the chaos.
Yeah,
you know what
right.
I'm saying? Like,
so they're really beasts. They're very high functioning beasts. They would almost need to like have a rogue doc or something like that, or a group of scientists who their leader would have to understand, we need to keep these alive because they make the science that keeps us going. You know what I mean? Well, what a horrible existence that is for those.
But I see someone who's maybe found one of the Blades cloning facilities or something.
Oh,
and
yeah.
is making clones of clones of clones of clones of clones of clones of clones.
Yeah.
And I'm going to cut that section and repeat it 3 or 4 times just to really emphasize the cloning.
Are you suggesting you're going to clone that section?
God damn, that was genius.
Yes, I know. You're welcome. Welcome to the show, everybody.
But I picture that where their knowledge is, don't get me wrong, isn't terrible, but isn't good enough to keep the purity of the project going.
Yeah.
And they've turned savage. They've turned feral. They're getting bone growths coming out of their shoulders. Maybe they've got a row of quills running down their spine. You know, this one here, because the genetic material has been harvested from other humans or near humans. Maybe they're just a little bit divergent. Maybe like you said before, with your beastman idea. Maybe there was a couple of ash waste beastmen that got harvested for genetic material. So some of these blokes kind of look like silverback gorillas.
That would be cool.
Like,
do you know what I'm seeing in my brain is sort of like having, because they're reliant on less, I guess, structured or less tested chems and less tested services to keep them going. You would almost have, like, say, somebody with an atrophied limb where it's become smaller and weaker. So they become, like, reliant on just having one really good strong arm. Like, let me hit you with my strong arm sort of thing, you know. And so they become mutated, but not in a way that we're all, like, you know, they're not growing horns necessarily and you're going, oh, well, that could definitely be usable in combat. They're starting to almost be totally afflicted and affected by the ash wastes, in the sense that you might have others that are just fully dependent on respirator systems to keep them breathing and going. You know, you might have others that have, you know, I guess, servo-assisted limbs and so forth, so that they can stay in the fight. So where the chem technology is failing, they use other techs to keep them going, or they simply just kill off the weaker ones. But the ones who are able to survive that, even in their state of weakness, they would be venerated in a way. Just like, oh, look, you know, I don't know, what tool are we up to now? We've definitely gone through hammers and, yeah, look at impact drive.
Grinder,
yeah. Look at grinder head Surefoot, he's missing an arm, but has able to defeat two people who've tried to come and eat him, or two other Goliaths who've tried to eat him. So they begin to venerate that person, or that Goliath, sorry, not just a person.
Did you ever read the Ultramarine series by Graham McNeil?
No, I didn't, no.
Oh, man. In Dead Sky Black Sun, these Ultramarines go to... what is it? Medrengard, the homeworld of the Iron Warriors, or the current homeworld of the Iron Warriors. And these two Ultramarines come into contact with a group of mutants, I will call them, because if you ever choose to read it, I don't want to ruin it for you. Called the Unfleshed, where they are basically these huge, disfigured, mutant humanoids that are created with a bastardized gene seed implantation process.
Yep. Okay.
And they're basically space marines, but they're mutants, and they have no skin.
Oh.
That's how I'm picturing these guys that you're describing, because each of them was completely different from each other. Like, some of them would have atrophied limbs, or they would have like bone plating down their throats, or the biggest was called it was the Lord of the Unfleshed, and he was basically this like a space marine mixed with a Goliath stimmer, but also just tear all of his skin off and make him incredibly loyal to the Emperor, and now make him want to kill Iron Warrior Space Marines. But that's going to be all part of our Ultramarines podcast. The worst chapter / legion ever with Nathan and Samuel.
Yes.
Yes, even worse than the Imperial Fists.
Yeah.
Boo.
Big boo, yeah. And what is it?
I really like the Imperial Fists, and I hate to say it, I actually do like the Ultramarines for certain things, but that's you can yell at me later. But
Soft.
Anyway, I digress.
Stick to your resolutions.
Yes, they remind me of the Unfleshed, where these beasts are, they're mutated, or they're sort of abhuman, removed from the path of humanity, but not necessarily by their drive. Like I said, the Unfleshed were incredibly loyal to the Emperor still, despite the fact they'd been forcibly mutated. So in my mind, these feral Goliath could still see themselves as Goliath. They've been diverged away from what a Goliath should be, but they still know what they are. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, they would. I totally agree with what you're saying, because that's kind of the image that I have. That strength is still important, and that's what I'm saying. So even if they are mutated to a point of weakness, if they can still prove their strength, they stick around in the gang, and they're still considered a Goliath, even though they're not.
Exactly.
Even though they're not the right specimen, even though they become weaker in some way or shape or form, but at the end of the day, they can prove and show their strength. And that's all they're looking for, is their capacity to still fight as part of a raiding crew, or, a raiding team. So I see them as feral. Probably, I like the idea of embracing your sense of how feral they are, like really, really, one flew over the cuckoo's nets kind of madness to them.
Yes.
But I see them also as like really left out in the wilderness, and having to survive without the technology of the hive to keep them as Goliaths functional. But look, I mean, we extrapolated a lot from that section of the read. I just had a little posing a little question about what they look like in the Ash Waste, because they are such a heavily industrialized gang, it makes sense how they would look into a hive. But within the Ash Waste, they, I almost see them with war paint on as well.
Yes,
like
very much so.
The streaks of paint across the face, across the body as well. Yeah, really. I sort of, I don't know. I'd hate to say it, but gang idea. But anyway, we'll save that for a little bit later on, and I'll move in.
We need to stop with the gang ideas, because this I'm getting an episode like worth of gang ideas. It'd be like, all right, and this is our episode just on Goliath gangs.
Yeah.
And one gang is literally just three guys standing
Just
there going,
nodding.
All three of them have a map, but each map is different. And it's just like, no, we have to go left here. It's like, all right, okay.
All right, let's go left. That'll get us home eventually. But
One guy's map is literally just a picture of a circle, and he's like, yes.
I think if we follow
yes,
this line, we'll be fine.
go in this direction. Yes. But take out re-rail us.
Re-rail it. How dare you, Sam? All right. The Savage Council, a gathering of the alphas in the fist of Hive Primus, turns into an all-out brawl. Such is the violence of the fight that it spills out into the lower sections of Hive City, sparking an uprising that eventually forces the Hive Lords to call in the Palanite subjugators to put it down. So they just had a gathering, like their biannual body corporate meeting, and it's turned into a proper punch-on that sparks an uprising. Classic Goliath, classic Necromunda.
That's a classic Goliath Tuesday.
Yeah, true. Yeah, they ran out of tacos on Taco Tuesday, and that was enough for it.
Is that a pulled pork taco? Yes. All right, time to fight.
Yeah.
Fair enough. But no, that's perfectly Goliath. It's just, well, we're all talking, and hey, we're all agreeing that we need to invest heavily in art supplies. But you know what? I don't like the fact that he's saying blue is the best color, and I'm actually saying blue is the best flavor. So we're gonna have to tussle.
Yeah, exactly. And then you have those weirdos who are like, the blue is the best smell, and both the color and the taste people, they hate them.
They hate.
Yeah, and that's probably what started the uprising.
Well, this next read here, I actually think is probably one of the best reads of all of the House of books. It's called, and this actually could be the title. This possibly could be the title of the episode. Too ugly to live, too stupid to die. Grunner Jax, leader of the Iron Dukes, confounds his enemies by repeatedly refusing to die, despite getting shot in the face, having a ripperjack burrow into his chest, and also being carried off into the sump by gigantic Necroarachnos. Jax returns each time with some new scars and the same dumb expression plastered on his ugly face.
Other gigantic Necroarachnos, would they be giant spiders by chance?
They would most likely.
Which we covered in our
spiders, which thankfully we have covered.
We have covered, yes, excellent.
Wait, did we? Yeah, we did. No, we did.
I'm going to say we did, and if we didn't, it's your fault. This is a Spamuel correction for the future.
I think this is great, and even if you did get carried off by a giant spider or maybe even some type of, lashworm, which we definitely covered, I think this is great because you can just imagine, he gets shot in the face. He's like, well, that sucks. Jabs a bit of super glue on there, closes up the wound, and he's like, yes, sweet. Ripperjack burrows in. I'm imagining he pops that thing like a pimple, and this Ripperjack just shoots out. He gets carried off into the sump by gigantic Necroarachnos. He gets put into a cocoon, and he's just like, joke's on you. I've got this handy dandy, a little chain knife, cuts himself out, kills the spider, and, cuts its eyes out, and it's like, yep, this will buy me a couple of drinks.
Yeah.
And just wanders back. He's actually been beaten to a pulp. But because he's so tough and he's so dumb, he's just like, cool.
These guys are dumb. They couldn't kill me. I'm smart. They're the dumb ones. They couldn't kill me. But the bit that they don't talk about here, being the leader of the Iron Dukes, guess what he's having to do? Every time he comes back, he's got to reclaim his title as leader of the Iron Dukes. So
I think it would get to a point where they'd just stop taking his job.
After so many casualties of like the next strongest, they'd just be like, all right, we'll give it 3 days. If he's not back within 3 days, we give him another 2 more. And then we might just elect somebody, not do the strength thing because we've suffered enough casualties with all the stupid fights Grunner has got us into. You know, just ridiculous nonsense things that we were never going to win. But he thought he saw or heard or tasted something. And so that's why he was going down that alleyway. So, yeah, I agree with you on that. They'd just be like, let's just hold off. Let's put a hiatus on gang activity until Grunner comes back or eventually dies, which obviously he doesn't.
Yeah. Until we see a corpse, he is still alive.
He's still our leader. They go into battle, just like, all right, who's going to run the negotiations? Well, we're just waiting on Grunner, but it could be a week. Yeah.
But it works in their favour because they just show up. They're like, "Oh, Grunner's on his way," and everyone's just like, "Oh God, just take what you want. Just take what you want."
They're smart enough to work out that his name is a threat alone. They're just like, "Oh, mate, just have it. You know what? We'll come and work for you. It's easier that way." All right, Shiv's crushes, and we've mentioned Shiv before actually.
Doc Shiv, yeah, buddy.
Yeah, Doc Shiv. Yeah, that's right. When you tried to create the gang that had already been created.
I definitely stole it from Games Workshop.
Poor form, Samuel. Poor form.
That's not the cease and desist heading my way.
Yeah, exactly. Shiv's crushes. Doc Shiv begins perfecting her formulas for hyper stims, allowing more gangs to turn their fighters into stimmers or zerkers, and adding greatly to their destructive potential. Too late, assassins from other clan houses learn of Shiv's work. The Doc is soon never seen far from her stimmed up bodyguards. So I guess this is like one of the key characters in the oversupply of stimmers and zerkers to House Goliath.
Oh, for sure. I mean, was it Cinderak Burning? It described... It was Gore Shiv Hammerfist, wasn't it?
Yeah, Gore Shiv Hammerfist.
Yeah, it was Doc Shiv's sort of Sistine Chapel. He was her ultimate work. And literally, she could talk down to Gore Shiv Hammerfist.
Yeah.
She was almost a little bit belittling.
Yeah.
But because of her position within the gang. Because at the end of the day, it is her gang. Gore Shiv just runs it.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
She is their dealer. She is their source of everything. And she has created this chemical process, whether it's a combination of stims and chems or whatever, or whether it's the stims and chems themselves. She's perfected the formulas for her hyperstims, allowing more gangs to turn their fighters into the stimmers or zerkers. Like, a Goliath is already tougher. Imagine making a Goliath into an Ogren, but back into a Goliath and better. And that's what she's done, and she's made it an almost flawless process that is horrific. And every other clan house now sees, oh, we should not have let her get this far. Maybe we should, and we can't kill her.
Yeah, exactly. And I can imagine House Escher would be totally pissed with her because they'd be seeing all the work she's doing and they're like, hang on, that's our thing. That's what we do.
Yeah.
We mess with the chems. So I reckon that's probably one of the reasons she needs a fair few bodyguards. Is
she an Escher?
You would say so, considering how much knowledge she has of the chems and the ability to modify and change. Just somebody who's so engrossed with her work that she doesn't care about the gang rivalries.
Gang idea.
Gang idea, yeah, go on. Are you talking like Fabius Bile Toss type mutants?
That's kind of what I'm thinking. No, an entire gang of Forge-born Goliath who were all former Escher and have travelled across and undergone the process to become Goliath under the leadership of what are they called? The shivers. You know,
Oh, yeah.
the Escher sort of like witch types.
Yeah, the seers, basically.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Imagine one of them who said to this gang, like, no, we're wrong. We need to overcome. We need to become more. And she's dragged them into. She's convinced them all to join Goliath.
Yeah, right. Okay. So you'd have almost like your muscle mummies from earlier, but Escher, like clearly Escher in their aesthetic. But
Yeah.
but that's purely just from the painting side of it, and purely from the colours and the colour schemes and so forth. But in terms of the rest of it, in terms of the bulk and the strength that they display, the way their armour is, plated onto them, the weapons they use, it's all Goliath. That's a really cool mashup, actually.
You'd even play them still as Goliath, but as Escher. They'd be hyper focused on close combat, not those fast, perfect cuts, that the Escher are known for, but just bludgeon them to death like a Goliath.
Yeah, but like, so you could still have them equipped with swords from the black market and all that kind of stuff. So
Yes.
still playing around with Escher styled weaponry, but at the end of the day, they're more sort of like a battering ram rather than a scalpel. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
All right, that's cool. I really like that idea for a Shiva type gang. But you'd have to make a way to represent Doc Shiv as well. I think you'd absolutely have to. Whether it can't just be a rogue Doc either. You'd have to play around with it and find somebody who's just a little bit more extra weird, a little bit extra, provides a little bit of extra oomph to your gang, or, geez, I don't know, even
That Doc Arachnos.
yeah,
The doctor. He's got the weird, like the plague doctor mask.
Yeah. Something like that would work really cool. Because it doesn't have to be a good fighter or anything. Just somebody who could change and modify your gang either between games or during a game.
Yeah. Damn. Oh. Well,
Too many gang ideas.
Before we get down too many more gang ideas, with the last read from this section, before we start looking at industry and then characters. And it's aptly titled True Necromundans. By the final years of the 41st millennium, the decline of Necromunda is continuing to claim hives and hive populations at a steady rate. While the resources of the world teeter closer to exhaustion, among this woe, only Goliaths seem to prosper, leading some to believe that perhaps of all the creatures of Necromunda, they and they alone will one day inherit the planet. This might be the second, maybe even third instance of me being completely vindicated in my beliefs in some of the nonsense I seem to spew forth incessantly. Even official publication agrees with me that not only was Blinky involved, but House Goliath is pulling that greenskin card and adapting, overcoming, and instead of finding problems and adversity, are simply becoming the solution.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. But I guess this was written before the Aranthian succession, and mate, they ain't had the best time of it during the Aranthian succession. So, I guess
false sense of confidence, my friend.
Just
false sense of confidence.
Let's get everybody to ignore House Goliath for a little bit while the Aranthians rise, and then we'll come back with a vengeance. Come storming through the gates. Look, I mean, yeah, this read totally justifies what you're saying, but I still don't believe it. I still think.
Well, it's like the classic saying, there's always that argument amongst friends where everyone goes, at the end of 40k, at the end of Warhammer, who wins? And the correct answer is either the Orcs or the Tyranids. But then the Tyranids, because I'm pretty sure they've got our galaxy surrounded.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, it's the Tyranids. But, that's not for now. That's for our Tyranid podcast, simply titled Human Screaming. But yeah, at the end of the day, if Necromunda continued in the fashion it is going, only the Goliath would be left because they would be the only ones who could physically survive. Would they
Yeah.
thrive? Would they continue as a society? No, absolutely not.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I think you would see the feral Goliath rise,
Yes.
and then they would fight amongst themselves until they either wiped themselves completely off the planet or they began to evolve into something else, into some sort of, I don't know, pseudo type orc, I guess. But
Then they've got real orcs to fight in the skull.
mate, proper punch on world, isn't it? But I guess the other thing as well, if they were to survive, the Goliaths would be the ones who could go out into the scrap and recover the raw materials needed. They would be the ones capable of going out onto the planet and actually getting what they need, even if it's only for a short burn. It might be, a decade or two. You manage to get a worker, not even a decade, 5 years. You manage to get a worker out there gathering these resources and materials, but during that time you're just creating more and more Goliath.
But could the Goliath, in your opinion, maintain their own population? Yes, you're going to have Natborn in that, but they're still a very small percentage.
That's sort of what I was sort of mentioning earlier about the ferals being the one left. They'd either wipe themselves out by constantly fighting amongst themselves,
Yeah.
or they would evolve, And so I think this harks back to the very beginning of the episode when we're talking about, life will find a way. That's, I think, what you would find with the Goliath. And it might make them weaker, that they can't actually survive as long or as well on Necromunda, or it might make them stronger, and then suddenly you begin to, as we've, said multiple times in the episode, is that you actually have a proper full-blown abhuman race being born from that, of abhuman.
Yeah.
Of Goliath. Yeah.
Well, when all this is said and done, I think it just goes together with what you said earlier. Might makes right. And whether it is logically the correct idea or whether it is, morally correct, when it comes to Necromunda and when it comes to the Goliath, I think at the end of the day, it is not the meek, but it is the mighty who shall inherit the hives. And that is where the Goliath will end up.
Yeah, I like that motto of this, the mighty shall inherit the hives, because that's sort of the implication and the idea. But as I've said earlier on, they were built for Necromunda. They are Necromunda, and they will probably survive as Necromunda.
Yeah, I agree 100%. But so that's our reading done, basically. And as we are like to do from this point, we really want to go into the industries of House Goliath and really just talk about how they make their money. And not just their money, but their power base and what they really are doing on Necromunda to be so important. Now, Goliath, I think, are a lot more varied than the last two houses we've done. I mean, Escher didn't really have much. The Delark had basically just lies and head shooting. But...
Oh no, they had their ghast.
Oh, that's right.
Vast production of ghast. Well, and Escher, they were large producers of actual materials, not materials, sorry, actual items. So las guns and armor and all the rest of it. But you're right, they were pretty limited, whereas the Goliath offer quite a variety of different things that they dabble into. But again, it all stems from their capacity to control the influx of the material.
Yeah, and it's that control of materials which have taken them from a slave caste to a clan house in 1,000 or so years. And if, with that sort of rapid growth and rapid building of power, in another 1,000 years, who knows what they're going to be. So in regards to the industries, these things are long, and it's going to be a bit of a slog. Like, this is, I don't know, like 300 words or something like that. So we're going to dive a little bit deeper into what the particular industries are, as opposed to just giving you this huge lump of text from the books. If you're listening to this, you've probably got the book at home. If you don't, go out and get them. I've got them all on my iPad, and I've also got them all on my bookshelf.
Yes.
And yeah, I'm not a delightful consumer at all.
If they supply it, you will buy it. Yeah.
Yes. That was a great rhyme, by the way. So, Nath, first up is the forges. So, what do you reckon the Goliath forges are?
The forges are they're the heart of what they are and who they are. I guess it's the obvious place to start as well. It's what defines...
It's the heart. It's the obvious place to start. You're taking the piss now.
No, mate.
Genuinely trying to write a rap.
It's
a work of art.
Up. Yeah. Art. Is it? Yes? You're trying to run on what I'm doing. Yeah, no, that's good. It's a good try. But, no, the forges are obviously what defines the house and the clan and its members as well. It's all quite linear to say that that's where they come from, but it's interesting to know that the slave bosses, the gang leaders and the alphas are the ones that are considered unusual, because they're the ones that leave the forges, because the Goliath forges themselves are seen as enclaves where a Goliath is first installed, works, and eventually dies, in and around the forge. As it says within the reading, within the workers eat, sleep, and die within earshot of the thundering piston hammers of the forge works. So that shows you exactly what the forge means to the clan and its gang members, whereas other gangs and other clans might have some forges that they work with, most notable are Vansar, Cawdor, and Orlok. None of them match the scale and the quality of what the Goliath are pumping out. And I love this part of the read because it shows the close-knit nature of what the forges mean and the close-knit nature of the gang. Forges are, for the Goliath, more than merely places of industry. The clan is unique in that it is both smaller and far more unified than any other on Necromunda, and as a result, more protective of its territories. Each Goliath forge is an enclave where the clan's members live and work around the life-giving heat of the smelting works. So it shows you that, they're not living in a completely different section to where they're working. They're actually living as part of this mechanism that is the very lifeblood of their clan. And
no travel time to work either,
No,
so you're
exactly.
being a lot more time efficient.
Yeah, 100%. You walk downstairs, you're at your position to start work. And it's interesting because the large sort of, what would you call them, car manufacturers across the world, and especially here in Australia, they don't really exist anymore. But they were giant communities, 5,000-6,000 workers going there, and they were all, they were all considered part of this giant family that they would, that's where we work. People who worked at, the Ford production plant in Victoria we're Ford people. And that's why I see the Goliath. We're part of this particular forge, and we wear that badge as a mark of honour and a mark of pride. And to service my clan or to service my clan's future by living and dying within my part and within my role is the most important thing I'll ever do.
Okay. Do they believe that, or is that simply what they've been told they believe?
Oh, that's fine. They can be the sense that they have some sort of, individuality, as in they believe it, is sort of negligible to me, as long as they believe it. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like, so they can be told it. It can be something that they actually feel, but it doesn't matter because it breeds that unity that the gang is so built on, that it needs that unity. And we talked about it earlier, that other clans and other houses, sort of, there's a bit of infighting and there's different underhanded techniques and methods in which to rise to power or to undercut another gang leader. But within Goliath, it's about the strength. And so, as we're saying, the might makes right and so forth. Their existence on the floor is all about, okay, well, I understand if I prove how good I am on the production floor of the forge, I will advance. And 9 times out of 10, it's going to be the strength you're providing that will show that your value within that particular environment.
I really like that.
Yeah, and there's another part of this read. As I said, we're not going to go through the whole lot of it, but there is this section here, which I'm going to read because it really sort of justifies everything I've been saying for this episode. Raised for a single purpose and with a single desire, delivered to their brain via a data slug, the Goliath work the industries of the clan and make it the greatest house on all Necromunda. Now, the key thing I want to pick out of that is the single purpose and the single desire. And exactly what I've been talking about. If they're linear, if they're pointed at a single point, you're going to get great success out of House Goliath. But when they're trying to create some sort of play or move or political machination for themselves, that's when they're going to struggle and they're going to fall down. And that translates into their gangs as well as translating into the way that they run their forges.
I think as soon as we come into the concept of the data slug and exactly what it does, and I kind of think we need to go into the data slug. We'll do that as the next industry, I think. But I think that the vast majority of Goliath are, I've said it a couple of times, maybe too dumb to realise that they are anything more than tiny little cogs in a huge machine. You're going to have these big gangers that are, and you actually said it great before, where these gangers are, decanted and basically they get the slug and they sort of just kicked into a forge and they're told, you empty this and tip it into there. And then when the light goes off, you empty this and you tip it into there. And then when the light goes off, you empty this and you tip it into there, etc., etc., etc. And eventually you'll hit about 7 years old and you'll die of old age. But the vast majority of Goliath, even after the data slug, I think just are not smart enough to truly have ambition. It's those rare few, especially amongst the Vatborn, it's those rare few that maintain the intellect or gain the intellect enough to want more than what they have for their life. I think, how do I describe it? They're dummy dum-dums.
Yeah, I get that, but there's a simplicity to their existence. Obviously, that simplicity, but it's
this just in, newsflash: the Goliath is simple. You heard it here first, scummers. The Manvant has decided that all Goliath are simple. Please direct your angry letters to him. Subject, rant at Manvant, Underhive Lorekeepers at gmail.com.
Go ahead. I'll let Sam answer them all anyway. But
I will be the one answering them all. Yeah, I just realised it. Don't do that.
But what I'm saying is there's a simplicity to the way that they work within the Forge. It probably doesn't translate into the gangs, but in the Forge they understand. And they would probably, I would dare say, even be divided up into teams within the Forges as well. You know, so you're a smelting team and you're a pouring team and so forth. And so in that team, they create another sense of unity. And it's that simplicity of not questioning why they're there or how they're there or what their purpose is or, you know, how they get that promotion or whatever the case might be, or how they live beyond 7 years old. They just simply come in, they work, they do their job, and they know and they die happy. Not only do they know that they're happy, they die happy knowing that their clan will be successful from their simple and base actions that they perform every day for as long as they live. And there's something, there's something, I don't know, quite quaint about that as well. That you come in, you function, you're an automaton, and you know the overall, the bigger picture. You have done your part. You are the cog that was important for that period of time.
I just think it's great that almost the entire Goliath species exist because their job is too shitty for them to program a servitor to do it.
Yeah, but I think it's because there's complexity to the job that a servitor wouldn't be able to adapt to. So the servitor would be able to push the button when the thing needs to pour. But what if it doesn't pour? What if the button's broken? Do you know? That's where the servitor doesn't
Fair.
go. Then you've got to get something else in. Whereas the Goliath's going to go push the button and go, button's not pouring. Things need to stop. I will speak to Boss Man. Boss Man will say, I'm a dummy dum dum dum, and get in one of those guys that is chained up in the corner to come and fix the machine.
Yeah. One of them pink jumpsuits is going to come fix this.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
You know what? You've turned me a little bit there. Well, the next industry proper we have here, I'm not going to do the data slug, we'll talk about it later on, is the armories of House Goliath. Now, as we've discussed previously, all houses to a certain degree produce arms and armour for not only the Necromundan tithe, but for the military and pseudo-military services of the Imperium as a whole. Now, interestingly enough, and as a little bit of a shock when it comes to the Goliath as a people, the armories of House Goliath are for the most part primitive. They have a well-earned reputation for making combat blades, trench axes, and clubs, simple weapons guaranteed to keep on killing when a motorized chain blade or energized power weapon might fail. And in fact, I love this part from the House of Chains book, where Astra Militarum bayonets across the segmentum owe their existence to the clan, and the reputation of Goliath steel is something Imperial Guardsmen know they can rely on. So, the simplicity of Goliath manufacturing mixed or coupled with the superior product they're actually smelting and using for said production is actually known by your common everyday guardsman. That being said, though, the Goliath also dipped their fingers in ranged weaponry. For example, Goliath-made Necromunda pattern heavy stubbers are a common cupola support weapon on tanks and armoured personnel carriers, from planetary militias to Arbo's suppression vehicles and Imperial Guard Lem and Russ battle tanks. And for domestic use, because, we don't want to just export all the good stuff, Goliath-wrought stub guns and stub cannons form the bulk of the clan's personal armories. I like this part here because the house fighters like something with a good kick. It reminds me of, you know, on Armageddon, the equatorial jungle fighters, how they'll often capture orc weapons.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's like, you know, yeah, the lasgun's more efficient in a firefight because the ammunition weighs less and that sort of thing. It's just like, but the orcs don't respect las weapons because they don't kill them necessarily the first time. They just annoy them. Whereas they hear auto weapons go off or other orc weapons and they're just like, oh, these boys means business.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I love this about the Goliath where they're just like, nah, man, we like stub guns. Why is that? Because you pull the trigger and it turns out like your regular ammunition is like a small anti-personnel grenade. It's a bolt gun without the like the bolt gunniness.
Yeah, yeah. Without the bolt
But
gun
then-
shenanigans. Yep.
Yeah, the Goliath also love bolt guns. Bolt guns, combat shotguns. I really think the combat shotguns is also because worst case scenario, you run out of shells, you can beat a man to death with it.
Yeah, it's a good club. Exactly.
Great club.
But-
And you look at the models.
Yeah.
They are all built solid.
Yeah, exactly. The combat shotgun is something crazy that, you go, well, is it really a shotgun or did somebody make a club and then realise they could fit a shotgun inside of it? But
I can fire bullets with this.
exactly. But the idea that they love a kick from it is awesome. And you could just imagine that as well. They'd just be like, firing something like a las gun or a las pistol. They'd just be, what am I shooting? This doesn't feel like I'm being effective, or even the delicate twirl of trying to swing a fencing saber or a dueling saber would make it feel like they're messing around and just trying to inflict some cursory sort of flesh wounds. They want something that's breaking bone, like absolutely crushing their opponent. And the same applies for their combat weapons, their ballistic weapons as well. They want something that feels like it's dislocating their shoulder because they know if it's dislocating my shoulder when I'm trying to fire it, what's it doing on the other end?
Exactly.
Probably
And
absolutely shattering.
a great part here, sort of tying off the bow on the Goliath armories. Long ago, the first Iowa tyrants swore that no Goliath would ever be a slave to those outside their clan again. But you can be enslaved by your own clan. That's different. But to this end, the Goliath have spent centuries stockpiling weapons against the aggression of other houses, or the possibility that a Lord or Lady Helmore might decide the grand genetic experiment is over and extinguish them from existence. And this part here harkens back to their origins, where they were workers. They were physical toilers designed to do the jobs that no one else could do. And this is where the tools used by the Goliaths also double as weapons. Things like the rivet cannon, spudjacker, and storm welder. Designed not just for the manufactorums, these tools were created so that they could be swiftly turned into weapons, ensuring every Goliath, no matter their station, is always armed and ready to fight. The reality behind this, you give a Goliath one of those foam fingers, like I've said before, they will cave your chest in with it.
Yeah.
And then make
Everything's
you
a
eat the
weapon.
finger.
I want to see it come out of your chest again. Go. But yeah, they everything is a weapon to them. They can make everything a weapon. And I love the idea that the industrial machinery that they're using, the industrial tools that they're using, all become part of their war machine as much as their, as much as they're part of their production lines and so forth. Because it means that the common worker, although maybe not a gang member, if attacked, can rip this off the production line or rip this out of the manufactorum and start going toe-to-toe with whoever or whichever is attacking them at the time. So they all become fighters. They all become defenders of their territories. And as we said earlier, the forge is their home. It's not just a place where they work. It is where they see themselves as part of their communities.
But it also goes back to their armor. Like, they're all wearing furnace plate. They are wearing this issued armor that they literally use it to work forges. It is thick, heavy metal plating that is designed to stop you getting burned by molten metal. You know, it's not true armor. It is something they have adapted from their quote unquote previous lives before they became a true house. They they're showing that rock cunning where they're just overcoming anything that is thrown at them. Like, I keep saying the same thing, but it's because it's so true when it comes to the Goliath. Everything is a weapon in their hands. Anything they can drape over themselves or, rivet to their own flesh is a form of armor. Much like, your cultist will, knock together ramshackle plate armor or, try and make themselves carapace armor out of scrap metal. Goliath is going, I can make this work. Whether he actually needs it or not, if you're gonna shoot something that's gonna take down a Goliath, it's probably tough enough to go through most armor anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but again, it's that simplicity that you're talking about. That they take what they can and what they need, and they make something of it. They go,
correct.
We started with nothing when they were first thrown into these production lines way back when the first Goliaths were out there. They have absolutely nothing, not even a purpose. And now they still hearken back to those days and that ethos of what they have of, if it is usable, we use it. It doesn't need to look pretty. It doesn't need to necessarily be the best of what it can do. But as long as it can do what I need it to do, it is perfect. And that's kind of like the whole idea of how their armories function.
Looking pretty is for other weaker houses.
Yes, exactly. But yeah, I guess their armories are clearly not their strong point because they do the simple stuff, and they do it well, obviously, as any guardsman will attest to. But again, their armories aren't the jewel in the crown like the forge is, but it is something that they are definitely still involved in. But again, as I said earlier, focused on a single discipline. Like the forges, they become incredibly great at it. Trying to dabble in the armories. It's a project. It's a nice little project to have on the side.
Yeah, but every house needs to do it. At
Yeah,
the end of the
absolutely.
day, every house
Yeah.
needs to produce weapons for the tithe.
Yes, exactly. At the end of the day, you can't be saying, well, we're just, we're the forge guys. Because the Imperial House will say, no. Everybody's an armory house. Everybody's a forge house. I don't care. As long as everybody supplies me. But we'll move into their next sort of industry. It's a bit garbage because knowing their origins and where they come from, it's the slaves. And we touched on it a little bit earlier in the read.
Prisoners with jobs.
Prisoners with jobs. So it is a bit ironic that the Goliaths, who were effectively slaves from their original format, actually are quite proactive in the slave trade, in their conjunction with the Mercator Sanguis. So I don't know. I don't really like them being the slave traders. I over the course of this episode and in previous readings for them, I sort of see them as I don't know. It's weird, but a little bit noble. So. I don't know where I get this idea from. This is where I get the idea of the knights. But I have this idea...
Which I love.
Yeah. I have this idea of them being noble. But when they're dealing with slaves, they're taking in the slaves, but they're not, and we mentioned this earlier, our pink suits, they're taking in slaves who are valuable for them, people that they can use. But they're also taking on slaves almost like as an opportunity for the slave to get further, which is it's just crazy. It's like, don't worry, you've
so weird.
yeah, you've been captured, but we have an excellent opportunity for you here. If you can survive the rationing, if you can survive the occasional beating, and you work really, really hard, the over-tyrant could quite promote you to, slave with 2% respect. Wow. That's
Slave with 2 jobs.
Slave with 2 jobs, exactly. And it actually states it in the read. Much of Goliath philosophy, if there can be said to be such a thing, is based on the idea that those who work hard for the clan are elevated by their labours in the eyes of the over-tyrant. As a result, the Goliaths cannot understand why a slave would not be thankful to be given the chance to work for the clan. So their mindset is that we've captured you, but we've actually improved the situation that you were in. Yes, you were happy.
We're doing you a favour by taking your freedoms and giving you the freedom to work for your freedom.
Yes, exactly that. Exactly that, yeah. Here's the opportunity to become part of the greatest clan house. However, you've got to bust your chops for it, and you're going to be treated quite poorly. And this is why I don't really...
And if you don't, we'll kill you.
Yeah, exactly. If you refuse, you'll get thrown into, one of our fighting pits and used as I mentioned earlier, the masses to fight out in some sort of reenactment. But and that is actually what they do. The House Goliath use their slaves within the fighting pits and so forth, and they groom their slaves, but they also again have the opportunity for the slave to be treated with much respect. And it even says a good pit slave is as much a sought after possession for a Goliath as the victories of the slave bring them great respect amongst their peers. Pit slaves are also a valuable source of potential unborn, and if the slave has proved themselves in the pits, they might be rewarded with elevation to a Goliath and a place in the clan. I mean, that's actually a little bit bonkers as well, in the sense that you are a pit fighting slave, then you get elevated to a Goliath. That doesn't mean you get elevated to a gang member. It could just be a production worker.
Well, the unborn are, and we've talked about it a little bit. The unborn, I think, fill a weird role within Goliath society because they're not real Goliaths. They're obviously coming from other places, and it talks about it later on in regards to doctors, where a lot of the docs coming into House Goliath are unborn. So they're bringing... I don't think they're necessarily being put with a gang. I think they would almost be sought after because they will bring the skills lacking within House Goliath to gangs. Like, you know what I mean? Like I think they would almost be sought after. I think if you are an unborn, you would almost be fought for.
Do you reckon?
Yeah, I do.
You reckon? No, really?
Because if you've got a Goliath gang, and you've got an unborn that comes in or a forgeborn, and they just happen to be pretty handy as an artificer, fixing weapons, fixing servos or whatever. Oh yeah, go work in the forge. Oh, actually, hold on. Nathan's Neanderthals over in Rothgal need someone to fix their weapons. Oh yeah, we've got old Four Finger Timmy over there. He's pretty good with it. He's just been elevated to the house. We'll send him over. You know what I mean? So
okay, yeah.
The Neanderthals have got a little bit of an edge on their competition because all of a sudden their gear's getting repaired.
Yeah, okay. So it's not just a pink suit, a valued slave. It's actually somebody who's been promoted up into the gang, who actually wants to work for the gang.
It's a pink suit on a Goliath body.
Yeah, yeah.
Not a weedy human body.
Yeah, and as you say, they become dedicated to the cause because
Yes.
they've been taken out of the fighting pits, and said, you're now part of the clan, but furthermore to that, you're part of our gangs. You're part of the,
Exactly.
the strong right arm of the clan. You're not just going to be in the forges. You're going to be fighting alongside the people who protect, the people who advance the clan in the most obvious of ways, in the most direct of ways.
And in my mind, it doesn't matter who you are as a person. Given the opportunity to better your own situation, you will do everything you can to make sure you don't fall back into that hole. To make sure you don't go back to being a prisoner with a job, running the risk of every day being your last because someone's decided you're not working hard enough.
Yeah, exactly. That's a great point to make, I think, and that sort of breaks the back of any sort of resistance to this, is because, you would never want to go back to where you were, because I can't imagine the Goliath being very nice or peaceable to anybody who is unproven.
No.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm probably even willing to take an official stance on this I think as a collective, the Underhive Lorekeepers would like to support condemn slavery. We're against slavery.
Yes.
Slavery is bad.
Let me check our show notes. Just wait.
Yes.
Yeah, no, it's definitely slavery is bad.
Yeah. Oh.
Yes, no, sorry, I
We're going
was
to
on the
start
same.
this episode again. I've actually been thinking about it there. No, slavery bad.
Slavery bad, might good.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's a little bit mind-boggling that the Goliath is so willing to embrace it, but at the same time, you can imagine that they've embraced it because they're like, well, if we are doing the enslaving, we're enslaving. Enslaving. If we're doing the enslaving, we can't be enslaved.
Yeah, okay, yeah, but it's also, for me, the mindset would be, this is where we came from, and you can be successful. Look at us.
Yeah.
It only took us 1,500 years, but
if you pull yourself up by the bootstraps,
yeah.
Stop eating avocado toast and drinking a coffee every time, you too can be a slave lord.
Yeah, exactly. One day, little, what do we call them? Unborn. You might be the over tyrant. Oh yes, thank you, Mr. Goliath Master. Now get in that fighting pit and fight those 10 ripperjacks. Good luck to you. Here's your chain knife.
Go kill those unarmed criminals
Yes.
with, you know what, use this rock saw. It'll be fun.
Yeah.
And, yeah, the poor bastards are just like, kill us with what now? No, slavery bad. The Mercator Sanguis. I can't wait till we do an episode on the Guilders so we can really go into, our personal belief.
Yeah, there's a lot to go into them. But yeah, for the wrap up for the slaving and stuff, I still don't see it as an industry for the Goliath. I see it more as an addition to what they do, and more just a sort of a nod to their past, more so than anything that they really need to maintain, because the slave industry themselves, they don't need to do it. Capturing the slaves and using them as part of their guild, part of their clan, they absolutely need to do to be able to maintain their strength.
So, yes, we've said it a bunch of times. I think we'll say it again just in case. Slavery bad, but drugs good. And that's where I want to talk about next. And we are talking about the fact that the Goliaths also have quite a heavy industry revolving around chems. Now, anyone who listened to our Escher episode, and I'm assuming that's all of you, because why would you be here otherwise? You know that drugs are very prevalent on Necromunda.
The drugs are bad too. Yes.
Yes. Oh, sorry. Yes, that's right.
Slavery bad, drugs bad.
Slavery bad, drugs bad.
Sorry, I cut you off. You're about to start a really good spiel there, and I was just like,
I probably was.
Community notice. We must do our community notice. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. Drugs bad.
Drugs
bad.
Unless you are a Goliath or are interested in becoming a Goliath, because you don't just wake up one morning, do like unlimited bench press and become a Goliath. No, you need vat grown muscle and a large amount of, I'm guessing, like rhino growth hormone.
Yeah.
Like regular
I'm.
human steroids aren't going to do it.
What are the grox?
Grox, yes.
Grox
You
hormone?
need Grox blood.
Grox blood.
Grox blood.
I don't know. What do you get? One of their horns and grind that up into a powder and drink
That
that
is
every
a different
morning.
that is a different type of drug for a different type of podcast.
Oh, right. It certainly helps you grow bigger.
Horatio Valentino and the Grox Horn Elixir.
Yeah.
Boom.
Love it.
Genghis, you need to write that for us, buddy. Come on. What are we paying you for?
Yeah.
No.
Are we
So,
paying him? No,
I don't think we're paying him.
No, I don't think so either.
I'll edit that out.
Yeah.
We're not paying him. So, yes, chems. I personally, I don't know if you agree with me here, I don't see this as a true industry of the Goliath.
No, I don't see it as their industry per se, as in they're not the producers. They're most certainly the biggest users of.
Yes.
So they're drawing it all in, and I guess in that sense it is part of their industry, but it's not necessarily making them any more money or creating any more, I guess, control. But there's control in the sense that they use it, and also they do produce their own. They do produce their own chems in a fashion to try and, I guess, get away from the idea that they're totally relying on the Escher.
Yeah.
But their chems are producing in like the same way that. So it's like having a cheap knockoff brand power tool and then actually having like a good brand, like a, I don't know, Milwaukee or something like that. You know the difference between the two of them. You know
Hey,
when
say what you will, my Phil Blorky is just as good. My Phil Blorky rivet hammer is just as good. No, but you're absolutely right. It's a pretty cool write-up here in the House of Chains about the obvious reliance of House Goliath and what they have on chems. And it's actually sort of like an open secret that not only are the clan houses, but also the Imperial House ensuring that House Goliath is never free of this, this immense reliance that they have. And the write-up here is fantastic. So having a free and completely independent House Goliath, who might one day threaten the status quo of the planet, is something no one wants. Not even really the Goliaths themselves, who are perhaps not fully aware of what they could eventually become. To this end, many clandestine operations have been carried out by the clan houses and even the Imperial House to eliminate those who might bring this about. And this one here is really cool because this shows some of those weird inter-house politics that just happen in the background that are sort of said, hey gamers, why don't you explore this? And you and me have touched on this a little bit here so far. Most recently, an alliance between the Clepsydian Coven, an outlaw gang of Escher alchemists, and the Sons of the Fist, a vat-born Goliath gang, led to both being hunted deep into the Underhive by deputized gangs and enforcers. In the following shootout, almost all the combatants were killed, according to the official Palanite reports. But rumours later surfaced the two outlaw gangs had been working on a new strain of vatborn. More worrying yet are the tales of some of these escaped into the bad zones, prompting hefty bounties on their apprehension, preferably dead. Like, come on. That's
it's something we.
that's some stuff.
Yeah, it's great. But the first thing I want to mention is it's something that we talk about all the time with Necromunda disappearing into the Underhive. It's the classic case.
They fled into the Underhive.
They fled into the Underhive.
Wastes.
They've gone. But bring them back if you want to bring them back. But this is really cool. I love the fact that the whole group is basically killed. Both the deputized and the clan chemists and the Goliath. They're trying to wipe them all out. But it shows you where the mindset of the imperial houses, the other clan houses are, is that I don't really think it's the brainchild of the Goliath that is creating this scenario, but if a group of rogue clan chemists,
I'm sorry, Goliath brainchild.
yeah.
Okay, buddy. Okay.
That's just the kid they call Brian, but because of their inability to spell, he ended up being brainchild. Brian.
Oh, God damn it. I'm now picturing a Goliath psyker named Brian Child.
Yeah, Brian Child. It's like, he came up with the idea. It's like, guys, leave me alone. My brain hurts so much all the time. But it would be the Escher who would be pushing this, or some other shadowy hand behind them pushing along the idea that let's make the Goliath independent of Necromunda. But this reinforces what I've been saying throughout this episode, is the Goliath are the true sons of Necromunda, in the sense that they show us what the world is about. They show us what the planet is about. Their synergy required for them to survive is exactly how Necromunda functions. And not to say they're the best, not to say they're the coolest gang, but they certainly are the most iconic, in the sense that they need Necromunda as much as Necromunda needs them. And that's everything from the chems to the vats to just the concept of how their existence goes forward. Like, to understand where they belong within that hierarchy, within that chain of operation. So, as it says in the read, that nobody knows how powerful they could become if they were independent. But nobody's ever going to push them down that path of independence. I guess it jumps.
No one's ever going to run that risk.
Exactly. Yeah.
We joke often at the expense of the Goliath, and I've made the orc comparison. I'm going to make another orc comparison here. If you get enough orcs where they can't get anywhere else, they will fight and fight and fight and fight and fight. And eventually, one's going to be the biggest, baddest. Oh, wait, hold on. This is just Goliath society. But orcs physically and, psychically become stronger with conflict. And I believe that if the Goliath no longer had to rely on anyone else, and that struggle was complete for them, the only struggle remaining, the only one left to compete against, is going to be House Goliath. And you would eventually get, we've laughed about the Uberwerker. You would eventually get the Uber Goliath, a being of such incredible strength and power and inherent ability to commit violence that they're already worried the Goliath are going to become a new abhuman race. What if they become just truly another race?
Oh, right. That's very interesting. So they push their gene smithing and their abuse of chems to such a point that they actually become something separate to humanity.
Yes.
Wow. That's really cool. That's almost like in the Great Crusade, when the Emperor's forces are expanding out and they find humans who the humans are like, yeah, we're human, but we're not your human.
Correct.
We're our own thing, and even though they may be the same thing, their mindset is, no, we're not part of whatever empire you claim to be part of. We didn't originate from Terra. Actually, the planet we're on is Terra. And so the Goliath Necromundas would be like, yeah, we're human, but we're better, we're stronger, we're smarter, we're this, whatever the case might be, and henceforth we're separate to you now.
Yes, because in what 1,500 years we've had enough evolution occur within the Goliath that they now have natborns. They've gone from a designed sterile species to, and I understand, yes, the Escher created the Goliath ability to reproduce.
Yep.
But that's there now. It's out there.
Yep.
The frog DNA worked, and they're able to do that. And now you've had all of these, like knockoff brand Goliath be created, and they're all in the gene pool now. And you're going to get these divergences. What happens when we get a whole strain of Goliath who, through chem use or gene smithing, like I mentioned before, which we have to talk about soon, what if they unlock something similar to the greenskin Wa energy, where they're just through the sheer number of them, they start tapping into the warp.
Right, so it's almost like they start to create a bit of a psychic imprint upon the world.
Yes, because
Right.
it's all emotion,
Yeah.
all the warp, all psychic ability, all of it is affected by the emotion that is being pushed into the warp. And if their primary emotion is like, I don't know,
Kicky,
Crayola,
punch. Yeah, right.
yeah, like kick, punch.
Yeah.
Where does that go? What if we get a whole strain of just super intelligent Goliath, and all of a sudden they're manipulating their own people to create more of them? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like,
It would take them
away
winning
from
battle.
drugs.
Yeah, but it would take
Yes.
them winning a battle against, say, like Arbites or Arbos, or even Space Marines. If they were to win some sort of conflict, where they go, hang on, we don't need to be under the yoke of the Imperium, and obviously the Imperium would bite back at some stage and probably exterminate the planet, but
That is what would drive them to exterminatus Necromunda, I believe.
yeah, totally. If the Goliath were at such a point where, as you say, they inherit the planet, but then they become, I'm going to use a line from Terminator here, they become self-aware. They become self-aware of what they are. We're not human, but we're not Space Marines either, and henceforth we are something separate, and we will be treated as something separate. And the Imperium would just go, okay, we'll treat you as something separate. We'll treat you as Xenos. Then, boom, yeah, hold all these cyclonic torpedoes for me. Yeah,
It was a calculated. It was a calculated risk you took, but man, you are bad at math.
yes, exactly. But look, I mean, we should touch on it, and as we mentioned earlier, the chem side is not the industry, but they do mention that their docks are technically part of their industry, and in a way, and I like, there's a section of the read, but I'm not going to read it verbatim, but what it does say is that the Goliath do this, and I mentioned it earlier in the episode as well, they do this sort of like Doctors Without Borders with their docs, because they take them on board, and suddenly the local population, not just within their forge, but around their forge, suddenly has access to a rogue doc who can help them. They're community builders in a way. And that, it creates a small amount of industry for them, in the sense that people want to come to their docks, and people, the surrounding population go, okay, well, we know the Goliath have a cadre of doctors there, not just one. We're going to go there and get our X, Y, and Z injuries healed, or, have this, what are they called? The towels that eat you.
The face eaters.
The face eater, obviously. How did I forget that? Yeah, have the face eater removed from you. The Goliath doc will be able to sort you out. So
Yeah, but the Goliath. I actually think this is more of an industry than the chem. It's like you can imagine this guy, Goliath gang, comes to your settlement and bang, bang, bang. They're banging on the front gates, and you lean down. It's like, what do you want to do? Oh, we want to set up in your town. Where they go? I don't know. What did we call them before? The Iron Boot Boys or whatever it was.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, you want to set up? So what'll it cost us? X number of 1,000 creds a quarter. And you're like, okay, that's fair enough. It's a little bit expensive, but and by the way, we've got a dock with us, and it's just no, open the gates up. Yeah.
Yeah,
No, there's an Orlok gang inside, but all they really do is drink and fight. Get rid of them. It's yours. But
Yeah.
we've already got an office for your doctor too, by the way.
Yeah.
And they're almost welcoming them in. It's great because it also goes into the Doc read where it's like, oh yeah, and Doc's fleeing down high.
Yeah, I love this.
From former employers and that sort of stuff. They go to the Goliath, and the Goliath's like just big dumb teddy bears are like, yeah, man, come join us. Like we've got a place for you, and we'll look after you. All you've got to do is,
Be our doc.
be our doc. Decant a few Vatborn.
Yeah.
You're going to have to learn to be a, what are they called?
Midwife.
A midwife.
Yeah.
And also a plastic surgeon for when some unborn come up and they're like, I want bigger biceps.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
It's great.
The unique thing about them is, when I say them, the Goliath, the unique thing about the Goliath is they need the docs.
Yes.
They cannot not have them. They have to have them. Otherwise, the clan, the gang, the house will just crumble. So when the Goliath rock up, there's going to be a doctors attached to them. You know that if you're on the good side of them, or even if you just pay them enough coin, you will be able to get some form of healthcare, unless you're in Gothrel's Needle, which is,
which you've already got the best
you've already
healthcare
got
there
healthcare.
is.
So but that's and those Goliath are very different, as mentioned in our Hive Life episode 1, where we talk about Gothrel's Needle. So if you want to, we're not going to go too much into the Goliath from that region, but if you're listening to this for the Goliath, go to Hive Life Gothrel's Needle, and we have a big talk about them. Very inspiring talk about actually the Goliath from there. But the fact that the doctors are attached means so much, especially to a place like Necromunda, where it's almost like you can guarantee there is some sort of medical safety for you if the Goliath are around, provided you're on their good side. Obviously, they're not dishing it out to everybody. But I think enough coin, and it even says it in the read that, the doctors are provided with wealth as well as protection. They're not just, they're not slaves to the Goliath. There are some that are slaves, definitely, and they will eventually work themselves up to, valuable slave. So, but again, not per se an industry of theirs, but definitely something that does generate some sort of income and a uniqueness for them as well. Because if you know that they're there, they're going to have docs and chems attached to them all the time, 24/7. It's a requirement of the Goliath being able to live.
Exactly. Because if anything we've really nailed down on, it's the fact that at the end of the day, the Goliath are an artificially created people. And, the Escher, you have the alchemists and the Vansar technologists, and at the end of the day, that's all in the past. Now, it's doctors, it's rogue docs. It's these people that I think you would be willing to protect your doc before you protect another ganger. Because a ganger dies, you can replace them. A doc dies, a hell of a lot harder.
Yeah, absolutely. Totally. You'd be looking at them going, there's a specialised skill. And it even mentions in the read that there's Goliath doctors. They would be treated even with more respect and more sort of protection that, we don't let these, because they understand where we are, we don't let these particular individuals get in any harm, any way, shape or form. So, but yeah, I totally agree with you there that any Goliath ganger, probably right up to the level of a champion, is nothing in comparison to the doctors that are there for the clan.
Yeah, exactly. Now, moving from that, I think one of the big things, it is very game related as opposed to just lore. So we'll touch just on the lore side of it. Gene smithing. Now, basically, not wanting to go into it too much, because if I start doing that, we're going to start talking about rules. We're not rules guys. We don't really know the rules. I just throw dice and occasionally say that a last gun hits. But hey, it's how you get best sports. Now, Gene.
Hang on a second. I actually had a friend of mine say this exact same thing to me. Next time he brings it up, bring up the fact that you won me. I won best sports twice at a much larger tournament. Much larger tournament. And
A Necromunda tournament?
it wasn't a Necromunda tournament. It was a 40K.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
No. But
Oh, it doesn't matter.
No, most Necromunda players are pretty nice. So, they're probably going to give you a good score. I played at a 40K tournament, a very competitive 40K tournament. And I got best sports twice, which is unheard of.
Was I there?
No, I think you were one of the people who was too cowardly to attend.
Oh, that's why you won it then.
He's such a knobhead. I swear to God. I'm telling you now, mate. The 2 times I won it, even just the 1 time I won it, there was 4 times the number of people there than were at that Necromunda tournament. So if you do the maths, I'm still outstripping you.
If there's 4 times people at the 40K tournament as opposed to the Necromunda tournament, so technically I've won it 12 times.
No.
Yeah,
Yeah.
good point. I'm a 12-time best sports winner. Thanks for that, Nate.
This is
That's really
why
bubbled
I
up
will
my...
never have you do any electrical work at my house. The way that your brain works, it works in reverse.
That's a different type of math. That's a different type of math.
touch,
Red,
zap,
red to
ouch.
red, black to black. Exactly. That's all you need to remember. But,
Anyway, put us back on track.
Re-rail.
Reroll.
So Goliath gene smithing, making it very, very simple, is genetic engineering. Now, when it comes to the Vatborn, that is the engineering that takes place when, and it actually does say that zygotes, the word I said at the beginning of tonight, it says zygotes. So gene smithing for Vatborn actually occurs way back when they are still those zygotes going into the nutrient tanks or the amniovats. With Natborn, it's the genetic legacy passed on from their parents, those Goliath or proto-Goliath, whatever they are. And with the unborn or the forgeborn, it's the work that goes into those individuals as they are crossing, to steal a 40K term, as you're a 40K tournament player apparently, that crossing that Rubicon Primaris, as it would be.
Rubicon Goliath.
The Rubicon Goliath, going from being a regular old boring person into a emotionally, mentally, and physically superior Goliath specimen.
Are you saying
that goes in?
Are you saying that's what happened with the Space Marines? They just went from regular boring Space Marines to
Goliath Space Marines.
To much better Space Marines? Is that what you're saying?
To Goliath Space Marines.
No, I'm just answer yes or no. The Space Marines go from regular boring Space Marines into much better Space Marines.
We can discuss that on our Space Marine podcast called No More Blueberries, Why We Dislike the Ultramarines. Now,
I am deliberately derailing you there, but yes, I understand. I understand.
But yeah, that's what gene smithing is in a nutshell. And there's not much more that sort of can be said in regards to sort of that one.
Look, I think the only thing that I think is a bit of a highlight from there is probably the unborn. The unborn are the most risky, I guess, in a way.
Yeah.
They're the ones who play the really, truly dangerous game of, I want to become a Goliath and just start slapping pieces of, chem-enhanced muscle to me and let's see where we venture. So that's, if we were to talk about it in any way, which way, it's the unborn you got to sort of doff your cap to a little bit and say, well, respect, you've not only have you...
The Goliath themselves think that.
Yeah, they do, yeah. And yeah, not only have they decided to join an absolutely hard case of a gang, but they've then gone to take on the medical treatments required to be totally embroiled within that gang as well. And that's, again, highlighting the absolute importance of docs within the clan. So, but yeah, we won't go
speak about it too much because it's pretty obvious the way that you laid it out. So I guess the other thing we need to speak about... Oh, go ahead.
The data slug.
The data slug, yes. Is that
The
that's what I was gonna
slug.
say. Yep.
So we've talked about it a fair bit, that the Goliath, when they're either decanted from those vats or when they're, nat-born, forge-born, whatever, when they come out, they're children. They are these, enormous, muscled, murderous-looking children. So they don't necessarily know the information they need to be able to do the job they got, whether it be a forge worker or a welding armor plating back onto the side of the hive, or stabbing Escher in the face with a chain axe, whatever you want to do, whatever your job is. Kind of like remember Futurama when Fry wakes up in the future and Leela's chasing him to give him his job chip.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
In my mind, there's these Goliaths waking up like, huh? And then someone just gets him with the job chip, jams it. It's like, oh, sick, you're a murderer.
Yeah.
It's like, yay.
But don't they have to spend some time within the forge? Or do they just go straight into becoming a ganger?
Depends on where they are. Depends on what they're needed for.
Oh, right. See, when I was reading it, I sort of had the impression that everybody starts in the forge a little bit. Do you know what I mean? Even if it's spend a day here, or whatever the case, well, probably more than a day, like a week. But yeah, I guess if you're already injected with all this information that says, I know how to fire a slug cannon and all I want to do is cave in skulls, you're not going to be sitting there pounding on bits of metal going, yep, this is what I was built for.
Yeah, I sort of see it as if they sit there and go, we need just a whole mess of gangers to flood this particular dome with because there's scavies or rat skins or Cawdor or just gribbly beasts. They would just, all right, decant 50 out of, Vault 21C, give them the slug and kick them on down to the dome. They can get it done.
Yeah, I guess it's like the birthing scene of the Uruk-hai as well. As soon as they're awake, they're angry and ready to stomp in face. Yeah, okay. Yeah, cool.
So it even says in the House of Chains read there that even the Nat-born, who mature from infants to young adults in the space of 1 or 2 great cycles, they need an accelerated method of learning to be more than simpletons once they are fit to work. And this actually harkens back to your Van Sar Arenaeus gang that you ran at Necromunda.
Yeah.
They jam a mnemonic data slug, which is basically like a spike with a USB on one end. They jam that bad boy into the brain of these freshly born or freshly flushed or freshly upgraded Goliaths. And it is based on the same neurotechnologies used to create monotask servitors. The slug literally realigns the neurons in the subject's brain, creating patterns granting language and motor skills. The slug also inserts memories into a Goliath's brain, giving them knowledge of the clan's history, its enemies, and the world in which they live. Basic combat skills are also part of the slug, giving all Goliaths the ability to competently use weapons like spudjackers or stub guns the first time they pick them up. That's basically the Matrix.
I was about to say, I know Kung Fu. Yeah.
I know. It's just, I know Kung Fu. It's like, what is he? He's chewing on his shoe. What did he say?
I don't know. He said something about knowing a panda or something. I don't know.
But it also, I love this. It goes and it's like, all dumping years worth of knowledge into one of these, freshly muling children monsters' brains. Sometimes just like their brain just dies or head explodes.
Of course it would. It's just too much. Yeah.
And others are turned into like raving lunatics and end up getting, euthanized, ground up, and turned back into vat fodder, which I'm assuming is some sort of delicious nutrients.
Yeah. So that's how they feed their vats. They're just like, okay, no corpse starch for you guys. It's too good to waste because you're not anything yet. We'll just use up the bodies of the Goliath that have died after the age of, the ripe old age of 3. They get churned up and poured back into the vats. Wow. It's actually like quite an efficient little society there, isn't it?
But it gets worse. It actually gets worse. Your favourite group of Goliath, the Unborn. So the Goliaths who survived the slug, it's described as the hardest hit you'll ever take, akin to taking a shock maul to the back of the head or being kicked in the brain by an amble. It is also a defining moment that links the Vatborn and Natborn together as survivors of their savage creation. But the Unborn are missing from that.
Yeah,
Unborn have been known to ask for the slug during their transformation, as to share these bonds of Goliath,
Yeah.
brotherhood, and sisterhood, even though the risks of the data dump become exponentially higher when applied to a fully formed mind.
Wow. So these are the true dummy-dum-dum-dums of
These are
House
the
Goliath.
these are the baddest of badasses on
Yeah.
all of Necromunda.
Yeah.
The more I read through this book, I'm genuinely in awe
of the Unborn.
the idea of the Unborn. Like, you thought becoming a space marine was hard. What, it's like 1 in 1,000 people can be a space marine, and then only like
pretty
10%
good
of
odds,
them
mate.
actually survive.
Great odds. I'll take them.
Like, yeah, you get to go to sleep and there's just some guy whispering in your ear like ASMR and be like, "Love the Emperor. Love the Emperor. If you can't hear it, I'm stroking my microphone." And you'd just be like, you wake up, you're like, man, I love the Emperor. Whereas these Goliaths go to sleep, get this thing jammed in their head, and it's basically every thrash metal band being played into your brain at the same time, being like, kill, 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 kill.
And all in a split second as well. It's like a boom.
Yeah.
Like it's not this subtle sort of like influx of information. It's a sledgehammer to the side of the head. And when or if you wake up, congratulations. And that's still not the end of the process. You're getting a total infusion of the clan history as well, which is trying to basically create memories for you. So it's not even with the Vatborn or even with the Natborn, it's sort of saying, okay, well, we're going to inject these memories into you and give you this sense of where you've come from, because they've got a very limited time frame of where they've come from anyway. But with the Unborn, they know where they've come from already. So they're having to crunch these memories into their pre-existing memories and hope that they survive the process.
Exactly.
It's crazy. It's absolutely cocoa bananas to think that they would do that to themselves. But it is also one of the reasons why I thought that the Goliath, all of them started on the production line, because the Goliath see it as such an important thing to have an understanding of where they've come from. Their clan history, their house history, what it's like to be within the community of the Forge. You must understand that, so that once you do join the gang, you understand what you're fighting for,
Yeah, I don't think, because so many of them, from what I'm reading, are starting in the pits, where they're being bred as basically gladiators or like murder fighters, and it's just go with it. Like this, honestly, I think I want to start an Unborn game. No. We're not talking about this part yet.
Yeah. I'm already with you on that. An Unborn gang, just all Unborn.
All Unborn.
Or even Unborn who have failed. That's even better. Who have tried to cross it.
Stop, no. The Rubicon Goliath.
Yeah.
Stop. let's look at maybe some famous members of the
Yeah,
house.
yeah.
and,
Otherwise, we're going to take this
some-
to 16 hours maybe for this episode
Yeah,
if we
well-
decide to come up with a few more gang ideas.
Before we do that, why don't we do a quick look at some of their unique gear? The big one I want to cross off, because inevitably someone's going to go like, well, you guys didn't do it again. Some Crocs.
Oh yes, of course, yeah. Because we didn't cover them in a flora and
No,
fauna.
we didn't, because they're gang
They're
specific.
gang specific, just like the giant spiders are. But anyway,
That's no, they're generic. They're generic.
I'm joking, obviously.
Yeah, I know. So, the exotic beast of the Goliaths is the Croc. They're basically a crocodile mixed with an alligator, mixed with a dinosaur, and are made more aggressive.
Mixed with a honey badger, yeah.
Mixed with a honey badger. Oh, honey badger. Nice.
Yeah.
So, Hive legend has it that many thousands of years ago, during a different age of Necromunda, a now long extinct type of reptile became the fashion accessory of choice for up-hive nobility. Imported as eggs, once hatched, these snappy little creatures were seen everywhere for a period of several seasons, kept in fine artificial habitats, or carried around in specially made hand luggage. They became almost common rapidly. But as they became common, so too did they become big, and with size came increased aggression. Many were culled after accidents led to lost digits, even lost limbs, and in some cases, so the legends go, loss of life. Many more were hurriedly discarded down waste chutes and heat sinks, and so, in the fullness of time, many were found by the denizens of the Underhive. Over time, these strange creatures were captured as a new food source. Terrible idea, always.
Yeah.
But that practice ended, as they were more likely to make food of their human hunters. And there their story might have ended in extinction, but for the intervention of House Goliath. For some inexplicable reason, the Goliaths were attracted to these creatures as pets, taking pride in their size and strength, and reveling in their ferocity. Today, the Crocs that House Goliath keep are somewhat different to the original creature, with centuries of genetic cloning causing a few changes, and they no longer wholly resemble the creature first imported. Honestly, anytime someone's going to start using something for food, it's just like, no, this thing's going to end up eating someone.
Of course, yeah. Any food source that can turn you into the food source is a terrible food source to go after, 100%. But the Goliaths seem best suited to take them as a food source. Oh, well, not as a food source, but as pets, because they're the ones the only ones who could really manage them. But then on top of that, probably not smart enough to realise how dangerous they are as well. Just feel like,
Stop biting me, lunch.
Yeah, exactly. This was a successful croc raid. I only lost one arm. Yay. Congratulations. Good work. But, yeah, no, they're an awesome creature that is... It's sort of... I guess all the gangs, their creatures exemplify what their gang is about, but this one in particular as well. It's hard-wearing. It's hard-nosed. But what is it more than anything else? It's Necromundan to the core. You know, it lives and breathes the planet exactly as the Goliath do. Yeah. And that's why I love them, the intermix of those two, is it shows that, yeah, these are exactly what the Goliath would run. That's probably why they're drawn to them as well, because it's an animal manifestation of the Goliath that they would just go, yeah, this resonates with us. It makes sense. If a little caryatid rocked up, they'd be like, nah, it doesn't make sense. They're flapping around on his little wings. Suddenly, I get a lot more luck when it's around, but it doesn't quite make sense to me about why it belongs here or how it belongs here. Whereas some crocs...
The Goliath just throws the caryatid at someone. It's like,
That even make a good clunk.
Yeah,
Stupid,
exactly.
stupid flappy blue baby.
Try and put a data slug in that. Yeah.
Oh my god, gang idea. No.
No, that is not a gang idea.
No.
That's just
Unborn
gang.
caryatid.
Oh, jeez. That's just you just delving into your own psychosis, though. So it's not really much of a gang idea. Anyway, yeah, no, they are, as I said, they epitomise Necromunda, and henceforth, that's exactly why they work so nicely with the Goliath as well.
Yeah. Well, in regards to other equipment and that sort of thing, we've really gone over a lot of their gear. A lot of it is seconded from their existing roles. You know, we have oh man, my brain is completely stopped. Like heavy rock saws and rock cutters, power hammers, pulverizers, spudjackers, those sorts of things. They are very much so just industrial equipment turned
Repurposed.
into weapons.
Yeah, 100% repurposed. And as I said earlier, like, I love the idea that they could pull these off the line and go jumping into the fight with them. But that shows the industrial nature of them. You know, they're not trying to do anything too fancy. Providing it hurts the enemy, it is a good weapon.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
And that mindset of just being able to jump off the line and get straight into the fight also spreads across onto the actual makeup of the Goliath gangs themselves. I mean, what are they called? The stimmers or the zerkers. They are the mindset of the Goliath taken to absolute extremes.
Yes.
The stimmers are Goliath chock full of every form of growth hormone and drug that they can find. The Zerkers even more so. The Zerkers being a brute as opposed to a champion.
No, it's almost like they're just pushing the limits of how much stims and chems they can pump into something. Do you know what I mean? So they're just, the docs are like, okay, we'll push this much and we've got an excellent worker. Let's push a bit more and a bit more and a bit more until they've found something that sort of resembles a stable sort of creation, I guess.
Yeah, well, it literally talks about, in the breakdown of the Goliath Zerker, that there are actually those within the Administratum and the Adeptus Mechanicus who believe that many of House Goliath have evolved to become a distinct subset of abhuman unique to Necromunda, and that this is quite alarming considering that gene enhancement and vat-grown muscle grafting is common across the Imperium. And it talks about to the extremes that House Goliath of everyone take these particular practices. In fact, the Zerkers are pushed so extremely beyond the normal limits of human ability, with rampant and uncontrollable muscle growth, spontaneous bone spur mutations, metabolisms that literally explode, and the loss of complete higher brain function. These Zerkers are, how would I put it? They are a berserker, you know, thus the name, but it is, they are just constantly. Do you remember the Edward Norton Hulk movie? Yeah, like it was before like Marvel sort of really started their thing.
Yeah.
Do you remember Abomination? Like the other guy that had the Hulk.
Yes, yeah. It's sort of like a bastardized version of the Hulk.
Yes.
Who was it played by? Tim Roth. Or was it?
Yes.
Was it Russell Brand or Russell Crowe? One of those two. I don't know.
I still get messages about that. But
As you should.
As I should.
but yeah, it was Tim Roth. That's basically a Goliath Zerker, where the forced evolution and genetic manipulation and just straight up genetic bastardization has pushed Zerkers beyond the realms of regular people. And The stimmers are simply a more controlled version of that. It wasn't Durgan Killfist. He ran the Knuckle Boys. It was Gorshiv Hammerfist was
Yeah.
obviously a stimmer. He was
Yeah,
the greatest stimmer created by Doc Shiv.
Yep.
And so going into them, we've basically explained everything about them so far.
Yeah, yeah.
And
I believe
this-
so too. Yeah.
Yeah, this has already been a very long night, so I don't want to take up too much more of anyone's time.
But they're the apex of what you would expect from Goliath, and not the apex in a natural necessarily a good way, but in terms of how far you could push the science and the technology, and the Zerker is probably as far as you could push it, and still have something that is not just a beast roaming around killing everything in its path, including Goliath. You know, at least you'd have some semblance of control. Whereas you say the stimmers are more sort of something that you can actually control, where the Zerker's sort of, you know, in that, go kill everything in that general area, you know, go for your life. Unless, if it's wearing a forge plate, maybe leave it alone. But if you happen to hit it, oh well. So
If
be
you
it.
happen to hit it, you hit it. But that's exactly it. It is the apex of Goliath possibility in a purely physical and combat sense.
Yes, exactly. Not from that, will they eventually become the single race on
God, no.
Necromunda? They're not that.
No.
They are they're more, it's more about how far can we push it if we just want killing machines. You know?
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, totally. Speaking
So
of
I'm
killing
not-
machines. Oh, the characters. That's right. Sure. Anyway, it was a good lead in.
That was a great lead-in.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think we're going to leave it there for the specific parts of Goliath. Their prospects are obviously the unborn, the forgeborn. We've talked enough about these because they are all specific pieces of the house. I really want to get into characters because there was a Spamuel correction that I actually screwed up many times during the Arantian succession,
What?
and no one picked it up. So why don't you read our first character, and I'll tell you the correction afterwards.
So the first character we're going to talk about is actually the Overtyrant, who Jangar Gunfists. And I guess Jangar's most recent history is a little bit topsy-turvy because he was not the Overtyrant, then he was the Overtyrant. So things are, I guess, on the upward trajectory for him. Unless you
So everything you're about to read is now wrong.
Well, yeah, I guess that's what I'm trying to preface it with. It's like, it's wrong, but it was right. Let's put it that way. So I'll read it through anyway because that's just our process. Overtyrants don't retire, and those few that expire from old age are by far the exception. Jangar was Overtyrant for over 10 world cycles before Varan Gor, falling in a single combat to Varan's predecessor. And fall is what he did. During the challenge, the Overtyrant and his opponent duelled in the Sky Pit, the open arena that hangs from the edge of the fist over the toxic clouds below. A devastating blow sent Jangar tumbling out into the abyss, his rival declaring victory even before the former Overtyrant disappeared from sight. Yet Jangar didn't die. Through some quirk of fate, the Goliath rolled down the side of the hive, his massive body slamming and smashed from one level to the next, until at last he came to rest on the roof of a departing ash hauler. When Jangar came to, his body broken in countless places and his face mangled beyond recognition, he had no memory of who he was or where he had come from. Out in the wastes, Jangar made a new name for himself as a hired gun, wielding a pair of custom stub cannons, his face covered by a ragged hood. Jangar Gunfists, as he became known, found his travels slowly leading him back to High Primus, though he didn't know why, but we know why. When at last he entered the hive, selling his services to gangs and guilders, his memory remained cloudy, but a few recognised the old Overtyrant. Now there are forces moving to take advantage of Jangar's return, and it seems likely a shadow down is coming between the massive gunfighter and Varangor. Record scratch. We understand that the showdown did happen, and Jangar was successful and got his memory back too. So, a few positives for him to take away from his less than great initial encounter with Varen.
And I'm going to go ahead and throw in a Spamuel correction for you right there. And technically, I'm going to put this one on you, which will bring you back down, son.
Go on.
I'm dropping a Manvant correction for what you've just said. We've said multiple times that Baron Gore overthrew Jangar Gunfists, throwing him down and becoming the new Over-Tyrant. It was not Varen Gore who defeated Jangar Gunfists.
It was the fall? Is that what you're going to say?
Nope.
Okay.
Varen Gore was a Nat-born pit fighter and actually built himself up and got to a point where he was able to challenge and defeat the previous Over-Tyrant, Rhaegar Droon. And it says there that Jangar Gunfists was the Over-Tyrant before falling in single combat to Varen Gore's predecessor. So, Droon beat Jangar, and then Gore beat Droon. That is a Nathan correction. You have just said the wrong thing. I am vindicated.
It's very
Audience, I will allow you to cheer right now. Hooray, Spamuel, we love you.
Boo, Samuel. So you just set me up is what you're doing. Because in our show notes, our read here was initially flagged under Sam's name, and he asked me to do it. I was like, oh, okay. I don't mind. Maybe he's struggling. But
That never happened.
Never happened.
There's no evidence. There is no recorded evidence that occurred.
It's getting recorded right now. So
I'll edit it. I'll manipulate the evidence.
I'm actually quite disappointed that you would have such deliquescent type behaviour in a Goliath episode. That is disgraceful. I am not happy with you.
I'm not going to let it go down that way. I'm going to succumb to your rock-like cunning. And it actually was me, because I listened to the Aranthian Succession episode the other day, and I'm like, and I was reading the House of Chains, and I'm like, yep, I definitely stuffed that up. That was a Spamuel correction. And I did state that no one picked it up, so none of you can use it against me now, because
fair enough.
I've cut you off at the pass. I've apologised. This was my Battle of the Hot Gates, my Thermopylae. And you know what? I've beaten. I've won.
Okay,
I am the mighty
Leonidas.
Persian Empire.
Oh, okay. You want to be the Persian Empire?
I'm the Persians here.
Yeah. Good luck to you.
Yeah.
So,
Jangar Gunfist was not defeated by Varen Gore. I got that wrong in the Cinderak Burning Book. He was actually beaten by what was his name?
Varen's predecessor. It's almost like sneaky writing by GW to throw that in there. Which, I mean, they should have really thought about that, considering the audience that is going to be reading a Goliath book are going to be Goliath players, which means that they weren't going to be able to pick up on those kind of subtleties like you did. Well done.
Yeah, but they're not going to be able to read it in the first place.
Oh, true. They just see Gunfist and they're like, oh, great name. Yeah.
Great name. Although that being said, there are books on tape. In fact, podcasts, they can just listen to a podcast about it. Yeah. Damn it, we're giving them knowledge.
They will rise up to rule the earth.
Yeah. So, Jangar Gunfist.
Yeah, I think we do explore a lot about him in the Aranthian Succession. But, yeah, he's an awesome, I guess, personification of what the Goliath are about. Being able to fall so far, get crushed, land on the top of a bloody ridge hauler or ash hauler, and still survive it all. And then become a powerful bounty hunter in the wastes. But what I do like is that he loses his memory of where he come from.
Yeah.
to me, it's almost like the little chip inside the brain had been dislodged a little bit, and so he's just waiting for that to jiggle back into place to become his former self. But I guess
He has to get punched in the head at just the right angle.
exactly, or get hit by another ashfall. Like, yeah, so I can imagine that once that data slug comes pushed back into his brain, he functions a lot more like his old self, which we sort of see in our Cinderak burning episode, where, you know, we do talk a lot about him in that, and we do also sort of, I kind of don't want to spoil it either, but we do also give an understanding of where his clarity comes in, and that rock cunning kicks in as well. And you're like, oh, like, fuck, what's her name, lady?
Just Lady Credo.
Lady Credo, yeah, and we see Lady Credo get hoodwinked by rock cunning, which is go Goliath, go.
And our boy Angry Goat, you know, just
Angry Goat.
pour one out for Angry Goat. Rest in power,
fisted.
my brother.
Yeah.
Now, we didn't really need to talk about him. We've only grabbed a couple of characters from the House of Change book here, but I really just wanted to see if I could catch you and be like, I got you. But the reality is,
you did.
I did.
In a way,
I did.
Yeah.
I did, but no. I want to defeat you fair and square. Not in the Delaquetian way that you would attempt to defeat me. I'm a 12-time best sports winner. By
Oh my lord!
your mathematics.
You're delusional.
Now
You have lost the actual plot. You need to step away. So you need to step away from what you're doing, because you've lost the plot completely. This really gets up my nose, but we're going to continue with the episode. Go on. Stupid jerk.
So, the first character I want to talk about, in my opinion, is also one of the, most intimidating Necromunda models that's available. And it's Ajax Gorgoth, Lord of the Fist, and the Goliath Alpha House Agent. The Fist of Hive Primus is the largest Goliath enclave on Necromunda, and Ajax Gorgoth is its master. One of the 8 alphas of Hive Primus, he serves over-tyrant Varen Gore, now Jangar Gunfist, by ruling the manufactoriums, slave pits, fighting arenas, and forges of the Fist. Unlike his counterparts in other clan houses, Ajax is far from some middling bureaucrat or hive overseer, content to live his life counting quotas and gathering up tithe chits. The Lord of the Fist is far more hands-on of a master, either fighting in the House of Pain, the Fist's largest fighting pit, or descending into the Underhive to expand the territories of the clan and gather slaves for its factories. Ajax's long and bloody history began in the forge pits of Vat City, gathering up molten slag spilled from the great weapon presses. A Natborn, Ajax's cunning was apparent even then, the future elf alpha using cast-off metal to fashion his own weapons. Over the following years, Ajax fought his way to lead the Forge Lords gang, augmenting his body with homemade bionics and blades, including replacing his nose when it was bitten off in a fight. His powered armour is something he fashioned himself, the weight far beyond what most normal fighters could hope to carry. Fed on dirty promethium, it emits clouds of greasy black smoke, but also gives his servo claw the strength to rip off an ambot's head. Ajax eventually became the ruler of the Fist when he defeated its previous alpha, whose skull he still carries around on a trophy rack fixed to his back. Varen Gore is watching Ajax's career with great interest, lest Gore's skull also end up adorning the Alpha's armour. Well, buddy, you don't have to worry about that. Because you dead.
You're done. You're done, Baron.
You dead, Varen.
Maybe Ajax will come after Gunja.
Gunja.
I've lost it.
Jenga?
Jenga. Gunja. Maybe that's what
Gunja.
Gunja. Yeah. The less.
I'm imagining just a big jar full of guns,
Yeah.
and they put a grenade in it, and they throw it in. The grenade explodes, and all the guns just shoot off in different directions.
Yeah, it's a gun jar. It's the classic
jar.
Goliath technology. But maybe
Classic
Ajax will come
Goliath
for
technology.
Jenga. You know, maybe that'll be his next target that he wants to go after. But I will say something you mentioned at the start there. The miniature is just ridiculously
Oh, he's so
impressive. It's such a beast of a miniature. The scale of it, especially in the Necromunda scale, like, you know, when you're talking about, say, something Cawdor or Escher or Vansar looking, you put this up against them, and this does look like a Space Marine up against them.
He's
It
just
is
so
monstrous.
big.
Such a great looking miniature. I love the claw as well. His fist.
The huge power claw,
Yeah.
and then that monstrous chain sword as well. Like,
Yeah, yeah.
there is nothing about this guy that doesn't say, "I'm gonna kill everything in front of me."
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And it, again, exemplifies Necromunda so well, exemplifies a Goliath so well, this miniature. The fact that so much of his equipment was made by himself. You know, the powered, the servo enhanced powered suit, which is, I think it's basically like a carapace armor, but like an enhanced carapace armor. I think it's a heavy carapace armor actually. So his heavy carapace armor, his weapons, they're all made by him, which shows you that he's a true son of the Forge,
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
and an alpha as well. That's the other thing that I like about it. It's just like, he ain't the Overtyrant, he's an alpha, but he's on the pathway to becoming even something greater than an alpha. Maybe not the Overtyrant, but something greater than an alpha, a legend almost.
Honestly, if they gave away titles based purely on Mohawk size, he wins.
Yes, exactly.
The Mohawk, and the fact he's got a metal nose because someone bit it off in a fight, like,
Do you know what I love about that? It's completely unnecessary detail.
Totally unnecessary.
You don't need it in there. Like, they could have made the miniature with just a regular nose. They could have had the story with a regular nose, but they're like, do you know what? Let's give him a metal snoz. You know? So you'll be able to check the weather conditions just based on touching his nose. Oh, hot nose. Sun's out. Oh, cold nose. Bit cold today.
but I also love the fact that the guy he killed, his skull's just there. Like,
Yeah.
it's just, it looks like it's just on like an exhaust port. It's just
Yeah.
like, yep,
yeah,
skull. No.
Yeah. Got him now.
It's still got the Mohawk on there.
Yeah, it does too, doesn't it? To show that it's another Goliath. Yeah, it's a brilliant miniature, but the background to him shows exactly what all Goliath players should be going for in their gang. To have the biggest, the nastiest as their gang leader. That is their number one. True and true. You'd almost play your Goliath gang if you were really going a little bit over the top RPG with it. That if your Goliath leader, alpha, were to lose strength or lose toughness, like physical points of strength and toughness, then they should be deposed from.
Oh man!
And then you have a fight with your best champion, like you play it outside of obviously a normal game, and then if the champion loses, well, they suffer X amount of injuries or are killed, and vice versa for the leader as well. I reckon that'd be cool. I mean, you'd have to be, I don't know, you'd have to be pretty keen to do it as a Goliath player. What do you say, a bit of a masochist or a sadist, one of those two? That you go, yeah, I want to punish myself by having potentially my best champion or my leader killed in a one-on-one combat, just so that I can really role play my gang all the way through.
I fully support it.
Oh, I think it's great.
I
think it's great.
fully support it. I think that's mad. Oh, yeah. Ajax Gorgoth is the character I picked. I think he's perfect for the Goliath. He's brutal. He doesn't care. He's just like, yeah, I get it. I have this super important position inside the gang or the house, but also I hate all of you. I'm going to go kill someone in a fighting pit. You need to stop going to the fighting pit. All right, I'm going to go into the Underhive and kill a bunch of people and get some prisoners with jobs.
Yeah.
And I just imagine, Varen Gord, who was still there, is just like, yeah, just do what you want, man. Just
Yeah,
just
go
stay
for
away
it.
from me.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. Yeah, he's embracing, it's, what is it, when a copper gets moved from the street to a desk job and they just can't handle the desk job. So he gets moved to an Alfred, he's just like, no, I need to be out in the streets. I need to be rolling heads left, right and centre. That's what makes me feel alive.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I love this. I
Right.
think he's great.
Yeah. No, it's an awesome character. Very, very cool character. The next character we're going to go into is Tess Arkup.
Oh, is
Sounds
that
like-
who you picked?
Yeah,
Okay.
Tess Arkup. It sounds like somebody who's just a bit too chatty. Always arcing up. But Goliath Forgeborn. Hive scum, actually. Hive scum. Tess is reckless, even for a Goliath Forgeborn. So reckless, in fact, that she has been a prospect far longer than most. Even the most savage Vatborn Goliath gangs finding her too dangerous to have around for too long. Somehow, though, Tess has survived every dumb thing she has ever done, whether it is climbing the hive shell bare-handed, her custom storm welder slug over her back and the ash winds trying to snatch her away into oblivion, or taking on whole gangs all by herself, charging into their ranks before letting loose with her weapon. Tess doesn't know why she is the way she is, though those who have fought alongside her and lived suspect it is the lightning in her blood. Tess's batch suffered a vat malfunction during their gestation, a grid overload pumping hundreds of gigawatts of electricity into her amniotic tank. Of all of her vat brothers and sisters, Tess alone survived, and even from birth she displayed strange qualities. Faster and more erratic than other Goliaths, she quickly took to the role of a shell runner, climbing the hive sides and repairing its plasteel and ceramite skin, usually under the most horrific of circumstances. Her quick reactions and boundless energy kept her alive when many of her peers perished in ash storms or fatal falls. The danger of the shell, though, was not enough for Tess, and soon she started hiring herself to gangs for Underhive brawls. Her skill with a storm welder and fearlessness has made her respected by many gangs, though none have seen fit to sign her on. Tess is gathering a following of her own, however, and the day may yet come when she runs her own crew, filled with wild prospects like herself.
Oh, buddy.
So she's a nut job for a Goliath.
She's the Goliath that other Goliath look at and just go, no.
Yeah.
No.
You ain't a full bag of chips, darling. Yeah. Yeah.
I love it.
Oh, she's very cool, but it's very different to the other Goliath that we're talking about. Do you know what I mean? It's sort of it's almost like the we're talking about her mental traits rather than her actual physical traits here. Does that make sense? Like she just doesn't know why she is the way that she is. She just goes bounding into combat like, yep, I'll take on everything that's coming at me. This is normal. This is good. Whereas you take somebody like Jangar or Ajax and it's all about strength and power and so forth. Whereas Tess is the opposite end of it. Well, not really opposite, but really totally reckless. Happy to just head first into the fray.
But she also signed up for this. She's a Forgeborn, so she was someone else previously. And then I find it really interesting that I find it weird that it actually kind of makes sense now that I think about it, that the Forgeborn, so when the surgeries and that sort of stuff happened to them, in my mind it was like, yep, so when the anaesthetist wears off, they get up, flex the new muscles and they go. No, from that read about her, they get the surgery and the muscle and the steroids and the the Monster Energy drink straight to the neck, and then they get thrown in an amnio tank to sort of heal or sleep it off for a while.
Yeah, maybe it's a way of, I don't know, making everything stick.
Yeah, is it kind of like in Star Wars when Luke gets thrown into the Bacta tank?
Yeah.
Or in oh, come on, brain, don't fail me now. I was about to say Universal Soldier, and I actually mean Starship Troopers. Where Johnny Rico gets stabbed by the
That's
arachnid
right.
through his, and remember they throw him in. He's just got the breathing apparatus there.
Yeah.
Great movie.
Brilliant movie. Yes, if you love The Guard, you've got to love that movie. But I think you're right in what you're saying. It's a way that they're actually like they're formed in that amniotic tank.
Yeah.
So they're built on the outside of the tank, and then the forming and the grafting and all that process takes actual effect inside the tank, which is really strange. I didn't envisage them as that either. I thought it was like, a couple of weeks recovery and on the, from surgery, and then you're into the business end of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
That's how I've sort of pictured it, but that little read there about Tess, it's definitely... Oh, man. I love Unborn. I love this chick. I love the fact that she's got just dangerous amounts of lightning in her blood, where they're just like, oh, yeah, the lightning struck the amnio tanks and everyone died except this one chick. Oh yeah, let's just throw her out with a couple of gangs. This woman is insane. I refuse to work near her. I don't want to be around her.
Yeah.
And everyone respects her. But then it's just, I don't know, we like you. We just don't like you.
Yeah, exactly. I was about to say something similar to that. It's like we definitely want to have you around. Like when things are going bad on the sidewall of the hive, mate, you're our number 1, 2, and 3 that we go to. But like joining us in a fight where you've just decided to run off into the middle of that gang of Cawdor and just pick a fight, yeah, you're not really our kind of Goliath. You're more your own sort of Goliath, which is like a bit batshit crazy and not really helpful to the cause.
But that part you read at the end there, that Tess is gathering a following of her own, however, and the day may yet come where she runs her own crew, filled with wild prospects like herself. Man, that is that Unborn gang we were talking about.
It is
before.
too, isn't it? Yeah.
Like...
And what I was saying, like the rejects.
Yes.
Yeah, they are the rejects of the Unborn, where they're just like, yeah, you will never get any further in the clan or the house, so go off into the fields with the rest of the crazies who are like you.
Yeah, I love that. Oh man.
Yeah, very, very cool.
I'm not starting a Goliath gang. You can't make me. You need to stop trying to make me do a Goliath gang. Oh, I'm not doing this.
It's very tempting though. This whole episode draws you more and more to the Goliath. I honestly, before we did this episode, I envisaged them as just like brutes, but now that I have it set in my mind that they are the children of Necromunda, it almost is like you have to have a Goliath gang to pay true homage to the planet.
See, the thing that pisses me off the most is I've been playing Necromunda for like 20 years. And I've never really liked... Like, I've always liked the Goliath, but I've never really wanted to start a Goliath gang. And I read this book cover to cover a dozen times when it came out. And we've obviously read it a bunch of times in preparation for the episode and that sort of thing. And I've still never really been drawn to them until we're talking about them during the episode.
Yeah.
And now, like, guaranteed I am going to start a Goliath gang. And I hate myself for that. Because the gang idea I've got in my head, which we'll talk about after we talk about a couple of like
the
famous
gangs.
gangs from the Goliath. Yeah. But yeah, okay. I'm going to rant about this at the end. You're going to need to strap yourself in. Did you have anything more to say about Tess?
No. I think Tess is a really cool character, but the fact that she's not quite Goliath is it's a great signature point for her, but also a detracting point for her as well.
Yes.
She doesn't quite fit the mold. And that's, I guess, what we're talking about with those Unborn gangs. Which is probably a perfect segue into the Dog Soldiers.
Yes, the Dog Soldiers are sick because they are actually a famous Unborn gang. The Dog Soldiers are the fanatical followers of the Overfiend. Rumours abound as to the true origins of the Overfiend, the hulking, hairy brute who leads the dog soldiers. That's a Sumsquatch. Some claim he was one of Lord Helmore's personal bodyguards, sent to the Genesmiths of Clan Goliath to be enhanced, but somehow escaping into the Underhive rather than serve the master of Necromunda. That's a Sumsquatch. Others say the dog soldiers were a small-time gang operating out of Cog City, until they found a stasis casket in the bad zones with a giant inside. And, in fact, the Overfiend is not a Goliath at all, but something ejected from a biologist's lab. Then, there is the persistent story of how the Overfiend was once the governor of a world that rebelled against the Imperium, and how he fled to Necromunda to hide. These tales go on to say he traded his wealth for a place in House Goliath and a new identity in the Underhive. Whether or not these outlandish rumours have any truth to them, the dog soldiers are perhaps one of the toughest gangs of the Palatine cluster, perhaps second only to the Iron Lords. With hideouts and chapters in most of the cluster's hives, the Overfiend has his main territory in Gilder Crossing, the dog soldiers' ganghouse rising up like a fortress over Slaver's Bridge. Some have speculated that the Overfiend could take on Varan Gore too late and become the Overtyrant if he wanted. For some reason, though, the Overfiend doesn't want that kind of attention, and he has been content to remain in the shadows. This is Sumsquatch. Sumsquatch has somehow joined a Goliath gang and doesn't want to be caught by Sumsquatch hunters.
Yes. Maybe that's who the gang are, the dog soldiers. They were Sumsquatch hunters and were just drawn to the majesty.
My God.
They've gone, the Overfiend is perfect. We're like, not no longer do we want to hunt it because we're just enamored with it. We love this thing, so we will defend it. And they're still not quite sure what it is, though.
If I was hunting Sumsquatch and found Sumsquatch and he was like, well done, do you want to join my Sumsquatch posse? Gang idea. The Sumsquatch posse. No. I would join. I would join because...
Yeah. Imagine finding Bigfoot, right? You find Bigfoot and he sits you down and he goes, well done. You're one of the rare few who've completed this part of your quest in life. Now, you have a choice. You can kill me or attempt to kill me, or you can be part of my brethren. And he opens up the door and there you are in the Rocky Mountains and there's just a whole cadre of people who have found Bigfoot, and now you get to be included in that.
Listen, stop selling. You had me at abandon my family.
Yes, exactly.
Abandon my family and hang out with Bigfoot. Like, done.
Yeah. Now imagine put it in a Necromunda setting, and you're sorted.
Done.
You've got Sumsquatch.
Abandon my family and go to the Underhive. I love this because it's just ridiculousness. It's like, yeah, he might be a medical marvel that just escaped, or he might be a dude that just got a bunch of gene smithing and was like, screw you guys, I'm going home. Or I don't believe the third one. I don't believe he is a
Offworlder,
a rebel governor.
Yeah, no, that seems too far fetched.
That's when you get shot in the face. Yeah. Also, is this the first time it's mentioned that there are different chapters of gangs in different cities and settlements? I don't recall this, but like, we know there are gangs and they have different fortresses and the like. For example, Slate Medina's gang, the Sumpdogs, they're hundreds strong throughout throughout all of territory. But in my mind, they've all fed back to Slate Medina being their leader. Is these dog soldiers, if there are different chapters, do they have different
Over-tyrants, are you saying?
Different tyrants?
Different tyrants, yeah. You would have
each of the tyrants is a champion under the
Overfiend.
Under the Overfiend?
It sort of sounds like that, but look, we mentioned it when we were talking about the Goliath in the Ash Wastes. Like, exactly how much respect do they show Varan Gore at the time? Or Jungar later on. Do you know, like exactly? To me, they would be separate. Their respect would be garnered for the people who, or the gangers who are in the same environments as them.
So you would respect your own gang, but when the Overfiend put the call out, basically saying, "Dog soldiers, we're all getting together, we're going to war," you would go not because of loyalty to the Overfiend, but out of respect of his power.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Cool. Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm on the same page as you now. I agree 100%.
Yeah. So you ally yourself with, and they don't know what they're going to war for. They just know they've been called, and they could be going to war with other Goliaths. But at the time, their respect for power is with the Overfiend. That's why I envisage it anyway.
Yeah,
I'm gonna derail us slightly here for a cool story that I like, and I stand happy. I'm happy to get corrected on it, but it was the Executioners, the Space Marine chapter, the Executioners, during the Bad Ab War, and they were the Astral Claws. Astral Claws. No, what are they called? See, the
Astral Claws is what the Red Corsairs were.
That's right. I always get those two mixed up in back to front. The Astral Claws put the call out basically saying, it's on. The Imperium's coming after us. And the Executioners, well, we owe them a blood debt, so we're going to fight alongside them. And then they didn't ask who the enemy was. They didn't try to get any specifics of what was going on. So we owe them, so we're going to them. That's it. And that's why I sort of envisage this hierarchy within the Goliath as well. Is that particular tyrant, I owe everything to that tyrant, so I ally myself with him. Oh, look, we're fighting other Goliath. Well, so be it.
Just quickly, the Executioners were a third founding?
Oh, I don't know about that.
No.
They probably were second. They probably were second founding, I'd say.
Second founding.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so the Executioners were a second founding chapter, I believe, of the Imperial Fists.
Oh, boo. Yeah, big time boo.
Yeah. Also, the Executioners were, in my opinion, outside of like the Minotaurs and the Kakaradons, were the MVPs of the Badab War.
Yeah. Definitely. Yep.
The Badab War, just one of my absolute favourite settings of 40k. But yes, you are absolutely right. They did not care who the enemy was. They just got involved.
Well,
because their honour demanded it.
Exactly. They didn't ask for details. They simply said, "You called. We arrived." That's it.
Yep.
That's it. And
who are we fighting?
Who are we fighting?
Imperium.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh, just like, our loyalty to you, our respect for you, Huron, is more than our loyalty to the Imperium. And that's the way I see the Goliath a little bit as well. It's like my loyalty and respect for my tyrant is more than what it is to the over-tyrant.
Yeah.
So, but
okay, I really like that.
I guess we've digressed a little bit away from the dog soldiers, but in saying that, there's not a lot there for the dog soldiers in that read. It mainly goes on about the Overfiend. So, dog soldiers, cool, unborn gang, yes, very nice. Overfiend,
it goes on about
the main
Sunsquatch.
talking point. Yeah, it goes on about Sunsquatch more than anything else. I will jump into our next one though, the Knuckle Boys.
Yeah. Knuckle Boys.
Maybe there's some actual information about the Knuckle Boys and not just their leader, but we'll see. Durgan Killfist is a rarity among the Goliaths, in that everyone in the Underhive of Hive Trasior has heard of him, but no one seems to have actually met him. This doesn't look good, by the way. They've just started talking about the main character and not the gang.
Also, we met him a lot during the Aranthian
We
succession.
did. We most certainly.
He kill-fisted a lot.
He did. He really lived up to the name during the Aranthian succession. It all started with an illegal pit fighting ring out of Pauper Town known as the Knuckle Boys. When the enforcers brought in some of the gangers involved and started asking them some hard questions about who was behind the pit fights, no one seemed to know anything. Rumours on the street, though, pointed to a Goliath boss by the name of Durgan Killfist. Over the next few grand cycles, Durgan and the Knuckle Boys would be linked to dozens of other illicit pit fights and pit fighter gangs. The guild and the Enforcers offering hefty rewards for Durgan's capture. The Knuckle Boys reached new heights of violence when they turned Trasure Underhive Zone Gamma into their own personal arena, sealing up every entrance and gathering the locals into the Central Workers Plaza. The gang started a brutal competition to fight the toughest fighters present. Legend has it that it was here that Durgan made one of his rare appearances, whipping the crowd up into a frenzy and then pummeling the first challengers into dust. By the time the Enforcers broke their way into the dome, the Knuckle Boys were gone, leaving behind the smell of stale sweat and blood spatters, but taking with them the winners of their games. These are industrialists. They're not gangers. They are recruiters and industrialists. They find an easy way to make money through probably gambling on the fights, and they get more and more gangers by picking up the strongest that are able to survive these fights. Where's the
I was going to
forge?
say this is the most terrifying recruitment tactic I've heard so far.
It is. It really is bad. But it's, again, a really strange aspect to them because they're not linked with a forge. You know, they don't have a home. They don't have a community that they are embroiled with. You know, they're out there in the world creating their own little pits and their own little fighting groups so that they can, I guess, create an income for themselves, but also to create this unbridled chaos in what they're trying to achieve.
Yeah.
It does, however, talk a lot more about Durgan than it does really the Knuckle Boys, but, you know, we'll come back to that.
You're absolutely right there, but it also, we know a bunch of stuff. It was Hives of Temenos he showed up, remember? Because
Yes. Yep.
he was there. Was he there for Cinderak burning? Oh, sorry, not Cinderak burning. The assault on Cinderak City.
My old man memories.
Because he was the champion of Brokebone, and he basically was just like, everyone who wants to come fight and actually be a real outlaw Goliath, come to me. And then didn't Varan, was it Varan? No, it was Jangar by this point, I believe, was like, no, we need you to attack Cinderak. And he just rounded everyone up and was like, no, we're out of here.
That's
They're
right.
trying to tell us what to do.
Yes,
He's like,
that's right. No.
I ain't about that noise.
Yeah, blow that out, your exhaust pipe. I'm booting off.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's all you need to know about the Knuckle Boys.
Yeah.
Where they are, it's like that part you read where they're just like, no, everyone fight. And, you know, the top 10 or whoever the 10 last people left of this battle royale, guess what? You're part of the gang now.
Yeah.
Like,
You're the lucky few. You're coming with us.
There'd be Vatborn, Natborn, Unborn, and there'd just be regular, like, little Joe Scummer who just happens to be quick enough, and they're like, well, little man, you're a Goliath now. You're going to be one of the Knuckle Boys. He's like, I don't want to be a Knuckle Boy. It's, well, you're going to be a Knuckle Boy, or we're going to beat you up, and we're not going to stop until you are a smear on the wall. Yeah. And he's like, you can call me Joe Liath.
Yes, exactly.
Damn it, gang idea, Joe Liath.
Joe Liath, yeah. But that's a cool thing that you're talking about within the gang, is that you could potentially have a gang made up of just all regular-looking citizens. Not all, but a handful of regulars who are just like, at this particular point, I was the strongest, or I was the quickest, or I was the smartest to get out of this situation, and the Knuckle Boys just drag me along. It is what it is.
Last one left.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's a bar brawl, and I was the last one left, and that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't mind the Knuckle Boys, actually, if we explore them and down that pathway. But they lose their sense of Goliathness by not having a forge. They need to have a forge. They need a home.
But no, remember the Dead Boys?
Yeah.
The Dead Boys, they would drag their forges with them.
Oh, you're
How
suggesting...
the Knuckle Boys aren't travelling from forge to forge, and these Goliath gangs, you know, Goliath aren't exactly all held to a straight line. They want to skirt the will of
Yep.
of the Overtyrant and be like, the Knuckle Boys show up and they're like, we need your forge for a night.
Yeah.
We need to repair. We need to manufacture whatever. And the local Goliath gang goes, you've got it.
Yeah, just put on a
No
fight for
problem.
us. Yeah.
Yep. A couple of the lads want to get in the ring with you.
Yeah.
No killing, first blood. You know how
Yeah.
it is.
Oh.
He goes, yep, fair trade. They headbutt each other because that's how
That's how they shake hands.
That's how you shake hands in Goliath. You headbutt someone.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think that's how they'd get around that forge idea.
That, to me, they're just the naughty boys of the Goliath, in my opinion. They're, the Overtime would be like, just don't associate with them. If they do rock up, be cordial, be nice with them, but don't have any lasting bonds. They're just generally naughty. They go against our ethos.
Well, let's talk about some gang ideas from us.
Well, we've had about 272 in this episode.
Yes. So anyone who wants one, just rewind to some random point, and one of us is going, "Oh, gang idea!"
Gang idea, yeah.
Weirdly enough, I thought you would have had more this episode, but I have just.
I've got two that I've been holding on to.
Ooh,
we're waiting
you've
for
been,
this.
You've been brewing these bad boys.
I have been, yes.
Okay, give me one. Oh, I want to do both of yours because I've got two as well. Give me one of yours.
Right, so this is the first gang idea I have actually stems from our little discussion about the docks and the doctors, not just the place where we kept the ships. But, and I'll do a little read from the section about the doctors. Others, like the Bonesaw brothers, from Gantry and High Primus, use surgical mecha rigs made from old mechadendrites and servo harness actuators. And what they do with these is that's how they help to provide medical aid for the Goliath that they're working on, because these are Goliath doctors. So it's almost like a Goliath medical team made up of Goliath who have become smart enough and strong enough, but they would have, what do they call them? The servo harness from a tech priest, or the surgeon from Fabius Bile.
Yeah.
And they would have all of these bits and components hanging off them that would represent all their different types of enhancements and advancements that they would get. But they're actually a crew of Goliath doctors going around trying to find the best way for the Goliath to become non-dependent on the Escher. So this is the best. This is the best and brightest of the Goliath, and they've said, as much as we need you to work as doctors for our forges, we need you more to go out there and find the secrets of Necromunda that have been lost to us. Go visit a biologist lab in sector Alpha, Gamma, whatever, in this particular hive, and go find this ancient bit of lost technology, or this ancient, what we were saying, the Vansar, from the Vansar chip that was traded for a box of...
the shiny chip.
The shiny chip, yeah, exactly. They would go hunt down this shiny chip. And so they'd still be fighters and so forth, but they would have all this extra medical equipment strapped to them. So they're still Goliaths per se, but they're doctors. They're Goliath doctors.
Oh, I just want to pause you there. I'm picturing these huge hulking medical rigs, like pipes and cables. Like it's literally is a part of their armor that's sort of, yeah. Oh man.
Yeah, exactly
What's
my
the word I'm
vision.
looking for? Like Dr. Satan from House of a Thousand Corpses.
Yeah, absolutely. They're looking very much like that, but with bigger augmetics around him. Like, chunkier looking bits of machinery coming off the Goliath. And as I said, still make them functional within your gang. But the main idea is that they would actually wear a lot of white to represent their surgeon slash
They're
doctor
doctors.
class. That they're doctors,
Yes.
But they're a research team, Goliath research team, because we know that there's Goliath doctors out there, but they can't do the fine sort of surgeries. So they use servitors, or they use these harnesses and these rigs to be able to do those surgeries on the unborn. So that's gang idea number one. It's like a Goliath Doctors Without Borders.
Oh, so the hierarchy would literally be rogue docs,
Yeah.
and the gang is what we were talking about before, like their bodyguards slash like loyalists.
Yeah,
traveling with them from. Oh, that
Yeah,
is
but they're
sick.
still used as orderlies and so forth to help them out, to find things, to work on, to provide the medical aid. So it'd be really cool as a modelling project. You just have them give them the old surgical mask. The Jubes would be, I think it's an American thing, but the candy stripers or whatever they're called, the ones who just go talk to patients and so forth. So you could have them something like that. So the Jubes are just really there as mopping up the blood and so forth, but the champions within the gang would actually be part of the medical team. I reckon it'd be cool.
I love that. That is sick.
Yeah.
It's very Goliath, but un-Goliath.
Yeah, but it would be a way of creating the thing that nobody wants to see on Necromunda, which is a self-sustaining Goliath gang or Goliath house.
Oh, that's the thing. You've literally just created a gang that is a threat to the Imperial House.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. When we were talking about it, exactly what I was thinking about is like, they would, if they could get enough of their own people together, they could go out in secret and try to track down all these labs and these facilities that have stopped functioning, but have all this information and data about House Goliath in its origins, in its early days, before it was even thought of, when it was just slaves, and try to tap into that info to make them something better than what they are.
I'm just picturing. I'm trying to think of what they're called. I'm picturing your gangers slash Jews almost like corpse grinder cultists, where they've got various like medical implements and that strung from their armor, like the big industrial syringes and bone saws and all that sort of stuff. That they've repurposed this almost industrial medical equipment as weapons. Yeah,
That's exactly
sick.
that. Exactly that. So even the corpse guild that you can get from GW, like the miniatures themselves, is like the two blokes with the massive chain axes. That's sort of how I envisage these Goliath as well. So they're dressed up, ready to go into the nitty gritty of chopping up bodies, but they're assistants to the main doctors.
To the main doctors.
Yeah. That's gang idea number one. Do you want to run off a gang idea, or do you want me to go into my second one?
I kind of want you to go into your second one.
The second one, again, it's a little bit of an offshoot. And the reason why I go down that pathway is that the idea of strength and might and all that can be easily and quite obviously explored with Goliath. But the idea that I've mentioned it multiple times in this episode, of ripping the weapons off the forge floor and getting into a fight, that's the next gang. It is actually a work crew from a forge who are effectively like, simpleton engineers. So they're the ones who repair, like, piece of metal sheeting has snapped off. Okay, go weld piece of metal sheeting back in place. Done. So they've found themselves in multiple combat situations because the piece of metal sheeting didn't just rip off, it was sabotage. So they're actually needing to fight against people who are sabotaging their forge. So they're set up as a repair crew to go around and handle the obvious stuff, not the specialised breakdown of machinery. So this gang would be the ones who would be hunting down any saboteurs within their forge world, forge facility. So they'd be have all the gear to fix like obvious and major not major but obvious problems that any saboteur was trying to create, but they'd have enough gear as well to engage in a running gun battle. So you would even have like even like a las cannon wouldn't go astray here, because the las cannon could be used on the lowest power as a bit of a las cutter, well, on the very, very lowest power, with just feather the trigger the slightest amount, and you can use it as that. But the whole gang would be built around the concept of that they're a repair crew that has been pressed into service, because it would be too hard to send the repair crew. Then the repair crew goes, well, look, we know there's some naughty no-goods hanging around here. Can you send up a crew to come and handle them? By the time they're ready to handle them, they've already booted off somewhere else. So the repair crew can go, we're going to fix this gantry, or we're going to fix this plating that has been blown up and torn down, but we're also going to hunt down whoever's doing this to our forge.
So it's like this half of the crew is going to do the repair work. This half's going to be the lookout / murder squad.
Exactly. Yeah, 100%.
Yes. Wait a minute. This is your Cadian combat engineers all over again.
Sort of. Yeah. I love combat engineers. Shut up.
Except they don't have a main blade.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. I love combat engineers, and I did, when I thought of this gang, I thought people are just going to be like, all he wants to do is just have engineers with guns. That's all he really. And yeah, to be honest with you, I kind of do, but these guys would be isolated to their forges. Every so often they'd be sent out to go aid another Goliath gang. Oh, they need some heavy industrial repairs done. Bring all your equipment, go do all that, but also be mindful of the fact that there's some naughty Vansar getting up to naughty no goodness around there. So be prepared for combat.
Yeah, that's sick. Okay, I like it.
Also, the idea that we talked about earlier about them, I envisage them as sort of as knights more than anything else.
You were going on about that before.
Yeah, but they're cool, and you've undermined my engineer gang, so I'm not particularly happy with that. But that's okay. That's fine.
No, I like your idea of these Goliath combat engineers, because all Goliath are able to fight and that sort of thing, but these guys are just going to be a little bit more specifically focused on the ability to defend themselves while getting the job done.
Exactly what my point is. Yeah, so I have they would have a lot of face shields on and so forth, so they'd be ready to get 90% of their work is to repair things. The other 10% is about finding out who is causing them a ruckus.
Yeah.
And but speaking of the knights, though, there was a Warcry gang I was thinking of. That would... You suggested somebody earlier in the pod.
The Horns of Hashut.
The Horns of Hashut. But this is... But, yeah, the Horns of Hashut are really good for that. But the Iron Golems... They're perfect. If you have a look at them, they're actually built sort of like a bit like Goliath, but they look very much like knights as well. I wouldn't use the stunty one, just because I don't really like dwarves anyway.
That's a vat leading.
Yeah, exactly. That was an accident that got out. But yeah, they would be perfect for that. They'd be perfect for any Goliath gang, I reckon the Iron Golems. They look absolutely crazy and perfect. But anyway, that's my two gang ideas, my reworked engineers and my Doctors Without Borders. So what is your gang idea? You may not have as much creativity as me.
I actually, I've mentioned the muscle mummies earlier. They would definitely be one of them. But the second one is another one I mentioned earlier. The Wasted, I think I called them. Where I'm going to be leaning on your idea of that Doctor Without Borders, but also definitely now leaning more towards that Dr. Satan, Fabius Bile sort of ash wastes, like mad scientist, where, yeah, he's gotten together this group of malformed or diseased or, you know, vat scraping type gang. And yeah, he's hiring himself out through these smaller ash waste settlements, and he's not taking payment in cash or guns or anything like that, or necessarily just those forms of payment. He needs genetic material. He needs flesh. He needs like stem cells and that sort of thing. And
Yeah, right. Okay. Yep.
he's operating out of, in my mind, this ridge hauler that has like this small sort of amniovat facility that he's dragging behind him, and he's using that to clone these imperfect Goliath copies using mutant DNA and beastman DNA, and really creating this sort of chaotic, mutated menagerie of sort of Goliath offshoots. And in his mind, he's basically Dr. Moreau.
Yeah, right.
Dr. Moreau, where he's like, every experiment that's a failure, I get closer and closer and closer to perfection.
In his
in
mind.
reality,
Yeah.
he is insane. Nothing he's creating is effective. They are just, each of them is a monster.
Yeah.
And he is creating more monsters. And he's just like, yeah, this is fine. This is what I want. And the Goliath, like the house as general, is looking at it and just being like, what are you doing?
Yeah, you need to be booted out from the umbrella.
Someone
of
needs
clan.
to get him. But these monsters that he's creating are actually really good at what they do, which is kill.
Yeah.
And you know, they because they're out in the wastes and they're fighting these what's the word I'm looking for? These nomads and beasts and mutants. They're ambush predators. They lure you in.
Right,
So you're
that's
going for the
cool.
ridge
Yeah.
hauler, but then all of a sudden they're popping out of these little holes that they've pre-dug along the side of the road, and yeah, they're real feral. I would actually probably use something like the iron golems as a basis for some of them.
Yeah,
and
right.
Chaos mutants and like Gal Vorbak for like the mutant legs, and
Yeah.
I wouldn't necessarily make them as a chaotic entity.
No.
These wasted, they would be purposefully less than human for the sake of, you know, modeling them. And yeah, the lore behind them would be that mad scientist, but also the genetic material that they're getting when he isn't willing to experiment on them, because they're leaving. They've come out imperfect. He no longer has time for them beyond, you know, being a meat shield for him.
Yeah, a tool to
they're-
protect his
yeah.
to protect his experiments. Yes, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And they're getting their genetic material from consuming the flesh of their enemies.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
and you would also have in there, like, I want to say the leader of the Goliath aspect of it, I want to say is a Natborn. I want to link it close to him, like through a familial tie. I would love for it to be his son or his daughter or his brother. And that's why he's doing this, because in his mind he's like, I can cure them, I can make them perfect.
Right. Yeah.
So that's why he thinks, like, I'm doing this for a good reason. But in reality, he's a monster, and inevitably someone's going to murder him, and Necromunda will become a better place. So that's my sort of gang idea there. I love your first gang idea. I think is the better. I think of all three of them, I think is the best.
Oh, you just don't like engineers. That's your problem. you're going to alienate part of our audience because you don't like engineers. I love all your engineers.
No, engineers. None of you are good people. You know, I've said it.
No, I love your idea, and what I wanted to talk about just very quickly with that was the idea that they would be using genetic samples that they're finding out in the ash wastes. So creatures, and so what you could do is, if you had the creative spark or the modelling capacity at your hands, you could like maybe have like a ripper scales actually, you know, augmented into the Goliath themselves. So they're using these animal bits, like really embracing that idea of the Dr. What was it, Dr. Monroe?
Dr. Moreau, yeah.
Dr. Moreau, yeah. Really embracing that idea and taking animals that we know and love from Necromunda and smashing them into a Goliath and just seeing the results. So, you know, some croc, like maybe even like some croc claws for hands as opposed to just like regular hands. You know, so it's just a brawler. And so that's how the mutations are coming along. So he's going, well, you know, the some croc's able to survive so well. How are we going to make our Goliath survive in these horrendous conditions? Let's just mash some of that some croc DNA into there and really, really take them to another level. I think from a modelling project, this gang is the best because you could go totally Cocoa Bananas 40k Gothic with it and really have this weird eclectic mix of all these different types of creatures that the Goliath has been used as the blank canvas, and you're just throwing it all on there and just seeing the results that the Doctor is trying to achieve.
Yeah. Okay. I think that aspect would definitely be a hell of a lot of fun.
Yeah, exactly. Like you'd find a creature, even a face eater, and you'd be like, okay, what can we extrapolate from that and use on a humanoid form. And what can we draw out of it that would still look cool, but clearly show that this poor humanoid figure has been greatly mutated and abused in the science lab.
Yeah.
I reckon it's
All
cool.
right. All right. You've made me like my idea better. Excellent.
I think that's how this works. Was, you know, just trying to make each other feel better about the choices that we're doing.
We just become this weird echo chamber of you should buy that.
You should buy that.
You should.
That's
go
amazing
and buy
stuff. Yeah, buy everything. Buy everything all the time.
My poor wallet.
Yeah.
I've just looked at the time and now see how long we've been recording this evening.
Yes. Far too long.
Far too long.
But all great content. Yes, you'd agree? You'd hope?
Okay, I'll be honest. I'm starting a Goliath gang. This episode has completely changed my perspective on the Goliath. And I think I have a new love and appreciation for them. Probably almost as much as they love and appreciate Crayola.
It just had to be said. We went far too long without mentioning the crayon eating.
They're dumb.
Yeah.
They're dummies.
They're dummies.
They're dummies.
But they're the beautiful dummies of Necromunda. As I said earlier, they are the children of Necromunda. They are the true children of Necromunda. And
yes.
I think if you love Necromunda, you must have a gang of Goliath because they epitomise everything that is great and everything that is sad about Necromunda all in one hit. They are the quintessential. I probably will end up doing a gang of them because the more and more I've looked at the miniatures, the more I'm just like, oh, mate, there's just so many painting opportunities within there, so many modelling opportunities. Yeah, Ripper house to have done an episode on.
I just realised something. It's definitely been discussed by like 50 people smarter than me. The Goliath are going to be the easiest way to bring a Space Marine into Necromunda.
Yes.
Through gene smithing, through equipment.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh.
Yeah. 100%, yeah. But I don't think you need to do it because their history is good enough. Their future is good enough. They provide so many opportunities just within the lore. That's not even looking at the miniatures. Just within the lore, they provide so many brilliant opportunities for you to just go crazy with your ideas.
Oh, man. No, I'm not making a space marine for Necromunda. Stop it, Samuel. Closing thoughts. Closing thoughts on Goliath, and there are literally birds starting to sing outside my window here.
Yeah.
Closing thoughts. Sorry, I've been derailed. Closing thoughts.
Well, I think I just gave you my closing thoughts. I think they are the children of Necromunda, and if you haven't embraced them, do embrace them. However, be prepared to just really blow your art budget on all those crayons.
Yes. Yes.
What are your closing thoughts, my friend? What do you think of them, having done a lot of hours of Goliath talk? I don't think I've said the word Goliath this many times in my entire life up until this point.
I have nothing but a new appreciation for the house, for the story that goes into them, and for, I think, the possibilities, not only for making them as a gang for your own campaigns, but for using them as an arbitration tool within your campaigns. Yes, I'm 100% going to be starting a Goliath gang after my let's have a look. My militia.
There's a lot.
My Orlok, Nurgle Orlok, my squats, my... Oh my god, I have so many gangs.
I'm going to put it out
I
there
will
and say too many.
do it.
There's too many.
I will do it. No, there's no such thing as too many. But I will do it. That's my closing thought. And from that, I think we should go into our quote. Because
Absolutely. Yep.
I am very tired. And this quote actually plays up to my wasted gang. It does come from the House of Chains. Some Goliaths don't come out looking right, all twisted and puny. Long as they can walk, we'll throw 'em into battle, but don't expect 'em to last long. And that's from Crowl, a Goliath gene splicer. And that was our latest episode of the Underhive Lorekeepers podcast. I am Spamuel, and on behalf of the Lorekeeper team, thank you for listening. Please follow us on our social media pages available in the show notes, and don't forget to follow and review us on your preferred podcast platform. As always, if you have questions, complaints, corrections, or if you are interested in major genetic manipulation and muscle grafting, please reach out to us at underhivelorekeepers@gmail.com. Thanks.